Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Miraculous Hands Mad Doctor right here on GMT Recap. The sun was shining through the forest, and all that could be seen was a young man lying on the ground. At this moment, he had opened his eyes and was wondering, is this heaven? Then, Yu Tian recalled the cause of his death from an experiment that had blown him up. My life has been a tragedy, but why does heaven have grass? So strange. In the distance, a girl was running quickly while clutching her pants. She was thinking to herself, why is the bathroom so far away? I might lose my pants, boo-hoo. The protagonist, Yu Tian, had now spotted her and thought to himself, these girls here dress so simply, it's kind of retro. It feels like I've gone back many years. At that moment, the girl glanced around, and fortunately, there was no one else in sight. She had no choice but to relieve herself right there. Yu Tian then felt that something was off. He thought, what the hell is she doing? But then, he saw a stream of water with a slight yellow tint flowing out. The holy water was about to reach Yu Tian, and he was horrified. Holy shit, how is it coming this way? I need to get out of here fast. But it didn't end there. Yu Tian also heard rustling from the bushes near the girl. To his surprise, a cobra emerged. The snake immediately rushed toward the girl, who was in the middle of taking care of her business. Yu Tian, being kind-hearted, shouted loudly, be careful, there's a venomous snake. The young girl, who was squatting to pee, heard the voice and opened her mouth in surprise. However, the snake was fast and struck her on the bottom. As expected, she immediately lost her balance and fell backward. As expected, Yu Tian was caught by her, and then she slapped him. What the hell was going on? Next came a series of relentless punches to Yu Tian's face. Yu Tian thought to himself, is this the fate of a playboy or some kind of romantic misfortune? He then explained, it was all an accident. Little sister, please let me explain. I'm not a bad person. But the girl still frowned in anger. She said, does being a bad person mean having the word evil written on your forehead? Yu Tian kept trying to explain, it's not really me, I saw a venomous snake crawling toward you, so. She pointed at him and said, then what were you doing before the snake crawled over? Why were you here? Yu Tian opened his mouth. Shit, how could he say he was watching her pee? Then she continued, what's even more suspicious is how could a venomous snake just crawl over like that? After saying a few words, the girl already felt a sharp headache. Yu Tian said, the poison is starting to take effect. She still tried to speak, don't come near me. Earlier, you were peeping at me while I was going to the bathroom. Stay away from me. Yu Tian was still very concerned for her and said, no, the poison from this snake is very strong. We need to get the venom out quickly. Little sister, a human life is precious. If it continues like this, you'll die. She continued, I don't need a pervert like you to care about me. As soon as she finished speaking, she stumbled again. Then, both of them lost their balance and fell to the ground. Immediately after, an old man appeared. The old man said, granddaughter, are you here? Come with grandpa and rest for a while. But unexpectedly, after the fall, Yu Tian ended up on top of her, as though he were doing something obscene to her. The old man's mouth dropped open as he saw his granddaughter being pinned down by another man. Mr. Li shouted loudly, holding a large knife in his hand, you bastard. Yu Tian quickly grabbed the knife, trying to stop Mr. Li, wait. However, Mr. Li refused to stop and swung the knife, threatening Yu Tian, how dare you mess with my granddaughter. Yu Tian used his bare hands to block the dangerous knife, his eyes filled with determination, what the hell is going on? Sometimes, Mr. Li's ramblings filled the entire space. However, Yu Tian refused to back down and continued explaining. Please, I didn't mean it. "Grandfather, stop right now, or your granddaughter won't have a life left." At this moment, Li Wan-er had regained consciousness. She felt cold and terrified upon seeing the two of them fighting. In panic, she called out to her grandfather. "Grandfather? Grandfather! I'm cold." Mr. Li responded to his granddaughter's call, "Granddaughter," then moved closer to Li Wan-er and asked, "Granddaughter, how are you? Don't scare your grandfather." Yi Wu-tian noticed that Li Wan-er was weakening and needed help. He rushed over and reported the situation. "This is bad." But when Mr. Li saw Yi Wu-tian dare to push him, he flew into a rage. "You little brat, what are you doing?" Nevertheless, Yi Wu-tian remained unshaken and calmly said, "Grandfather, I didn't blame you for cutting me, but right now, we need to think of a way to save your granddaughter first. This is urgent." A moment of silence followed. Mr. Li said, "If you want to suck it out, then let me do it, stay out of the way." Yi Wu-tian, seeing this, couldn't help but smile mischievously, and casually reminded him, "The spot where the snake bit is on the thigh." Hearing that the wound was on the thigh, Mr. Li's face turned pale. But Yi Wu-tian didn't stop there, he added another provocative remark, "Are you sure you want to suck out the poison? I'm not afraid that your granddaughter will find out and won't have the face to live on." Mr. Li was in a difficult position and didn't know how to respond, feeling increasingly agitated. "Damn, Yi Wu-tian didn't back off, throwing in another jab, what's wrong? You scared now?" But Mr. Li couldn't let Yi Wu-tian continue getting close to his granddaughter. He grabbed Yi Wu-tian tightly, saying, "Stay away, don't touch my granddaughter." Seeing how stubborn the old man was, Yi Wu-tian softened his tone and coaxed, "Alright, fine, you do it then. What if your granddaughter ends up with some psychological trauma later?" Mr. Li, feeling like he had no other choice, sighed and said, "Well then, I suppose I'll do it." Yi Wu-tian appeared satisfied and spoke softly, "The toxin is quite dangerous. At this moment, even I can only jump in and suck it out. I can barely manage to reverse it, but if I don't suck out the poison now and delay any longer, it will definitely be fatal. In all my years, Yi Wu-tian has never sucked snake venom from this position before. Even considering my experience in treating patients, I have never had to suck venom from this spot either." As Yi Wu-tian was contemplating where to begin, Mr. Li pleaded, "Young man, please, I only have this one granddaughter." Seeing that the situation could not continue for much longer, Yi Wu-tian had no choice but to say, "Forget it, saving her is more important. I'll take the risk." Each time Yi Wu-tian sucked the snake venom, he quickly spat it out, ensuring he didn't let himself be poisoned. After a series of such actions, under Mr. Li's watchful gaze, Yi Wu-tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "The snake venom is almost all out. You should hurry and go pick the herbs. After sucking the venom, we need medicine to prevent the poison from spreading." Just then, Mr. Li had been trying to scare Yi Wu-tian. Yi Wu-tian sent him the names of the herbs: white grassroot, coptis, cypress, scorpion, asarum, rhubarb, codonopsis. These should be in the mountains. Little did he know, this knowledge was too modern. Mr. Li could only sigh, "These herbs? I don't know any of them." After 3 hours of picking herbs and applying medicine, Yi Wu-tian finally got a break. While Li Wan-er was still asleep, Yi Wu-tian delighted in admiring the natural pearl, the lovely beauty of her while she slept soundly. But alas, just as Yi Wu-tian was closing his eyes and tending to everything around him, Mr. Li suddenly crawled out and asked, "Sir, so you're actually a doctor?" Yi Wu-tian appeared embarrassed and chose not to say much. "What's wrong? Do you doubt me? If you don't believe me, I can stop helping her." Mr. Li, fearing that Yi Wu-tian would refuse to save his granddaughter, hurriedly explained, "No, it's just that I was asking casually." Seeing this, Yi Wu-tian could only reassure Mr. Li. "Don't worry, I won't play with human lives." Mr. Li sighed in relief and said, "Yes, thank you." Yi Wu-tian couldn't help but remind him, "What year is it now?" Besides, Yi Wu-tian didn't let Mr. Li off the hook. "You and your granddaughter are dressed in such ancient clothes, it's like a fashion from many years ago. Mr. Li had no time to defend himself and could only say, although we live in the countryside, my grandson and I aren't that backward. It was now 2019, what? As soon as Yi Wu Tian heard the phrase 2019, he froze in place, as though he had just fallen into a science fiction movie. Yi Wu Tian was surprised to hear Mr. Li say, what? What did you say? He was curious and skeptical, wanting to understand the situation more clearly. Confused and curious about what Mr. Li was saying, Yi Wu Tian continued to ask, what year is it now? Mr. Li happily answered, his tone confident, it's 2019. Is something wrong? Besides, don't forget to show your curiosity to Yi Wu Tian. If not, just go home and check the calendar. He was even ready to leave right then to verify the information. Come on, let's go to my house and check it, Mr. Li won't mind. Mr. Li insisted, wait a minute. He quickly explained, my granddaughter is still lying on the ground, you know. Despite Mr. Li's frustration and concern, Yi Wu Tian still dragged him home. He had to check the calendar with his own eyes. But as soon as he saw the calendar, Yi Wu Tian could hardly believe what he was seeing. Wasn't it supposed to be the year 2089? At this moment, Yi Wu Tian was utterly bewildered. How could it have turned into 2019? He hadn't looked at it before, but now that he had, he was even more confused. How could this happen? Yi Wu Tian noticed the mirror next to him and, curious, glanced into it. However, upon seeing his own reflection, he couldn't believe what he saw and became both surprised and perplexed. He said, is this really me? He asked himself the question and checked his face with his hand. His mood grew increasingly confused and anxious. He said, shit, where is my omega chin? He felt shocked and couldn't accept the change, asking, where's my beauty mole? Where are my beauty eyes? Mr. Li appeared worried and somewhat tense about Yi Wu Tian's condition. He said, how can a kid nowadays be so narcissistic to this extent? And expressed concern about his mental state. Although Yi Wu Tian was filled with frustration, he still showed respect to Mr. Li by addressing him as Sir and asked about the current situation. He asked, who is the leader of the alliance now? With an uncontrollable curiosity, Mr. Li didn't understand Yi Wu Tian's question and expressed doubt about his sanity. He said, what leader? What are you talking about? He began to feel a bit confused and didn't understand why Yi Wu Tian was asking these questions, so he explained, this is China, and there are many other countries around. Yi Wu Tian still couldn't believe what he had just heard and repeated the question with confusion and a lack of understanding, China? Yi Wu Tian appeared very doubtful and panicked by the perplexing events. He wondered about the soul and time travel as he said, before the alliance was established, those were truly independent countries. Could it be that when I experimented with the explosion, my soul traveled through time? He didn't understand and seemed to be lost, especially since the time travel was to several decades ago. Li Wan-er was in a state of confusion and called out to Mr. Li, grandfather, grandfather. She wanted to know the situation of her granddaughter. When Li Wan-er woke up, Mr. Li reassured her that everything was fine. Granddaughter, you're awake? It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Li Wan-er appeared worried. Grandfather, what happened to me? Why am I at home? Weren't we chopping wood on the mountain? Mr. Li then explained that she had been bitten by a venomous snake and had lost consciousness. Granddaughter, you almost scared me to death. You were bitten by a venomous snake. Luckily, this young man saved you. When Li Wan-er saw Yi Wu Tian, she was confused and angry, calling him, damn it, thug. Seeing that Li Wan-er had misunderstood Yi Wu Tian, Mr. Li quickly intervened. Granddaughter, don't be rude. Li Wan-er was puzzled as to why Mr. Li was defending this man and said, Grandfather, why are you helping him speak? He was staring at my backside. Seeing that everything was in disarray, Yi Wu Tian could only suggest, how about I explain it to her? And asked Mr. Li to go get the medicine will be ready soon. You go and get it. Mr. Li breathed a sigh of relief, glad he wouldn't have to engage in any more useless talk. Alright, I'll go get it. When Mr. Li left, Li Wan-er immediately asked, are you going to apply it for me? Is that right? Yi Wu-tian stepped closer to Li Wan-er and confirmed, that's right. He then proceeded to explain how the medicine was to be used. He said, I applied the medicine on your bottom, and I also used my mouth to suck out the poison. Are you satisfied? Li Wan-er felt a mix of anger and embarrassment as Yi Wu-tian treated her coldly and without reason. She felt ashamed and frustrated as she said, why are you treating me like this? How am I ever going to marry anyone after this? Yi Wu-tian's response only made her feel more embarrassed, and she couldn't believe what was happening. Unsatisfied, she asked, are you planning to have your uncle help you suck it out? Li Wan-er's confusion and embarrassment were clear as her face turned red, and she felt awkward in the situation. Meanwhile, Yi Wu-tian remained distant and cold, watching the scene with indifference. He expressed his dissatisfaction and discomfort with the unclear situation, and he seemed skeptical of what was going on. Strange, how could I suddenly travel through time like this? The experimental room exploded with a loud noise, but it was only a few dozen meters away. How could the explosion have traveled back 70 years? Before he left, Yi Wu-tian quietly expressed his concern for Li Wan-er's condition and advised her to rest in order to recover. At this moment, Li Wan-er was still worried and could not remember his name. When she asked for his name, Yi Wu-tian introduced himself, Yi Wu-tian. Li Wan-er thought to herself, Yi Wu-tian? That name sounds so aggressive and unruly. She then introduced herself, my name is Li Wan-er. She seemed curious and surprised, right, why are you in such a remote place? You don't look like someone from our village. Yi Wu-tian once again surprised her. He replied indifferently, I don't know either, and continued explaining, I woke up and found myself here. Li Wan-er appeared skeptical, could it be that you saw everything? She expressed her doubt, no, it's impossible. You say you just woke up, you must still be a little disoriented, right? How could he have seen anything? While Li Wan-er tried to convince herself that Yi Wu-tian hadn't seen anything, he threw cold water on her thoughts, I didn't, but I wake up quickly. Li Wan-er asked with a tense mood. No, stop joking, and are you deliberately trying to make me angry? She silently admitted, actually, you haven't seen anything, have you? But then, Yi Wu-tian spoke. Are you talking about when you were injured? Sorry, I saw everything, and I saw it quite clearly. Li Wan-er expressed her anger, thug, I want to kill you. Seeing that Li Wan-er was about to kill him, Yi Wu-tian quickly reassured and warned. Don't move around, your injury will get worse. Just as Yi Wu-tian had said, as soon as Li Wan-er stood up, she cried out in pain. Ah, my butt hurts so much. Although frustrated, Yi Wu-tian still showed concern and said, I told you not to move around. Li Wan-er could only scream. It hurts, my butt. Seeing her continue to moan, Yi Wu-tian decisively grabbed her pants and ripped them off. This action only made Li Wan-er even angrier. Thug, what are you trying to do? But Yi Wu-tian was only trying to help her. Don't move, of course, I'm helping you cool down to reduce the pain. She refused his help and angrily cursed. I don't need it, you bastard. Evil thug. Mr. Li entered the room, holding a bowl of medicine and said, Young man, the medicine is ready. When Mr. Li entered the room, he saw his granddaughter wrapped up tightly in a blanket, fearing that she might not die from the poison, but from suffocation instead. Mr. Li asked with concern, Granddaughter, what are you hiding under the blanket for? Aren't you afraid of suffocating in this hot weather? Seeing her grandfather arrive, Li Wan-er poked her head out from under the blanket and declared her decision, from now on, I am sworn enemies with that thug. She didn't forget to add a threat, I won't rest until he's dead. Completely baffled by his granddaughter's behavior, Mr. Li turned to Yi Wu-tian and asked, Young man, what's going on here? Yi Wu-tian, ever the tactful one, explained, It's nothing, I was just helping her with a pain-relieving massage earlier. He even put on a disappointed expression, as if he didn't like it, and snorted lightly. Seeing that Yi Wu-tian had no sense of pride, Li Wan-er warned, I'm warning you, followed by a threat, if you dare tell anyone, I, Li Wan-er, swear to the heavens I'll kill you. However, Yi Wu-tian wasn't going to take the insult lying down. He retorted, "Ha, a girl like you doesn't interest me." Then he quickly urged Mr. Li, "Old man, give her the medicine." But Li Wan-er sulked, "I won't take it, who knows if it's poisoned or not." Her attitude drove Yi Wu-tian mad. Mr. Li, seeing things were escalating, quickly intervened, "Hey, granddaughter, you should listen to the doctor." But Yi Wu-tian didn't care. "I don't care whether she lives or dies," he said coldly. "I'm just worried she'll ruin my reputation as the divine doctor, Yi Wu-tian. I saved you, so you have to live for me." Hearing the words divine doctor, Li Wan-er immediately mocked. "Oh, if you're a divine doctor, then I'm a celestial doctor." Then, she arrogantly raised her chin and confidently said, "Now, let me tell you, I don't want to drink." Yi Wu-tian's patience had reached its limit. He smiled. "Really? So, not drinking means you want me to apply the medicine again, right?" Then, he mocked her. "It seems like the celestial maiden showing her backside wasn't enough for you earlier, and now you want me to check the wound again." Seeing Yi Wu-tian's fingers about to reach her, Li Wan-er anxiously shouted, Don't come over here." Fearing Yi Wu-tian might actually do it, Li Wan-er grabbed the medicine bowl and quickly shouted, "Don't come over here, I'll drink it, is that okay?" As she drank, she reflected on what had just happened, feeling embarrassed. "Really, it's like I've been addicted to taking off my pants." "You're such a bad person." Mr. Li, completely carefree, asked, "Young man, is there any problem with my granddaughter's wound?" Seeing how concerned he was for his granddaughter, Yi Wu-tian reassured him. "It's fine. As long as she gets proper treatment later, it will be okay." While talking, Yi Wu-tian had to ask Mr. Li for a favor, since he had no place to go. "I don't have anywhere to stay right now. Would it be alright if I stayed at your place for a few days?" Seeing that he had nowhere to stay, Mr. Li didn't think much of it and reassured him. "It's fine. As long as you treat my granddaughter well, you can stay any time." At night, Li Wan-er once again dreamed of being undressed by Yi Wu-tian. In the dream, she didn't forget to scold Yi Wu-tian, saying, "You bastard, don't take off my pants." Meanwhile, Yi Wu-tian was lying awake, unable to sleep. If he had really transmigrated, who was the original owner of this body? Yi Wu-tian was deeply troubled because, according to the descriptions from Li Wan-er and her grandfather, he didn't seem to be from the village. So, how had he ended up here, in this remote mountainous area? Moreover, the body had become weak, in a way that felt like it had been drunk to excess. What was he thinking about? Yi Wu-tian suddenly jerked awake. Oh shit, drunk to excess, no wonder whenever he looked at Li Wan-er, he always felt so excited. Turns out, it was because something was wrong with this body. He wasn't someone who had completely shunned women before, but he definitely wasn't so lecherous either. This made Yi Wu-tian imagine, could it be that I've reincarnated into the body of a ridiculously lecherous person? The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. The original owner of this body might have been killed and then thrown into this desolate mountain forest. As his thoughts became more disorganized, Yi Wu-tian became determined to investigate the origin of this body. No, I must find out the truth about this body. Early in the morning, someone was yelling loudly outside, "Mr. Li, come out now. If you don't come out, we'll storm in." The shrill voice, along with the constant shouting, made it impossible for Yi Wu-tian to get any more sleep. Damn, can't people let me sleep in peace this early in the morning? It turned out that the one shouting was named Zhu Old Devil. Zhu Old Devil and his group of subordinates were surrounding the house. Mr. Li threatened him, "Don't say we didn't warn you. The 2-day deadline has passed. Either pay up, or hand over your little girl." Faced with the overwhelming difference in strength, Mr. Li could only helplessly resist. "Zhu Old Devil, why did you bring so many people? Are you trying to kidnap her?" Seeing that Zhu Old Devil was still not giving up on his intentions, Mr. Li lunged toward the old devil and begged, let me tell you, I don't have the money, and I certainly don't have the girl. I will never give you my granddaughter to settle a debt. At this moment, Li Wan-er, hiding inside the house, couldn't stand the scene any longer. She fearfully said, Mr. Zhu, can the deadline be extended for a bit longer? Li Wan-er promised, I guarantee that as soon as I have the money, I will pay you immediately. But Zhu Old Devil advised, little girl, you should respond to Hu Zi. Zhu Old Devil kept talking about Hu Zi's feelings for Li Wan-er. He had liked her since he was young and would definitely treat her well. Seeing this, Hu Zi also showed his determination, that's right, Wan-er, I will treat you well. However, Li Wan-er firmly rejected him, brother Hu Zi, I've told you so many times. I don't have that kind of feelings for you. Please, don't do this. Seeing Li Wan-er daring to refuse Hu Zi in front of so many people, Zhu Old Devil became agitated. You won't even give my family some face? Go in there and bring that little girl Wan-er out here for me. Zhu Old Devil decided that today, she must marry Hu Zi. Upon hearing this, the group of underlings cheered with joy, and Hu Zi became even more exaggerated. He laughed loudly and said, ha, Wan-er is finally mine. Everyone, follow me, and let's charge in. Seeing the group of young men like hungry wolves about to rush in and snatch his granddaughter, Mr. Li immediately stepped forward to stop them, saying, as long as this old man is alive, you can dream about getting in there. But who was Hu Zi? He was the strongest man in the village. With just one hand, he was strong enough to lift Mr. Li by the collar, sneering as he said, old skeleton like you, wake up. At that moment, when everything seemed about to collapse, a strong voice rang out from behind Hu Zi. Hey, what do you guys think you're doing? I don't care what issues you all have between you. Li Wan-er is my patient. No one is allowed to touch her until she recovers. Seeing someone stepping out from Li Wan-er's house again, Hu Zi, furious, pointed at Yi Wu-tian and asked, who are you? What's your relationship with Wan-er? Yi Wu-tian stood tall and undaunted, simply explaining. You just need to know that Li Wan-er is injured, and she is now my patient. Without my permission, no one is allowed to touch her. Seeing Yi Wu-tian, the villain who had stripped him of his pants yesterday, now standing up to protect him, Li Wan-er couldn't help but doubt. Is this scoundrel really protecting me? Clearly, this has nothing to do with him. Looking at Yi Wu-tian, who seemed weak and fragile, as if a light gust of wind would blow him away, Hu Zi threatened fiercely. So what? Are you trying to scare me? In this fishing village, a guy like me is not afraid of you. However, Yi Wu-tian remained confidently threatening. You want to fight? Your courage isn't small after all. At the same time, he pulled out a handful of gray powder from his pocket. Do you see this gray powder? Curious, Hu Zi asked. What is it? Before he could get a good look, Yi Wu-tian blew the powder into Hu Zi's face and teased. I just wanted to let you know that all it takes to defeat you is a little blow of this gray powder. A gentleman can die but not be humiliated. Being insulted like this, Hu Zi was enraged. Damn it, are you addicted to threatening people now? I'll beat you to death. Seeing that Hu Zi was about to strike, the old devil, Zhu, who had many years of experience, intervened. Hu Zi, stop. Realizing that Yi Wu-tian was no simple person, the old man continued to interrogate. Young man, you're not from this village. Why are you forcing this issue? Do you like that girl or something? However, Yi Wu-tian coldly replied. I know what you're trying to say. Don't worry, I won't like that type of girl. Hearing Yi Wu-tian refer to her as that type of girl so dismissively, Li Wan-er was furious and yelled. Thug, what do you mean? What do you mean by that type of girl? But Yi Wu-tian was too busy to pay attention to her. At this moment, Yi Wu-tian only wanted to know the reason they had come making such a noise, preventing him from sleeping. Yi Wu-tian approached and asked the Zhu Old Devil, saying, Mr. Li owes you how much money? The Zhu Old Devil hesitated and confessed, this. 20,000 yuan. Upon hearing this amount, even someone as calm as Yi Wu-tian couldn't stay composed.
Oh shit, 20,000 yuan. Yi Wu Tian shouted angrily, 20,000 yuan and you want his granddaughter? You're all from the same village, bullying a grandfather and his granddaughter like this, don't you have any shame?
Being scolded so harshly, everyone felt embarrassed, but since they were determined to marry Li Wan-er, Hu Zi shamelessly replied, no matter what you say, Wan-er here is mine for sure. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Zi lunged at Yi Wu Tian, intending to deliver an 18R hot palm strike. Although Li Wan-er did not like Yi Wu Tian, she still remembered that he had saved her life, so she loudly warned him, "Thug, be careful." Yi Wu Tian didn't expect her to care about him. At this point, seeing Yi Wu Tian still arguing was beyond her comprehension.
Li Wan-er urged again, who cares about you?
Hurry and run, your body can't take even one hit from them.
But after waiting for a long time, they didn't hear Hu Zi strike.
Instead, all they heard was Hu Zi's painful scream. Li Wan-er didn't dare to open her eyes to look, because even Hu Zi himself was in a panic. The scene was only calm for Yi Wu Tian, while Hu Zi and the others were left wondering, what's going on here? Hu Zi's body suddenly became immobile, but Yi Wu Tian merely looked at him with disdain and said, I told you, to reverse it, all you need is a puff of gray powder. It turned out that the gray powder was a type of toxin that rendered a person unable to move. Seeing his grandson unable to move, Old Devil became worried for Hu Zi, his voice low and hoarse, Hu Zi, are you alright? Get up quickly. Hu Zi had no strength left, and could only weakly sigh, Grandfather, I can't get up.
I have no strength at all.
This caused everyone around to begin questioning.
How could he fall when he was fine just moments ago? Surely this was someone else's doing.
The whole situation seemed too strange, too eerie.
Old Devil then rushed forward and accused Yi Wu Tian, what did you do to my grandson?
Make him recover immediately, or we won't let this go. Mr. Li also felt that something was off, so he spoke on behalf of Old Devil, defending Hu Zi, Mr. Yi, after all, we're from the same village. Don't be too ruthless in situations like this, please. But Yi Wu Tian casually brushed Mr. Li's hand aside and said, out of consideration that there's no real harm, I won't pursue this matter this time. After that, he sprinkled another strange powder over Hu Zi. As the pure white powder fell onto his body, Hu Zi suddenly became excited and shouted, I can move now. Seeing that everything had come to this point, it could be considered as teaching those thugs a lesson. Yi Wu Tian turned around and walked into the house, disdainfully saying, come collect the money in 3 days.
Now, get lost. Seeing Yi Wu Tian's arrogant posture, Hu Zi could only grit his teeth, Grandfather, what do we do now? Are we just letting it go like this? I can't accept it.
Wan-er belongs to me, but Old Devil seems to think this young man is no ordinary person.
This guy is too shady. Don't provoke him in the future. But everything has a reason. That's why he suggested that in 3 days, everyone should come back to collect the money and see if he can gather the 20,000 yuan.
If he doesn't get the money, then you can't scare him either.
Old Devil had no choice but to call everyone back. Let's go.
After seeing Hu Zi and the others leave, Li Wan-er breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they were gone, and Yi Wu Tian, on the other hand, looked smug and proud.
Ha, granddaughter, were you worried about me just now? You like me but you're shy, huh?
Li Wan-er refused to admit it, shaking her head in denial. No, I was hoping that Hu Zi would beat you until you were flat on the ground. Hearing Li Wan-er say that Hu Zi could beat him down made Yi Wu Tian chuckle. Even 10 people like him wouldn't be a match for me.
Hearing this, Li Wan-er became curious. By the way, what happened earlier? Why did he suddenly collapse? Did you do something to him?
Seeing Li Wan-er so curious, Yi Wu Tian kindly explained to her.
Good or bad, I am still a divine doctor.
Don't talk about small matters like this, I can cure even the most difficult diseases. Outwardly proud, but inside, Yi Wu Tian silently felt relieved. Fortunately, yesterday when picking herbs, he had gathered a few extra types. He worked through the night, or else today would have been a disaster. From now on, he would have to make more of this.
Seeing Yi Wu Tian boast shamelessly, Li Wan-er couldn't help but laugh. Haha, boasting. I won't believe you're that good.
Being doubted like this was uncomfortable.
Yi Wu Tian sighed.
Oh, nowadays, if you tell the truth, people think you're boasting.
The sorrow of the strong.
As he sighed, he didn't forget to tease Li Wan. Besides, if I can cure everything, I should be able to cure even a mad mind. While speaking, Yi Wu Tian suddenly came up with an idea to tease her. He pointed at her flat chest and asked,
"Do you want them to get bigger?"
Before he could finish, Li Wan's eyes filled with tears, leaving Yi Wu Tian confused.
"What's wrong? Why are you crying?" "I didn't say anything inappropriate."
At that moment, Li Wan didn't care about him at all. She was lost in her own pain. "Hoo, they all bully me at school, calling me the Princess of Taiping, and now even you are bullying me." Hoo, even though being a doctor was his profession, Yi Wu Tian had always been most afraid of women's tears. Seeing her cry uncontrollably, he was at a loss for what to do. Yi Wu Tian hurriedly explained, "No, I'm serious, I'm not making fun of you, this is my specialty, don't cry." "Hey, I've already taken off your pants, I've already seen your butt."
Ha, what's there to be ashamed of at this point?"
Li Wan gathered all her courage, looked at Yi Wu Tian, and decisively pulled apart her outer garment, shouting, "Can you help me see if there's any chance my chest can get bigger?" Before Yi Wu Tian stood a flat landscape that couldn't be flatter. Even someone like Yi Wu Tian was left speechless and terrified. The next morning, Li Wan nervously paced back and forth in her room, her mind racing. He said yesterday that he could help make my chest bigger, but in the end, he didn't do anything.
Can he really do it?
Or was he just trying to take advantage of me? Just as Li Wan was beginning to doubt that Yi Wu Tian had been lying to her, she remembered the mocking voices of her classmates. "Look, Princess Taiping is lost in thought again. Wow, the terrain here, even an airplane could take off, she really can't take it anymore." Summoning all her courage, Li Wan pushed open the door and shouted, "I don't want to be Princess Taiping.
Yi Wu Tian, help me make my chest bigger."
To her surprise, Yi Wu Tian wasn't there. She only saw her grandfather cleaning the room for Yi Wu Tian.
"Oh, Grandpa, how come you're in his room?"
Seeing his granddaughter needing to find Yi Wu Tian, he immediately explained, "That kid said he was going to pick herbs, so I took the opportunity while he was away to tidy up the room a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered what his beloved granddaughter had just said. "Granddaughter, what did you just say?" "Big chest." It was incredibly hard for Li Wan to muster the courage to ask Yi Wu Tian for a breast enhancement, but who would have thought her grandfather would overhear it and even ask her about it? She felt completely embarrassed, with nowhere to hide. Li Wan hurriedly ran outside, saying, No, I didn't say anything." Mr. Li could only hurriedly call out, "Ah, granddaughter." Li Wan in her haste, didn't watch where she was going, and ended up tripping over a rock and falling. Falling is an art, and Li Wan was a pro at this. Once again, she fell right on top of Yi Wu Tian. Because of the fall, the injury on her bottom flared up again. Li Wan could only scream in pain, "It hurts, my bottom." Seeing Li Wan injured yet still running around like this, Yi Wu Tian could only sigh, "I told you to avoid strenuous activities." As a doctor, he couldn't bear to see someone injured. So, Yi Wu Tian's two pig paws itched, ready to begin massaging to relieve the pain. Seeing Yi Wu Tian approach, Li Wan at that moment, finally became fearful and screamed out.
"What? A thug? No, I don't want to."
Despite Li Wan's resistance, Yi Wu Tian proceeded to strip off her pants and gave her another rough treatment. After finishing, Yi Wu Tian casually dusted off his hands and walked towards the pharmacy. He ignored Li Wan who was lying on the side, crying pitifully, calling him a thug, a pervert, and a disgusting person. Yi Wu Tian felt exasperated with her choice of insults. All she does is shout these same words, I'm getting tired of hearing them. Ignoring Li Wan's dissatisfaction, Yi Wu Tian casually asked, "By the way, niece, what kind of fish is the most valuable?" Li Wan, no longer bothering to argue with Yi Wu Tian, answered irritably, "Of course, it's lobster, a few $100s per kilogram." Upon hearing that lobster was the most expensive, Yi Wu Tian made a decision. Then let's go with lobster. While he was lost in thought, Mr. Li entered the room, bringing a jar to Yi Wu Tian. Young man, the items you asked for are here. I'm sure this is what you needed. Seeing that Mr. Li had brought everything he requested, Yi Wu Tian checked and confirmed. That's right, this is all I need. Once everything was prepared, Yi Wu Tian began applying a strange black liquid onto the jar, to the surprise and confusion of both Grandpa and Li Wan-er. After finishing, Yi Wu Tian gestured for them to follow him. Alright, let's go. We're going fishing. At this moment, after Yi Wu Tian had placed the jar he had just carried down to the sea, he and Li Wan-er sat on the beach, gazing at the jar. It was rare to see Li Wan-er so quiet, and Yi Wu Tian, almost instinctively, thought to himself, a girl like this is truly wonderful pure beauty, nothing like those girls from the other world, who are into tattoos and violence. On the contrary, Li Wan-er was as simple as a little angel, and perhaps this was heaven's way of compensating him. As he was lost in his own thoughts, the shrill scream of Mr. Li reached his ears. Oh my God, we're rich, this must be a miracle. Seeing Mr. Li rush towards them in a panic, Li Wan-er anxiously asked, Grandfather, what's wrong? However, Mr. Li's next words made Yi Wu Tian question the meaning of life itself. Granddaughter, young man, you two should go check this out. Lobsters are coming to the shore, and this is Dongchang, one of the places with the most skyscrapers in the country. At this very moment, in a building in Yinchuan, a beautiful blonde girl with a pure heart was deeply worried. 3 days. Could it be that he's really dead? As she was deep in thought, someone knocked on the CEO's office door. Upon entering, Xiaoman hurriedly ran over to report. CEO, the bank has sent another notice. Hearing the bank again, the CEO immediately thought, could it be a reminder once more? Despite knowing the company's situation, when it had reached this point, Xiaoman could only respond, yes. Upon receiving Xiaoman's confirmation, the CEO decided, Xiaoman, please arrange for Chairman Zhu to have a meal with me. Hearing that the beautiful CEO was about to meet with Chairman Zhu, Xiaoman hurriedly intervened, CEO, Chairman Zhu is not a good person. Having a meal with him is like sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth. However, the CEO could only helplessly reply, I know him better than you do. If it weren't for his schemes, the company wouldn't be in this state, but so what? Is there any other option? Xiaoman didn't know how to respond to that. Seeing Xiaoman still in a daze, the CEO urged her again, go and make the arrangements. Switching scenes to Mr. Li's home. After a successful lobster harvest, all three of them happily celebrated with a lobster feast. This was the first time in his life that Mr. Li had eaten so many lobsters. He couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Yi, I truly appreciate you. Selling the lobsters has earned enough money for Wan-er's tuition and to pay the Zhu devil. I'm really grateful. Seeing Mr. Li getting a bit emotional, becoming increasingly tearful, Li Wan-er quickly changed the subject. Thug, how did you manage to do this? The lobsters just appeared on the shore, waiting for us to catch them. It's too miraculous. But Yi Wu Tian casually replied, I told you I'm a superhero, do you believe me? Yi Wu Tian's response was truly unbearable, causing Li Wan-er to become frustrated. She pouted and said, fine, if you don't want to talk, then don't. After that, she shyly said, thank you. Seeing her embarrassment, Yi Wu Tian couldn't help but tease her, no need to thank me. As long as you don't hit me when I give you a massage from now on, that's fine. Upon hearing this, Li Wan-er immediately got angry, if you don't take off my pants, I won't hit you. Seeing Li Wan-er look like she was about to strike him, Yi Wu Tian quickly changed the subject, why are you bringing up this troublesome topic? Can't you just let me be touched for a moment? Just as the two were teasing each other, a series of footsteps suddenly echoed. Who's that? Come in. As the elder in the house, the grandfather took the initiative to invite the guest in. To his surprise, the person who entered was Zhu Devil. When they saw Zhu Devil, both the grandfather and Li Wan-er looked like mice seeing a cat, like debtors seeing a creditor. Zhu Devil had come out of curiosity.
Seeing the grand meal being served, he asked, "Well, a big table of food, what's the occasion?" But the grandfather didn't even respond to him and just pointed straight at you old devil, shouting angrily, "You bastard, I've paid you the money, what are you doing here?" Shu old devil didn't want to drag things out, so he said, "Actually, I came here to apologize and conveniently mention something about Huzi. Look at Wan Air here, I feel like she's the one for Huzi." Upon hearing Ju old devil suggesting a connection between her and Huzi, Li Wan Air became flustered and tried to find a way to avoid the situation. Seeing her embarrassment, Yi Tian had no choice but to act as the hero rescuing the damsel. "So, you still want to match Wan Air with your grandson, right?" With that, he grabbed Li Wan Air and claimed her as his own. "Let me make it clear today, she's my woman." While holding the beauty in his arms, he didn't forget to threaten, "Tell your grandson to give up on this idea." When Li Wan Air saw Yi Tian dare to hold her and call her his woman, her face turned red as she cursed, "Thug." Before she could finish her curse, Yi Tian quickly squeezed her bottom, making it impossible for her to say anything. Being groped like that in front of everyone left Li Wan Air too embarrassed to speak. "Wow, you." Seeing she was about to say something more, Yi Tian whispered, "Do you want to marry Zhu Huzi? I'm helping you, so they won't bother you in the future." Having said that, Li Wan Air could no longer refute Yi Tian, and had no choice but to go along with his play. In the eyes of Zhu old devil, at that moment, Li Wan Air and Yi Tian were intimately hugging each other in front of everyone. Shu old devil thought to himself, seeing no resistance, it seemed this granddaughter of his had feelings for him, so he could only give up. "Ha, let the young ones decide for themselves." Seeing that nothing could be resolved, Shu old devil had no choice but to leave. "I suddenly remembered something, I'll leave first." As soon as Zhu old devil stepped out the door, Li Wan Air couldn't hold back her anger anymore. She stopped pretending and rushed towards Yi Tian, shouting, "Thug, you dare to squeeze? I'll bite you to death." But instead of hearing the sounds of a fight, there were only sounds of Li Wan Air's ecstatic screams. This only further confirmed in Zhu old devil's mind that Li Wan Air was indeed Yi Tian's. That night, Li Wan Air hastily confronted Yi Tian. "Thug, can you really make my chest bigger? Thug, do we need to use a scalpel?" Fearing Yi Tian might be a fraud, she fired off a series of questions. "You won't put silicone in my chest like those cosmetic surgery clinics, will you? Will it hurt? I'm really scared of pain." Seeing that she doubted her own abilities, Yi Tian could only provide her with a successful example. "Young lady, I once even worked on the chest of the president's granddaughter, handling this as a piece of cake." "What do you mean, the president's granddaughter? You're just bragging." Li Wan Air didn't believe that Yi Tian could have met the president's granddaughter. At this point, Yi Tian had finished preparing a bowl of black, thick medicine. Li Wan Air curiously leaned in to smell it and was surprised by how fragrant the medicine was. Seeing her naive expression, Yi Tian feared she might eat it by mistake. This wasn't something meant to be ingested. "Now, let's start the massage. Are you ready?" "Actually, I think you could reconsider, there's no need to push yourself. Just try to hold back your embarrassment." Li Wan Air firmly rejected any second thoughts. She lifted her shirt and reassured herself, "I'll just treat it like a dog touching me. Let's begin." Dog. Hearing Li Wan Air compare him to a dog, Yi Tian no longer bothered with politeness. He dipped both hands into the dark liquid and began reaching toward the flat surface in front of him. As soon as Yi Tian's hand touched her chest, the cold sensation made Li Wan Air let out a soft moan. As for Yi Tian, when his hand made contact with that soft yet firm spot, he could not describe the feeling. This made Yi Tian think to himself, could the legend be true? The prosperous son, the small steamed bun? After an hour of massage, Li Wan Air was exhausted, her body limp, lying on the bed, breathing heavily. Huff, huff. Meanwhile, Yi Tian pretended to remain calm as he said, "Tomorrow, I'll give you some medicine. Make sure to take it on time." With that, he quickly left her room. In the dark corner, he checked his own body and couldn't help but feel disgusted. This body was too frail.
After just a short massage, it was already on the brink of exhaustion. From the way it was slouching, he thought he should make some tonic for himself, something to strengthen the body. The original owner of this body had died under unclear circumstances, but if he had a stronger physique, wouldn't it be easier to deal with anything in the future? The more he thought about it, the deeper the night seemed, but then, surprisingly, he realized that working with firearms was also a kind of technical job. At this moment, in Dongchang, in a luxurious, high-end villa, an elderly man and a younger one were in conversation. According to the report from below, the bastard child had died. The middle-aged man couldn't believe what he had just heard. He questioned, "Dead? What happened?" The young member quickly explained, "The specific situation, I'm not sure, but I heard that a few mafia guys killed him." The more he spoke, the more sinister his expression became. "This is indirectly helping us clean up." Now that the danger has been dealt with, the middle-aged man also advised, "Uncle too probably doesn't know what's going on." "Don't mention this, just pretend you don't know." The son responded, his expression growing even more sly, "I know what to do." It's as if Uncle too doesn't know. "We'll just wait and enjoy the show, the worry is gone." The middle-aged man then asked about his son's love life. "By the way, how are things going with Xingyu? The self-proclaimed king of romance still can't handle that woman?" Although he calls himself the king of romance, when facing Xingyu, even the guy with black hair can only mumble. Xingyu was not like other women. Seeing that his son had no prospects, the middle-aged man scolded, "If she were like other women, she wouldn't be Ouyang Xingyu. This step is very important, you must have her under control. Our family can only cooperate with the Ouyang family." The new position could only be solidified. Fearing that his father would fly into a rage, he could only respond, "I will do my best." Meanwhile, over here, Yi Wu-tian was leisurely preparing medicine when suddenly, Li Wan-er dashed in like mad. "Thug, it's bad, hurry, we need to go, quickly." Startled by her, the medicinal bowl fell and shattered. Seeing the medicine he had painstakingly made all day now wasted, Yi Wu-tian cursed at Li Wan-er in frustration. "I spent so much time making that medicine. What medicine now?" Li Wan-er urged urgently, "There's an epidemic in the village, Grandpa told us to leave immediately." Yi Wu-tian was surprised at the mention of an epidemic, but Li Wan-er had no time to explain further. She grabbed his hand and dragged him away. "Let's just run first." Yi Wu-tian was confused. An epidemic? Why would there be an epidemic out of nowhere? But at that moment, a group of people who looked like epidemic control doctors during the COVID-19 outbreak stopped them. "Stop. To prevent the epidemic from spreading, you are under quarantine. Go to the isolation area immediately. You cannot leave the epicenter." Yi Wu-tian angrily shouted, "Who are you to quarantine us? We're not infected. Get out of the way." But this doctor wasn't so simple. Without saying a word, he pointed a gun directly at Yi Wu-tian's face. "Anyone who resists will be forcibly injected with a tranquilizer." Seeing that the other side even used a tranquilizer gun, it was over. A tranquilizer gun was also used. Did they really have to go this far? While he was thinking of a way to leave this place, Li Wan-er tugged at his hand and advised, "It seems we have to go with them." At the quarantine area, everyone was dressed in full protective gear and wearing face masks, as the epidemic situation was very complicated. Li Wan-er and Yi Wu-tian were sent to the quarantine area like this. As the nurse guided them to the isolation room, she shouted loudly at them, "Wait here." Yi Wu-tian frowned when he heard this. His eyes scanned the surroundings thoughtfully. They called it quarantine, but it was no different from being temporarily detained while awaiting death. Therefore, everyone here looked tired and disheartened, their appearances clearly showing exhaustion. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Li Wan-er immediately recognized it. It was her grandfather. Mr. Li saw that both of them had been brought into the quarantine camp and reproached his granddaughter a little. Hadn't he told her to take the male lead and leave? What made her return like this? Hearing this, Li Wan-er awkwardly responded to her grandfather, "It's because they came too quickly." At that moment, one of the people in quarantine called out loudly to old Mr. Li, urging him not to torment himself. Since the epidemic was discovered just a few hours ago, the entire village had been sealed off, and no one could escape. Hearing this, old Mr. Li fell into deep thought and turned to ask Li Wan, "What should we do now?" He was old, and if anything happened, it wouldn't matter much to him. Anyway, he won't live much longer, death is deserved. But his granddaughter is still young. If something happens. At this point, old man Li fell silent. Li Wan also became lost in thought. Seeing her grandfather like this, she felt a sense of anxiety rising within her. She called out, "Grandpa," trying to comfort him. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. The doctor has already arrived, everything will be over soon." Old man Li looked disillusioned, with a hint of reproach in his voice as he sighed. "The doctor? If they could fix it, they wouldn't have locked all the villagers in here." At that moment, the male protagonist seemed to ponder for a moment. What exactly happened in the village? I heard that those infected show symptoms like fever, headaches, muscle aches, tense and uncomfortable bodies, and disordered behavior. Although he was a pharmacist, he wasn't a doctor. With his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, he wasn't well versed in illnesses like this. The situation seemed like something he should investigate further. He raised his voice and reminded everyone, "I'll go take a look myself." Upon hearing this, Li Wan, seeing Yi Wu Tian about to head out, immediately panicked and rushed to stop him. She hurriedly said, "Yi Wu Tian, you can't go." Yi Wu Tian looked at the scene, somewhat surprised. Li Wan, extremely anxious, reminded him, "What if you get infected too?" Li also continued, advising Yi Wu Tian, "Even if you go outside, you won't know what's going to happen. It's better to stay here." Yi Wu Tian smiled lightly upon hearing this and reassured them, "I'll be fine." With that, Yi Wu Tian stepped outside to check the situation. However, as soon as he stepped out, he was stopped. Wei Junji, the doctor in charge of this area, saw Yi Wu Tian running out and immediately shouted to stop him, angrily asking, "What are you doing out here? Didn't we say this place is not somewhere you people can wander around?" The protagonist explained, "I'm just stepping outside for some fresh air." "What's the situation now? I also want to know if the doctors here have figured out a solution yet. If so, I can help." Wei Junji became even angrier after hearing Yi Wu Tian's words. They, as professors, couldn't solve the problem, so how could an unknown person like Yi Wu Tian suddenly jump in and help? He irritatedly told Yi Wu Tian to go back inside and not make a fuss here. Yi Wu Tian thought to himself that doctors nowadays had such bad tempers. He awkwardly said, "It's fine, you continue with your work, don't mind me." At this moment, he truly no longer had any patience left for the male protagonist, directly shouting loudly, "Did I say you're deaf? Turn around and come back, can you hear me?" Yi Wu Tian no longer tolerated him either and coldly said, "Does this place allow you to flail your arms around?" Hearing Yi Wu Tian's words, he trembled with rage. "Fine," his face twisted into an ugly grimace. Fine, he had the courage, so he immediately called for security. He accused Yi Wu Tian of spreading a plague and demanded that Yi Wu Tian be shot. No one liked to be falsely accused. The male protagonist had originally been patient with him, but finally reached his limit, angrily retorting, "If I'm leaving, then I'm leaving. I clearly said I wanted to help, but it turned into spreading a plague." He pointed directly at his face and questioned, "Do you still have any shame?" At this moment, a voice from afar interrupted the argument between the two. "What's all the noise about? What's going on?" The person who arrived was Dr. Wu. When Wei Junji saw someone approach, he immediately pointed at Yi Wu Tian and said, "Mr. Wu, you came at the perfect time." He said he has a solution to the problem. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wu sternly reminded him, "Wei Junji, you shouldn't speak recklessly. A young man like this is nothing like a doctor." Yi Wu Tian refused to back down and mocked Wei Junji as a puppet soldier. That name suited him perfectly, and he further taunted his parents, saying how insightful they must have been to give him such a name. He immediately became irritated upon hearing that, wanting to beat Yi Wu Tian senseless. He waved his hand at the male lead and said, "What my name is has nothing to do with you." Then he asked if he had any proof to show he was a doctor, mocking him further. "If you don't have any, then get the hell out. What are you even trying to help with?" He angrily asked if Yi Wu Tian even deserved to be called one. Of course, the male lead was the author's darling character. He remained calm, pointing at him and asking, "What are the effects of traditional Chinese medicine, specifically the Qi Niao and Mi Meng flowers?" Wei Junji was taken aback and asked, "What?" Before he could respond, the male lead smirked coldly. "The effects are to clear heat and expel fire, specifically for treating people with foul mouths like yours." At that moment, Wei Junji was furious and grabbed Yi Wu Tian's collar, questioning him. "Who are you calling foul-mouthed? Say it clearly." Yi Wu Tian didn't even bother to acknowledge him, continuing to mock. "Fire mixed with cinnabar and pearl extract can help improve your mental state and keep you from being dehydrated." After that, he completely ignored Wei Junji's outbursts. Yi Wu Tian waved his hand, brushing his grip aside, his eyes cold and stern as he said, "No one understands medicinal herbs better than I do. If I'm not worthy, then you certainly aren't even worth mentioning." Mr. Wu was extremely surprised when he saw the scene and immediately asked if the male lead was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Yi Wu Tian quickly buttoned his shirt and calmly replied, "I dare not claim such a title. I'm not a doctor, I just have a basic understanding of herbs." Mr. Wu gently pushed his glasses up, greatly admiring the male lead's talent. It was impressive that someone who wasn't a doctor could casually prescribe a prescription. This young man was truly humble. He threw an arm around the male lead's shoulders and, disregarding the other person, said, "Let's go, I'll take you to see the patient." Thus, Yi Wu Tian was brought to the patient's room. After observing for a while, the symptoms were exactly as described earlier. The patient had a pale complexion and was physically weak. Mr. Wu turned to ask the male lead if he had any observations. The male lead, however, asked him what he thought first. Wei Junji, who had just been humiliated in front of so many people, was harboring resentment. He sneered, fanning the flames of the situation. He really thought he was impressive, but somehow this fish who couldn't even survive had been brought here. What use was he, after all? Of course, the male lead wouldn't let anyone talk in such a roundabout way. His cold, sharp gaze flicked over to him, and with disdain, he said, "He's a bit noisy." That small action alone sent a chill down Wei Junji's spine. The anger mixed with fear made him unable to act against the male lead, and he had to suppress his frustration. At the same time, Mr. Wu felt a wave of irritation in his heart. That guy spoke without thinking, and on top of that, was intimidated by the male lead's glare. He was useless when it came to actual work. It was clear that choosing him in the first place had been a mistake. But the important issue still needs to be resolved first. Mr. Wu pushed his glasses up and recounted the details from the medical records to Yi Wu Tian. The symptoms of fever, headache, and muscle pain appeared in most of the cases. "So, you deduce that the bacteria are contagious and lead to an infectious disease, but we'll have to wait for the lab results before a conclusion can be made." After thinking for a moment, the protagonist spoke to Mr. Wu. "I have a prescription that we can try once. Just hand me some paper and a pen." With that, the protagonist began writing, listing the herbs needed for the prescription. Ephedra 20g, ginseng 20g, huanglin 15g, cinnamon heart 10g, white root 25g, almonds 10g, fong fong 20g, decoct them into a bowl, take 3 times a day. He also named this prescription customary ladder. Mr. Wu glanced over it and exclaimed, "Customary ladder. I've seen this name in documents before, but I've never actually encountered it. I didn't expect someone as young as Yi Wu Tian to have such advanced medical skills." Mr. Wu then handed the prescription to the nurse, instructing her to follow it and give it a try.
The nurse followed Mr. Wu's orders and carried out the task. Wei Junshi over there was sulking, constantly muttering in dissatisfaction, "What's all this about a customary ladder? What's he pretending to be?"
Just then, the male lead turned around and smiled at him, causing him to shudder in fear. Of course, Yi Wu-tian didn't forget to mock him. He truly was a puppet soldier, lacking skill but still managing to talk in an eloquent, indirect way.
He then asked, "Do you have a wife?"
"If you do, you'd better divorce her soon to avoid bringing harm to her."
Wei Junji became furious upon hearing this, unable to hold back and shouted loudly, "You bastard, what do you mean by that? This needs to be explained clearly. Otherwise, it's not going to end well."
The male lead sneered and asked him if he felt a heavy waist, swollen feet, difficulty urinating, and if his lower body often felt cold.
Hearing this, Wei Junji became scared and nervously asked, "How does the male lead know?"
Naturally, Yi Wu-tian had to tease him, laughing as he continued to list out the symptoms he was experiencing. Not only that, but he also added, "You also often have headaches and dizziness, poor sleep quality, always dreaming, waking up frequently to urinate at night, and your face is pale and weak." At this moment, Wei Junshi was panicked. How could this be? The male lead had gotten everything right. Closing his eyes, Yi Wu-tian knew his condition well. He had kidney deficiency, and given his current state, there was absolutely no way he could satisfy his wife. That's why the male lead had advised him to divorce sooner. After hearing this, he was both angry and embarrassed, but he still stubbornly retorted, saying the male lead was talking nonsense. He even raised his voice, declaring, "Every night, my wife screams and begs for mercy when I'm doing my duty. You can't just talk rubbish like that." The crowd immediately started whispering and mocking, laughing sarcastically. Judging by Wei Junji's expression, it really seemed like he had been hit with the truth. He looked strong on the outside, but inside, it was another story. It's true that you can know a person's face but not their kidneys. How pitiful. At this point, Wei Junji could no longer endure it. He was shaking with anger, and just then, the nurse, having prepared the medicine according to Yi Wu-tian's prescription, came forward. Mr. Wu didn't hesitate and urged the patient to take the medicine. The nurse handed the medicine to the patient, with Mr. Wu supervising.
About an hour later, under everyone's watch, the patient indeed showed signs of improvement.
His complexion had turned rosy, and his breathing was steady.
He was now sleeping peacefully. Wei Junji, witnessing this, was shocked. A sense of doubt filled his mind. Could it be that Yi Wu-tian really was a miraculous doctor? If so, then his condition could actually be cured. This time, he no longer dared to act arrogantly like before. Instead, he became much more cautious, respectfully addressing the male lead as Yi Divine Doctor. He confessed everything to him, saying, "To be honest, I didn't dare to hide anything." His bad temper today was also due to being disrespected by his wife last night, being kicked off the bed. He hoped that the man could forgive him. However, Yi Wu-tian didn't hesitate for a moment and said, "I won't treat you." Upon hearing this, a wave of panic rose in his heart. He pleaded with the male lead. He was only 30 years old, and there were still many positions he hadn't tried. If he grew weaker like this, he couldn't accept it. He begged the male lead to help him heal. As long as the male lead helps, he would certainly pay a high price. Yi Wu-tian then turned and spoke to himself, his face haggard, his subordinates powerless. His excessive indulgence and pleasure had harmed his health. What does that have to do with me? I'm not a doctor. If I have no medical ethics, I don't have to save anyone. What you do is completely up to you. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving him behind. Of course, before he left, the male lead casually bade them farewell. The plague has been eradicated. The other patients can follow the prescription. Goodbye, everyone. Everyone watched as Yi Wu-tian's figure disappeared, their hearts filled with emotions that were hard to put into words. At this moment, Wei Junshi was full of regret. He cursed himself for being blind. Why did he have to provoke the divine doctor? What now? How was he supposed to cure this disease?
Mr. Wu, as usual, pushed his glasses up and sighed once again in his heart. This young man is truly deep and inscrutable.
He's definitely not someone simple.
7 days later, thanks to the use of Yi Wu Tian's remedy, more than 10 villagers infected with the contagious disease were successfully treated. The epidemic was brought under control, and no new cases emerged. The crisis of pollution and disease had been resolved, and all the villagers marveled at Yi Wu Tian's abilities. Everyone cheerfully praised him as a divine doctor. Divine Dr. Yi, on behalf of the village, I thank you. Faced with the villagers' gratitude, the protagonist humbly denied being a physician. Eventually, Yi Wu Tian returned to his normal life, focusing on recuperating his body. He applied a series of medicinal herbs onto himself, then let out a loud ah, and forcefully began absorbing them bit by bit. In just a short moment, he had absorbed everything. He thought to himself that after several days of rest and treatment, his once frail body had finally grown stronger. Of course, Yi Wu Tian's concern wasn't limited to the upper half of his body. With a low growl, he commanded it to rise, and just like that, it did. The protagonist couldn't help but laugh in delight. This little brother of mine is so unreliable, weak one moment and fierce the next. Still, for a man, the body is his capital. No matter what gets delayed, this little brother can't be neglected. Just then, Li Wanair cheerfully walked over, intending to share the good news of an upcoming interview with Yi Wu Tian. But the moment she reached the door, she was met with this unexpected scene. A young woman like Li Wanair could hardly endure the shocking force of the protagonist's little brother. Her eyes turned red as she shouted, "You pervert! What the hell did you just show me?" Not only that, she instinctively flailed her arms and legs despite tightly shutting her eyes, and in the chaos, she flung the bottle she was holding. Unfortunately, the bottle flew straight and struck the protagonist's little brother. Yi Wu Tian was in agonizing helplessness, the pain, who could understand it? He trembled, powerless, leaning against the wall. Damn, my little brother had struggled so hard to recover, and now you're going to make him useless again. In a different turn of events, a girl who introduced herself as Wang Fanxi, a reporter from a TV station, came to find the male lead. Not only did she come alone, but she also brought a group of people with her. Blocking his way, she was very familiar with interview scripts and confidently started to approach, saying, "Hello, I'm Wang Fanxi, a reporter from the TV station. I'm being bold today and would like to interview you. I wonder if you could spare me a little of your time." Yi Wu Tian lazily pointed to his flawless, handsome face and nonchalantly said, "You came to find me? First of all, I'm not a divine doctor, not even a regular doctor. Second, I don't have free time, please leave." The male lead thought to himself, the original owner of this body is probably already dead at the hands of an enemy. If I show my face on TV now, my current position could be exposed, and the enemy might come after me. With this thought in mind, the male lead really didn't want to die. He cleverly pushed the interview off to Dr. Wu and his team. "I'm just an ordinary person. It's Dr. Wu and his team who are the key figures." However, Wang Fanxi wasn't ready to give up on him. She continued, saying, "People in the village all say you're a divine doctor. I can't just let this go." She even started to soften her tone, coaxing him with sweet words, implying that taking the interview could elevate his reputation. She added, "You don't want to fade into obscurity, do you?" The villagers, upon hearing this, became even more enthusiastic in their encouragement. "That's right, Yi Sheni, you should accept the interview. As long as you give your name, are you afraid you won't make money? This is a golden opportunity." Li Wanair, like the rest of them, was innocent and naive, not understanding the situation. Finally, thinking of the bright future they painted, she couldn't help but sigh. If Yi Wu Tian makes it on TV, he'll definitely gain fame. This really is a good thing. Upon hearing this, the protagonist teased the naive girl. "You little one, go play elsewhere, don't interfere." Li Wanair, of course, didn't like being treated as a child, so she pouted and snorted.
Fine then, Wang Fancy is even more like a cockroach, hit her over and over and she won't die. She, with the crowd around, urged the protagonist to accept the interview. Look, everyone is saying you're a doctor, don't hide anything. Yi Wu Tian chuckled lightly when he heard this. Is that so? Then he pointed at Wang Fancy and, with a bit of swagger, teased, everyone in the village says you're my wife, so tell me, are you my wife? The crowd gasped and exclaimed, oh shit, this guy is really impressive, daring to tease Wang Fancy in broad daylight. The times have really changed. Wang Fancy, hearing this, laughed lightly, if you want me to be your wife, first, you have to let me do the interview. Although she said this, in her heart, she resented the protagonist for taking advantage of her. She told herself to endure, to bear with it, and not let this bastard get away with it. Yi Wu Tian saw this scene and gave a slight smile. Despite being teased by a stranger like that, the person still managed to hold back, truly, someone with great calculation. A person like this wouldn't need to be taken as a wife. In her heart, Li Wan Air also agreed. That's right, it should be like that. There's no need to take Wang Fancy as a wife, but she couldn't help but sigh at how vile this thug was, daring to tease anyone. At that moment, a loud laugh came from afar. Ha, what's all this commotion? The one who arrived was none other than Mr. Wu, Dr. Wu. Yi Wu Tian could somewhat guess, furrowing his brows and questioning. Is he the one who spoke about the matter of lifting the plague for her? Mr. Wu chuckled lightly. All the credit is truly due to divine Dr. Yi. How could I dare take credit for it? Your exquisite medical skills have given me hope in traditional Chinese medicine. A talent like yours must save many patients from the hands of death. Hearing this, Yi Wu Tian felt displeased. Saving people is a doctor's job. What does it have to do with me? The male lead pointed at the cameraman, demanding him to stop immediately and hand over the footage. Yi Wu Tian thought to himself, if that footage were to be leaked, even he would have a hard time protecting himself, let alone saving anyone. At this moment, Wang Fancy rushed forward, shouting for the cameraman to continue filming, ignoring Yi Wu Tian's words, and arrogantly assuming she had the right to conduct an interview. The male lead had reached his limit of patience, and he angrily retorted with her, I also have the right to refuse an interview. I suggest you hand over the footage and leave. Seeing the situation escalating, Mr. Wu quickly stepped in to mediate. Everyone, take a step back. If there's an issue, let's sit down and talk it through. We're all on the same side here. Upon hearing this, Wang Fancy pretended to feel wronged and said, I didn't mean it like that. She only blames Yi Wu Tian for unreasonable blocking her. She tolerated him playing with her before, so why not just endure a little interview? It's not like she's asking for his life. Outsiders would advise the male lead to accept the interview, after all, it's beneficial for his future development. Making a fuss like this is really unnecessary. Yi Wu Tian slightly furrowed his brow. He had originally planned to stay in the fishing village for a few more days, but he hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. It seemed that he had to leave immediately, he thought to himself, and decided to act on it right away. The male lead pointed at Wang Fancy's face, demanding she come into the room to talk with him and specified that only she could enter. Hearing this, she was immediately flustered, clutching her body with her hands, and feigned indignation, shouting loudly, What do you want? Just because I'm weak, do you want to humiliate me? On top of that, she even called those who go along with you fools. The male lead saw this scene and sneered, Isn't that right, Wang Fancy? Please, look at my hands. It was only then that she realized the problem. She looked down at her hands, which had turned completely black, and was horrified. A mix of anger and fear surged within her, and tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. You're calling Yi Wu Tian a bastard, what have you done to me? She shouted. The male lead turned around, gave her a disdainful glance, and said coldly, If you don't want both your hands to stay like this for the rest of your life, only I can treat it. She frantically pointed at his back and cursed, You're threatening me. Don't think you're the only one who knows how to diagnose diseases in this world. She angrily turned to Mr. Wu, seeking help, hoping he could figure out how to treat her condition. Mr. Wu, as usual, pushed his glasses up and stepped forward to take a look. However, even he was shocked. He sighed and admitted that he was getting old. He could only tell that this was caused by a mixture of various herbs. Forget treatment, he didn't even know what kind of medicine it was. Indeed, his words struck Wang Fanci like a thunderclap. It seemed she was done for. She was in a panic, her eyes teary, lost in thought, and it was inevitable that some disturbing thoughts began to creep in. How could it be? Even Mr. Wu had no clue. At this moment, the expression on his face was one of astonishment, mixed with the ups and downs of a tangled mind, full of confusion. The man spoke slowly, carefully choosing his words. "You should go in with ye, the divine physician." Although he was somewhat reckless, his nature was not bad. If it were otherwise, he wouldn't have attempted to resolve the epidemic. Instead, there was a look of stubborn defiance in his eyes, unwilling to back down, eager to see what the other could do. In his round eyes, there was the shadow of that person. When facing him, she frowned slightly, focusing all her attention on the person opposite her. Finally, he spoke, his voice gentle and calm, setting a condition for both of them, causing the reporter Wang to silently swallow a mouthful of saliva, listening carefully to every word, hoping to exchange it for a cure. "Reporter Wang, I would like to ask you to help me with something, as a condition." "I'll help you cure your hand." However, she felt very dissatisfied, looking uncomfortable as she voiced her reasoning. "The way my hand became like this was because of you. Do you really think I'll agree?" Very quickly, he responded arrogantly and sharply, leaving her no way out. She had to agree. If she did not undergo treatment within the hour, her hands would remain in that condition forever. Next came an exchange regarding the investigation into his true identity. "I need you to help me investigate my true identity." As soon as these words were spoken, his voice remained smooth and fluctuating, with a calmness in his eyes. His series of actions flowed effortlessly, like water running and clouds drifting, making it even harder for her to understand. She felt confused, almost as if she had misheard, unable to stop herself from speaking. "Is your mind not working properly? Who are you to need me to investigate? And what makes you think I could find anything?" Her arrogant tone was quickly extinguished by his sharp response, replaced with sarcasm and an explanation that was painfully detailed. "Don't pretend like your background is perfectly normal. If not, then you must be a notoriously bad journalist. I'm sure you've been fired at least 8 times, if not 10. Besides, I've checked with others. That Mr. Wu is a towering figure in the medical field. For you to call him Mr. Wu so casually, even to act all spoiled around him, it's not something an ordinary person would have the right to do." This made her fall silent, her face turning unpleasant, her mind filled with worry as she began to piece together the mystery of his true identity. This person could not be judged by appearances alone. He was far from simple. "To be honest with you, I have amnesia." After that sentence, those were his own words added in. The reason he woke up near this fishing village was likely because someone had thrown him into the sea. "My original plan was to hide in the village and secretly investigate the clues. Your sudden appearance has disrupted my plan. As for me, I have already died once, and I don't want to die again." He successfully silenced her, leaving her stunned by the truths he revealed. After hearing this, she hesitated and parted her lips. "You're telling the truth, you really have lost your memory." Looking at his straightforward yet seemingly indifferent demeanor, she concealed her judgments and choices, which were different from before. If he really had been thrown into the sea by the enemy, then those people would surely try to kill him again. "I only wanted to interview, I never intended to harm anyone." Suddenly, a basin of water was dropped, splashing droplets that snapped her back to reality. "I don't need to deceive you, especially since if it weren't for you making such a racket, my situation wouldn't be this dangerous. So you have to help me." The white powder was quickly poured into the basin and dissolved into the water. She hesitated, wondering if this was the antidote, and placed her hands in the solution for 3 minutes. Although she wasn't sure if it would heal her, she still followed his instructions. In the end,
the effectiveness of the medicine freed her from the poison. Her eyes brightened with joy, her voice full of surprise, and she complimented with admiration, "This is really amazing, the effect is so obvious. It's just like something out of a martial arts novel." He saw this and leaned against the wall, slowly repeating the agreement, "I've stated my request. The rest is up to you." Outside, everyone was waiting for the result. As soon as they saw her fair, flawless hands, completely unharmed, they immediately gathered in a group, wide-eyed, exclaiming in awe, "Look at Wang's hands. They've returned to normal, oh my god, it's so miraculous. Truly worthy of the title Yi the Divine Doctor." She paid no attention to them, lifting her gaze to the figure of the young man who had helped her. "As for the favor you asked of me, I will take care of it thoroughly." Once the matter was settled, she led the way, telling everyone to head back. "Xiao Yi, what did you and Fancy discuss? What favor did you ask him for?" Suddenly, a steady voice from behind rang out, causing him to frown. "What's wrong with you, Mr. Wu?" He mysteriously pushed up his glasses. "I'm just afraid you're too tense, which might lead to a bad outcome." "Do you know her background, Xiao Yi?" "I don't know what your intentions are in getting close to her. Our hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department still has an opening for the head position. I wonder if you might be interested." Mr. Wu rubbed his hands, smiling with a friendly look, but in return, he got a firm rejection from him. "Not interested. The interview's over now. If there's nothing else, you can go." Mr. Li hadn't said enough yet and continued his efforts to recruit him, throwing a very tempting economic offer. "Don't be too hasty to refuse. Besides the head of the TCM department, I can push you to an even higher position. House, car, and money are all easy matters." But he still refused outright. "Mr. Wu, thank you for your kindness, I appreciate the gesture. However, I'm not a doctor, so even if you offer more to tempt me, I can't accept." After saying this, he saw him off, leaving him with a stunned expression. As night fell, he looked out through the window at the bright sky, and behind him was the familiar voice of a girl. She lingered, her gaze on him as she spoke. "Thug, do you really have to go? Couldn't you stay?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The words in his mind had already been rehearsed, he was just waiting for the right moment to say them. After everything that had happened, staying here was no longer an option. He had originally planned to wait a few more days. She shook her head in resistance, sincerely voicing her desire to face difficulties with him. "I'm not afraid. Whatever happens, we can face it together, I'm not afraid." He stared at her blankly, rubbing her head and teasing her, making her feel even more reluctant to part. Together, they made a promise. "Ha, silly child, even though I'm moving out, maybe I'll visit you at school later." The naive girl, fearing that he might deceive her, wanted to pinky swear with him. "Really?" Once the word was said, it was settled, they pinky swore without hesitation. He immediately followed through with the childish act. Pinky swear, then pinky swear. At that moment, his mind wandered, keeping him awake. Why did he always feel troubled in his heart? Was this the feeling of someone caring for him? It was so nice. The elderly man, familiar within the household, looked at him and kindly said, "Yi, I'm old now, I can no longer do much. Now, it's the world of the young, go ahead, whatever you decide, I'll support you." "Thank you," he responded with a smile. The atmosphere changed the moment Yu Huzi opened the door wide. Suddenly, he bent down, sincerely pleading, "Yi, the divine doctor, I beg you to take me as your disciple." She was stunned, then asked on behalf of everyone to confirm once more. "Are you here to be my disciple?" Few words, but with deep meaning, he directly knelt on the ground, making him satisfied, and he showered him with praise. "Kid, you have good eyes. Knowing that rolling with me will surely bring success. It's a pity, I'm not planning to take on any disciples. Go back." He was sweating, wanting to prove himself. "Master, is there any place where I haven't satisfied you? Don't hesitate, just tell me and I will change." "I will definitely change until you are satisfied," but I cannot change my decision.
Go back, I really don't accept disciples. He thought to himself, did he even hear what I said? Is this what a master is like? Just calling out master directly caught people off guard. Master, I really want to learn from you.
Please, master, please allow me. Without waiting long, he kept showing his sincerity by repeatedly kowtowing, making the elderly person beside him unable to bear watching.
How can someone with such low intelligence be so troublesome? It must be that the old devil is instigating him. That old fox.
Even she was embarrassed and tried to stop him. Huzi, please get up.
Mr. Yi said no, so your kneeling won't help.
Huzi raised his face, smiling and agreeing.
Yes, master's wife is absolutely right, I will get up now.
That single sentence shifted the topic, causing the person referred to as master's wife to suddenly flush red with embarrassment.
Master's wife? What are you saying? Who is the master's wife? You shouldn't talk nonsense.
After that remark, the disciple presented the stack of beautiful pink bills, making the three of them stare blankly at the sight of the carefree wave of his hand as he bid them farewell with a grin. Master's wife, these 20,000 are a gift for everyone.
If it's not enough, come find me. I'll take my leave now.
At that moment, who could have known that the girl beside him paid no attention to the series of actions from this man, instead only focusing on the words master's wife with immense joy.
Master's wife, being called that feels so wonderful.
After the exchange, waiting for a response as expected, the day finally arrived when journalist Wang returned, bringing the news with him.
Journalist Wang, you're here so soon to find me. Does that mean you have news?
He had expected to quickly learn the truth about his own identity, but upon seeing her expression, not only was it cold, but there was also an ominous layer of gloom surrounding her.
He casually asked, trying to get to the point.
Why do you look like that?
What do you mean by looking at me as if I'm some disgusting trash?
Indeed, the person holding the file in her hands had eyes filled with contempt and a frightening amount of disdain. She handed over the stack of papers, her voice laced with irritation. Take a look for yourself. When he took the file, their fingers accidentally brushed against each other, and immediately, her reaction became extremely intense. Her body tensed, and she hurriedly grabbed a piece of paper to wipe away the trace left by his touch.
How disgusting, so nauseating, hurry up and wipe it clean. Enduring the bizarre situation from earlier, witnessing this exaggerated display, left him bewildered, unable to hold back a scolding remark. What the hell is this? I haven't done anything morally wrong.
As he spoke, he flipped through the pile of documents, muttering to himself upon seeing her still diligently cleaning, is it really that bad? But that very remark struck him hard in the present moment, causing his eyes to widen in shock. He scrambled through the papers in haste, only to explode in anger, throwing everything aside.
His head spinning, he asked, are you sure all of these documents are mine, Wang?
Without hesitation, as soon as he asked, he received her sharp, acerbic reply completely accurate. Just being in the same room with him seemed to make her feel disgusted. Her brows furrowed tightly, her finger pointing without any modesty, her voice dripping with disdain, but also an undeniable certainty about the information she had brought. This only further unsettled him, leaving him unable to believe what he was seeing. He had to keep rereading the text on the paper, cursing under his breath. It turned out that the subject of the investigation was a person with a reputation for being a notorious playboy, and on top of that, a complete scumbag, always demanding money from his family, and every night, without fail, he frequented the city's biggest nightclubs. After going through a flood of information that almost shocked him to death, he ultimately had to reluctantly remain lost in endless thoughts. In the previous world, he never even approached women, yet he never expected that the body he was reincarnated into would belong to such a debauched person. Now it was clear why, when he was nearly on air, he wanted to take advantage of her. Turns out it was because of the tricks this body played. Looking at the man's constantly changing expressions, the girl behind him, who had originally felt disgusted, suddenly timidly spoke, with that expression of yours, could it be that you've really lost your memory?
You really don't remember anything?
Hearing her uncertainty, he immediately confirmed his integrity. Of course, someone like me, upright and righteous, How could I be like some scum who thinks of taking advantage of women day and night? He thought to himself, I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the original owner of this body was also shameless, so this might actually be a good thing. In the future, it might reduce some trouble.
Seeing his certainty, she didn't continue the previous topic.
Instead, she immediately brought up some other information she found on the paper. Although the documents were dozens of pages long, all detailing how he had harmed many women, there were also a few other pieces of information.
He had a company and a fiancée.
He nodded in agreement.
Yes, I see that too.
Because, after a quick glance, he had already memorized all the important information, and was still pleased that in his previous life, he had been single. Even now, he had a fiancée, but the journalist, Wang, still wore a serious expression and proceeded to bring up the company's situation and his fiancée. As far as I know, that company seems to be facing difficulties, and moreover, your fiancée is in danger.
Danger? What kind of danger?
He immediately asked, his face showing a hint of concern. She didn't waste any time and answered directly, saying she had been framed. The mention of the word framed brought up suspicions that made him quietly connect the dots.
Framed.
The original owner of this body had been thrown into a desolate mountain.
Could there be a connection between these two events?
With his suspicions, he wanted to know the exact answer, so he asked her if she knew who was behind it. But instead, she responded with an indifferent, almost dismissive tone.
Why should I tell you? It seems I don't need to tell you.
Her eyes were calm and direct.
This is your problem.
Her demeanor made him frown in judgment. In an instant, he figured out that she wanted to exchange information with him. He asked her what it was that she wanted to know. This piqued her interest greatly, and she generously offered him some praise.
Smart. I only like to associate with intelligent people.
Then, she got straight to the point and asked a question that implied she wanted to know why, in the past, he didn't know any medicine, but now he did. He heard it and chuckled softly, his voice carrying the force of someone stating the obvious.
Wang reporter, what if I say I don't know?
Following this was a ridiculous sentence, almost like a joke, but one that carried an underlying threat.
Right now, there are only the two of us in the room. Juan Air and Mr. Lee are both out shopping. Aren't you afraid I might take action against you? She confidently replied, Why should I be afraid of you?
Her answer was entirely reasonable, and she added, The situation right now is dangerous, you're the one being chased, not me. Suddenly, he lunged at her, grabbing her and forcing them both to fall onto the cold floor. This caused the proud girl to panic and curse angrily.
Damn it, what are you doing? No explanation? If you don't stop, I'll make a move. Just so you know, I'm a 5th degree black belt in Aikido. You won't get the upper hand.
Not allowing her to speak too much, he silenced her with a hand gesture. On the wall, there were bullet marks, which made her sit up, stunned in an instant. The person who fired the shot was still outside the house. He realized the situation was dangerous and immediately became alert.
She anxiously asked him, What should we do now? I don't know either, do you think I have an answer?
Hearing that, she became flustered and scared, also annoyed at being caught up in this messy trouble, especially the life and death situation. Therefore, she wanted him to come up with a solution faster.
Damn it! On the contrary, you think of a solution faster, these people are definitely here to kill you.
Her voice was laced with a quiet scolding, but it was quickly shut down by his response.
Not necessarily. Mr. Wu and your family may hold a high position, but who knows if he has offended someone? Quickly call the police. Is this the time to be talking about love? She angrily pulled out her phone and snapped, Who's talking about love with you? Shameless.
In her anger, she intended to use the phone to resolve the situation, but unfortunately, a heavy, cold object fell from above, causing her to freeze and lose her grip on the phone. At this moment, a pistol silently descended towards her head through the window frame.
Upon seeing the journalist Wang being threatened, he couldn't help but feel uneasy.
Finally, under the intense pressure from the enemy, she had no choice but to hand over her phone. The door was then opened, and a group of armed men, dressed in neat uniforms, successfully broke into the house to threaten them. She had avoided them just in time. If the window hadn't been open, he would have had to exert more effort. "Who are you people?" the journalist Wang asked fearfully, but still tried to question them boldly.
Quickly, the man replied, "That's not important. What matters is that all of you are going to die today."
He realized the situation was getting worse and wanted to buy some time, so he had no choice but to tell them to settle the score with her.
"Are you here to find her?"
"It's fine, an eye for an eye, a grudge for a grudge.
Just pretend I don't exist, and I won't speak of this matter today."
Hearing this, she couldn't help but shed tears. Filled with anger, she threw her high heels at his head, her voice choking with bitterness and resentment.
"Shameless! Are you even a man?
For a man to do something like this is a disgrace to all men.
I will never forget what happened today."
The man holding the gun outside the door climbed in, mocking him endlessly, casually aiming the gun at his head. "There's no such thing as a good guy. There's a rumor outside that you're a useless bastard, and it seems that rumor is true.
Killing someone like you would only dirty my hands."
At this point, he had no choice but to play the role of someone who cared only for his life, not his dignity.
"Then you shouldn't kill me.
Let me go, and I won't dirty your hands."
This made them laugh out loud. "Haha, you definitely won't survive today."
When she saw that he was the kind of person he was, she became utterly disappointed, her face full of disgust. "If I had known he was like this, I would never have helped him." He brushed his hands off, dismissing everything, directly shifting the burden onto her.
"Today, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you all. I can assure you that I won't die because do you even know who our old man is?"
The sudden change in situation made her blood boil with anger.
"Damn it! Shut up!" she shouted.
But he remained the same, always in the mood for a joke, adding insult to injury.
"Let me tell you the truth.
Her old man is the head of Dongcheng City.
Do you think you can kill her and run away?"
However, the retaliatory threat from these armed men only bored them.
"Because we've already investigated everything. We knew that long ago. Is there anything else?"
He was stunned by their calmness. He panicked, sweating profusely, his face filled with confusion.
"What? You already know everything? Then do you dare to kill her?" The answer came back as an announcement meant just for him.
"We don't dare to kill her, but we dare to kill you.
Our target today is you. This is no joke."
They all looked at him, guns in hand. The situation made her laugh through her tears, muttering two words.
"Interesting."
She patted his shoulder repeatedly. Mixed with her crisp laughter was a promise to visit his grave next year and burn a few incense sticks.
"Ha ha ha, interesting. This is so satisfying. It's retribution.
You, bastard, sold me out. Don't worry, next year on this day, I'll visit your grave and burn some incense for you." He suddenly held her hand, his expression serious, his voice also turning colder by a few degrees.
All right, I'm not joking with you."
After saying that, he directly placed a pill in her mouth, causing her to mistakenly think that he was trying to harm her.
"Damn it, what did you just put in my mouth?"
He looked at her and explained.
"This is a powder used to neutralize the poison. You can think of it as an antidote."
After hearing the explanation, she looked at him in confusion, then suddenly a phrase like a magic spell appeared, one word that had successfully taken down 3 uninvited opponents.
"What is going on?"
This bastard just waved his hand, and the people with guns fell down. She was caught off guard by the sudden change of events. The group of enemies seemed confused, not knowing what was happening, why their bodies couldn't move, feeling as if all their strength had been drained away.
One person anxiously asked, "Damn it, what did you do to us?"
With the same confusion, she also didn't know when he had made his move.
How had he done that?
Yet, his face only showed a smug grin as he explained his silent moves that took down the enemies.
It was very simple, the powder antidote was small and easy to hide. I did this as soon as they entered.
The earlier argument about her old man was just a diversion to give the medicine time to work. His explanation left her in shock, unable to tell that he had such cunning plans. Currently, the situation has changed, and the initiative now belongs to him. Looking at the bodies lying scattered across the ground, he slowly began to interrogate the mastermind behind it all.
3 people. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Speak out the mastermind behind this, and I'll give you some relief.
Of course, you can choose not to answer.
His expression was terrifying, but they didn't immediately confess. Ha, it's useless. Don't even think about getting a single clue from us. Abandon that idea.
He remained calm in the face of their resistance, leisurely unbuttoning his shirt. You think most people use guns, but I can offer you something a little different. He had many ways to make them wish they were dead. He took off his shirt, revealing various types of drugs, and with a proud expression, he said,
Everyone, pick one. Let's see how lucky you are.
The protagonist opened his shirt, revealing a variety of colorful drug packets.
Wang Fancy asked, What is this?
With a confident look, the protagonist replied to the girl,
Shameless, darling, one of these can even cure your constipation. The girl blushed, embarrassed, and quickly denied. Who has constipation? Which one of you saw it? Which one of you smelled it? Yi Wu Tian, you have constipation.
Your whole family has constipation. He stretched out both hands and walked toward the 3 men.
Yi Wu Tian, alright, let's pretend I didn't say anything. Yi Wu Tian, let's get back to business.
Yi Wu Tian held a packet of medicine in his hand and spoke to the scar-faced man.
Yi Wu Tian spoke quickly, Which one do you want to choose? Do you want me to give you a hand? I recommend this one.
The scar-faced man responded, trembling. Useless, stop pretending to be a god here.
I'm not afraid of you.
The male lead began to tear open the medicine packet. Seeing you like this, you've got some courage. I'll let you try it first, and then I'll sprinkle the powder from the packet onto the faces of those in green clothes. I made this powder myself, and I've never had a chance to try it.
If you get to try it, you're lucky.
He also said, it'll feel really good to try this medicine. The scar-faced man insisted that nothing was happening. He, wearing black sunglasses, threatened Yi Wu Tian, his face showing no signs of fear.
Kid, stop pretending here. Once we can move, we'll definitely kill you.
The male lead confidently held up his coat and asked,
You'd better take a good look, what is he like now?
At this moment, the scar-faced man looked at the guy wearing sunglasses with deep affection, as if the medicine was starting to take effect. What's wrong with you?
I don't know what's happening. Maybe it's because I've been single for so long. Suddenly, I feel like you look really beautiful.
Then the scarred man stepped forward and was about to kiss the man with glasses. It turned out that he could no longer hold back. The man with glasses began to panic and said, No, don't come any closer.
You shouldn't come.
I will tell everything, I swear.
Fancy, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but pull out his phone to record. Oh my god, this is so exciting. Wang Fancy took the opportunity to capture the moment.
The male protagonist continued, The medicinal herbs haven't fully taken effect yet, so you better summarize the important points quickly, or else by the time your bud blooms, it'll be too late. The scarred man was holding and kissing the man with glasses.
The man with glasses said, It's Lu Fu. He's from the real estate group. He's the one who sent us. The male protagonist asked him, Why did he send you to kill me?
The scarred man began to undress, clearly intending something with the man with glasses.
The man with glasses said, I don't know. We're just assassins, we're only focused on killing people. Please, let me go. I feel something hard pressing against my back. The girl said, Lu Fu, I know him.
Yi Wu Tian handed over a packet of medicine and said, "You guys take this medicine and share it.
Your bodies will be free to move. I'm sparing your lives this time. Now get lost."
The man with glasses had cried a river. When he saw the packet of medicine, it was like seeing God.
"Thank you for sparing our lives. We won't dare to come back again." The girl asked, "Letting them go just like that? But they came to kill you."
The male protagonist smiled coldly and replied, "Of course, I'm not letting them go that easily. I'll make sure their second half of their lives will be filled with happiness." All those assassins were even more excited after taking that packet of pills. Afterward, they went at it for a long time, though no one knew why. After taking the antidote, they all felt a bit strange, too hot. Suddenly, the male protagonist stared intently at the girl.
She asked, "Why are you staring at me? Do you desire my beauty?"
But a single sentence crushed her words.
The shameless man said, "You call that beauty? Hurry up and take out your phone."
At this moment, the girl still resisted the idea of handing over her phone.
"What for?"
But the male protagonist surprised her.
"Didn't you think I was helping you with your constipation?" She was both embarrassed and angry as she replied, "Who wants your help? You're the one with constipation, not me."
He immediately turned to leave, saying as he walked, "All right, since that's how it is, let's pretend I didn't say anything. You can keep the video in the bathroom to watch, but I advise you on your constipation. Don't focus too much on it, and don't squat too long, or your legs will go numb, and that won't be good."
The girl grabbed his sleeve, saying, "Wait a moment." She blushed and shyly asked, "Can you really help me?"
The male protagonist continued, shameless. She and that person are both equally bad-tempered, clearly ill but still pretending. If I weren't in a good mood today, I wouldn't bother with her.
"Lift up your shirt so I can touch your stomach once." The girl suddenly asked, "Why do you need to touch my stomach?" The male lead asked back, "I'll ask again, do you want to be treated or not?"
She refused with her mouth, but her hands and feet didn't seem to listen. She blushed and lifted her shirt to reveal her waist.
"Wang fancy, touch it if you must."
"It's just my stomach anyway." She even threatened the male lead, "If you dare touch any other parts, I guarantee I'll break your hands."
She screamed as soon as he touched lightly, "Ah."
The male lead said to her and then thought, "Don't move. Even this sharp-tongued woman can't handle me.
What kind of miracle doctor am I?" Actually, the clothes worked too. Seeing Yi Wu Tian look at her stomach while gently touching it, she shouted, "Isn't it enough already? This position is so embarrassing."
The male lead said, "Your stomach is bloated, I can feel a hard lump, dry mouth, dry tongue, and your hands and feet are sweaty." He then turned around and wrote something down, saying, 15G de Huang, 15G Zhishir, 12G Ho Pao, and Mang Xiao.
She blushed, not knowing what to say.
Yi Wu Tian continued, then told her, "Steep the Ho Pao and Zhishir in 2000 ml of water until it reduces to 1000 ml.
Don't let the medicine evaporate.
Then continue to add de Huang, boil for 1 hour, strain, and add Mang Xiao.
Use low heat and boil until it's done." The girl asked, "Does this really work?"
Immediately, the male lead quoted, "Whether you like it or not, just to remind you, this prescription is not free. It's 20 characters in total, and the price is 20,000 yuan." She exclaimed, "Damn it, why don't you just go rob someone?"
She continued, "You charge me 2,000 for 20 characters, 1,000 per character? Are you really charging by the character?" One heir walked in with the man. "Oh, Miss Fancy came to visit?"
The man greeted the girl, saying, "Mr. Wang, I've just bought a lot of delicious food.
Wait a moment and have some lunch here."
The girl replied, "Thank you, Mr. Li." The male lead said, "Hey, take this and burn it."
One heir asked, "What is this?" The girl said, "Wait, I'll give you the money." "Bastard." She spoke to one heir. "One heir, stay away from that person in the future. He'll eat you alive without spitting out the bones."
The girl continued, he writes a prescription with 20 characters and charges me 20,000.
What a dark mind.
The old man and Wan Air both exclaimed loudly, Li Wan Air and Mr. Li, 20 characters for 20,000, 1,000 per character.
Li Wan Air and Mr. Li said, this is too exaggerated. The male lead said, this is already the friendly price.
Honestly, discussing the cost of the prescription isn't as simple as a few thousand dong. By the way, I'll be leaving tomorrow. The next day, as the male lead was preparing to leave, he reminded them, regarding the giant shrimp catching matter, you two should be more discreet.
Never let outsiders know. If that prescription gets leaked, it could cause trouble. The old man said, okay, I've already understood. Brother, are you sure you won't stay a few more days? One Air asked, are you really leaving? The male lead replied, didn't I say I wouldn't stay for long?
After being missing for so long, I should at least go back home and check things out. He thought to himself, the assassins have already found me.
I must leave as quickly as possible.
One Air seemed a bit upset, saying, go ahead, it's better to leave now.
Before leaving, Wu Tian teased One Air. Yi Wu Tian said, it's not like we won't meet again. Don't be like that.
If I have free time, I'll often come by the school to check on your health and also help you with your injuries. Li Wan Air blushed and said, don't mention my injuries.
The male lead laughed, ha ha ha, see you again. Fancy asked him, where will you go next? Are you going back to your fiancée? Yi Wu Tian replied, my fiancée's whereabouts are unknown.
A woman has been struggling to support the company alone for so long, and now she's been framed.
He sighed and added, I owe her too much.
Looking up at the sky, the male protagonist said to Fancy, the immediate task is to find a way to investigate who is behind this.
In Dongcheng City, the girl asked, how is it? Is this place busy enough? Will someone with amnesia, after waking up, not be frightened in such a small village? The male protagonist replied, it's decent. He thought for a moment. Cars running on the ground after 80 years, what kind of low-level transportation will still exist? The girl exclaimed, you can't even pretend a little?
Seriously, just wait and see what happens to you later.
Upon reaching the Tian Xin subdistrict, the girl proudly said, so, how is it? This is my room.
She smugly thought, I wonder if Ishini, who always looks down on others, will deign to look at this? Ha, everything here, even the simplest household items, is worth quite a bit.
Let's see if it scares him. The male protagonist pointed at the room, reluctantly considering it a place to stay. The girl thought angrily, this bastard, why is his mouth so petty? Can't he say something nice without it killing him?
Yi Wu Tian calmly sat in the chair and said, from now on, I'll humble myself a bit here.
You don't need to mind me, honestly, I'm not picky. The girl asked, do you want to stay in my room?
The male protagonist replied naturally, of course.
Otherwise, why would I follow you? I don't have anywhere else to stay. The girl asked, you want to live with me? He replied nonchalantly, of course. Don't worry, I'll protect my chastity. I won't give you a chance to take advantage of me. The girl grumbled, who cares about your chastity? What I'm worried about is my own safety.
She continued, all right, I'm not that petty.
In my room, you still have to pay for the rent.
It's 10,000 a month, a 20,000 deposit, no credit, and no haggling. The main character replied, to solve my accommodation problem, you took all my prescription money.
Your heart is really vicious. She responded, it's the same thing. I'm just learning from you.
The scene shifts to Xianyu Club. The girl is hugging the fat guy and says, young Master Lu, you're so naughty, always taking advantage of me.
This fat guy is Lu Fu, and the people around him seem to also be from wealthy families.
One of them says, Miss, being touched by our young Master Lu is a blessing for you.
So many beautiful women wish they could be touched, but they don't even have the chance.
Another sycophant chimes in, that's right, that's right.
Being noticed by young Master Lu is the blessing of your ancestors. You should know your place. Lu Fu scornfully looked at the two sycophants and said, Xiu Hongjin, Zhu Yuyun, you two have no talent when it comes to talking. Are you two flattering me? The brown-haired guy had to be cautious around Lu Fu. No matter what Lu Fu said, he just agreed, but secretly he was bad-mouthing him. Yes, yes. Young Master Lu is right. We will definitely study more when we return. Damn Zhu Yuyun. The guy who relied on his dad's money to bribe his way into university, and now he's talking about culture. It's so embarrassing. The fat guy angrily said, Who? Don't you know it's my leisure time now? If there's something, say it quickly. Suddenly, the phone rang. Yi Wu Tian is still alive, someone saw him, but the fat guy replied, He's alive, still alive. What does that have to do with me? But then, he realized and said, What did you say? He's still alive? Zhu Yuyun immediately ordered, Hurry, everyone go outside. The fat guy asked again, Where was he seen? The person on the phone continued, We must find him, make him disappear, or it will be you who die. Then the call was disconnected after the warning. Beep, beep. The fat guy's face darkened, and the other two asked, Young Master Lu, what happened? The fat guy asked, Are you sure that Yi is dead? The person replied, Of course, we did it ourselves, there's absolutely no mistake. The fat guy said loudly, But he's alive now. Yu Yun was shocked, What? Alive? How can that be? We clearly killed him, how could he still be alive? The fat guy continued, The fact is, he's still alive. I don't know what you did, but you must make him disappear. The fat guy fiercely threatened, If not, you won't have a good life. The two others could only obey, Yes, yes. Yu Yun asked, What about Chang Kuxin? That useless Yi Wu Tian will definitely go find his fiancée. What should we do about Chang Kuxin? The fat guy replied, Find him first, then we'll talk. The mother said to her daughter, Kuxin, have you finally heard what I said? Enough, no need to continue. These past few days, you've already done more than enough because of that bastard. The daughter replied, Mom, it's not the right time yet. Let's wait until we find him, and then we'll talk. The father angrily said, Listen to your mother, no need to search anymore. Tomorrow, I will go to the Yi family to call off the engagement. That bastard deserves everything coming to him. The mother said to the father, How can you still show your face? It's all your fault. If it weren't for your marriage alliance with the Yi family, our daughter wouldn't have to suffer like this. But I also have to thank the Yi family because I have what I have today thanks to their support. However, I don't want my daughter to suffer like this. Am I to blame for that? The daughter said, Dad, Mom, let's put this aside for now. As if he hasn't done anything to me yet. Actually, it's the company that I built up all by myself. Right now, I just want to focus on work. As for everything else, let's talk about it later. At that moment, at Wang Fanxi's house, Wang Fanxi walked over to the male protagonist, threw a folder onto the table, and said to him, Ha, here's the information you wanted. What's next? The male protagonist picked up the file, looked through it, and said, Of course, I'll go meet him. By the way, you still need to help me with something. I'll explain now so you won't have any doubts. I need to borrow some money, he said. Upon hearing this, she was startled and immediately shouted, No way! You eat my food, live in my place, and now you want me to lend you money? Since when have I been supporting you? The male lead scratched his head and replied, If it weren't for you making a big fuss, I'd still be comfortably catching fish in the village. Then he added, You're responsible for me being chased and nearly killed. Hearing this, she shyly handed him a bank card and said, All right, I know. I truly apologize. There's 8,000 in there. Spend it wisely. As soon as he took the card, he smiled and said, This money will definitely come in handy. A while later, in the office of Lu Fu, he sat deep in thought at his desk, looking so exhausted that dark circles were visible under his eyes. As long as Yi Wu Tian is alive, I will never have peace. I wonder how those two are handling things now. At that moment, his secretary entered and said, "Sorry, CEO, please sign these documents." He couldn't help but glance at the sensitive parts of her body, then turned his head to the side and said, all right, I know." She immediately stepped closer. She exposed her white, round chest in front of him, swaying her hand back and forth, her voice soft and coquettish. "CEO, why are you being so cold today? Haven't you even looked at me once? It's been a while since you've compensated me." He was not in the mood to pay attention, and simply said, "Get out." He then focused on the pile of books in front of him. The secretary, irritated in her heart, thought to herself, "Am I hearing things? That pig has taken advantage of me more than once, and now he's telling me to leave?" Suddenly, he raised his voice sharply, startling the secretary. "I told you to get out, didn't you hear me? Get lost." She could only leave with a feeling of frustration. "Oomph, bastard, you can just chase me away like that. What a worthless jerk." After the secretary left, another person stepped in. He tiredly looked up and muttered irritably, "Didn't I tell you to leave? What are you still doing here? I don't have time to mess around with you today." A few seconds later, he froze in shock as the main male character entered, accompanied by two women from the industry. Seeing his expression, the main male character sneered, "Ha ha ha, who made young Master Lu so upset?" He jumped in surprise, stuttering, "Why, Yi Wu Tian, what are you doing here?" The male lead draped his arm over the shoulders of the two girls beside him, smiling casually and saying, "It's nothing, I just saw young Master Lu working so hard, so I brought these two sisters here to comfort him a little." He broke into a cold sweat and asked, "Are these sisters?" After taking a closer look at the two girls, he started to panic and shouted, No, I was up all night yesterday, and now I'm completely drained." Such an exquisite thing, why doesn't young Master Yi enjoy it himself? He waved his hands in refusal, thinking, "Damn, why has this kid's taste suddenly turned so salty?" The male lead smiled smugly and said, I believe young Master Lu, a night of battle isn't a big deal. After mixing some kind of powder, he continued, "You'll definitely recover soon." He stood there, trembling, thinking, what exactly does he mean? Wait, what's happening to my body? Suddenly, he began to feel a heat rising within him and started realizing the changes in his body. But just as he was growing anxious, the male lead quickly locked the door. Upon seeing this, he was terrified and said, "Young Master Yi, what are you trying to do? Why are you locking the door all of a sudden?" The male lead showed a sinister expression and said to him, "Young Master Lu doesn't want a live broadcast in front of the staff, does he? Don't worry, the door is locked, no one will be able to come in for a while." The male lead waved his hand, giving an order, "You two, step forward." Ignoring Lu Fu's bewilderment, the two girls obeyed the command, rushing toward him and adopting seductive poses, pressing themselves against his body. Flushed and flustered, he shouted, "Stop! Stop right now! Do you even know who I am?" The male lead smirked, took off his glasses, and raised the camera high, eagerly saying, "I've spent quite a bit of money to invite these ladies here." Pointing the camera at him, unconcerned with his clenched teeth and fury, the male lead continued, "And Lu Fu, aren't you close to losing control by now? Why bother holding back?" By now, Lu Fu felt his body heating up, his breath becoming heavier, and his awareness beginning to fade. He panted, What's happening? My body is getting hotter, I can't hold on much longer." Finally, his eyes were overtaken by desire, and with a violent motion, he ripped off his shirt and yelled, "Damn it!" The two girls, upon seeing his appearance, looked on in fascination. Then, Lu Fu and the two girls pounced on each other in front of the male lead's camera. The male lead watched the whole scene unfold, a smirk on his lips. Yes, just like that. Only an hour later, a crowd had gathered outside the door. They peered inside and were met with an unbelievable sight. Lu Fu lay sprawled on the floor, while the two girls from earlier sat, legs crossed, on a chair, leisurely smoking a cigarette, while he lay at the feet of the two women, unable to rise. After inspecting inside, everyone began to whisper and murmur,
and the atmosphere became lively in front of the room.
"Oh my god, this is so salty, how can anyone swallow this?" Another person complimented, "CEO Lou is truly worthy of being CEO Lou, his presence is something we can never compare to."
Upon hearing this, the other person responded, "Stop talking, I'm about to throw up."
The crowd still found it hard to believe, and many others also asked, "Is this for real?" When had the male protagonist sneaked out from behind the crowd?
His face was full of satisfaction after reviewing the footage that had been filmed.
Haha, he laughed loudly.
After a long while, at the hospital, in some room, a loud curse was heard, making the entire room noisy.
"Kill him, I must kill him." Indeed, the one who said this was CEO Lou. He had just been brought to the hospital by people from his company.
After waking up, he couldn't calm down and started cursing. Beside his hospital bed, 2 other men were sitting.
One of them said, "Young Master Lou, please don't get too agitated.
The doctor said you need to rest and take care of your health. He also told you to reduce your salt intake." The other man continued, "A gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years.
Your health is the most important. As for Yi Wu Tian, we will definitely deal with him."
After finishing, the 2 men turned their faces away, chuckling softly, unable to hide their sarcasm, and then spoke to him, "Please don't worry."
He irritatedly bit his finger, pondering. This can't be right.
Yi Wu Tian used to be an uneducated man, only interested in women and all kinds of debauchery.
How could he suddenly have such schemes and abilities?
Then he pointed at the 2 men, ordering, "No matter what, you must find him and retrieve the video.
Otherwise, I'll be ruined." After a long while, the 2 men left the hospital room, and it became quieter than before.
He continued to ponder, his hand gripping his collar.
Yi Wu Tian would never let this slide. What should he do next? Just then, a knock on the door echoed.
He said, "Come in." The person outside opened the door and slowly walked in.
To his surprise, it was the male lead.
As soon as he entered, the male lead wore a cheerful expression, smiling kindly as he asked, "How are you, Lu Fu?"
"We meet again." He was startled by his appearance, and shouted, "Damn it, you dare come back? Why are you doing this to me?"
The male lead ignored his anger.
With his hands clasped together in a pleading gesture, he said, "Why do you say it like that? I helped you back out, how did that end up harming you? By the way, bro, I've been a little short on cash lately. I wonder if you could lend me some." "Not much, just a little."
Saying that, the male lead raised 3 fingers, adding, "Not much, just 30 million.
He was startled after hearing it, and said to the male lead, "30 million? Do you think I'm running a bank?"
Then he yelled, "No way, get lost."
Seeing his rude attitude, the male lead sighed helplessly and said, "Well, fine, let's pretend I never said anything. Lu Fu, take care of yourself, and watch your health."
Then the male lead added, casually mentioning their brotherhood, "I've already called the security department for you."
Upon hearing this, the man was stunned, beads of sweat appearing on his face as he asked, "Security department? What do you mean?" "The security department." He was genuinely panicked now. "I didn't give it to you, damn it, are you trying to get me killed?"
The male lead quickly moved closer, bringing his face up to the man's and said gleefully, "Since I've already hurt you this much, if you go to the police, I'll give them the video as evidence. They'll surely bring justice, and might even hand the video to the media to expose my crime."
"Wouldn't that feel so much better?"
The man's mind was in a daze. "It's over. If that video gets into the hands of the police, and the media exposes it, I'm done for." After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his head and sighed, "Fine, I'll give you 30 million.
Just give me the video."
A few minutes later, he finally handed the male lead a check for 30 million. The male protagonist raised his hand to catch the check, his face full of excitement.
"Ha, the check is here."
Immediately after that sentence, the door to the hospital room was opened once again, startling both him and the male protagonist, causing them to turn their heads to look. A group of police officers, consisting of 2 men and 1 woman, entered. The woman immediately raised her police badge and introduced herself.
I'm Officer Chang Xiaomei, here's my identification. She then asked, who made the phone call just now? As the male protagonist glanced over, his gaze landed on the woman's chest. He couldn't help but exclaim, my God, this is amazing. Lu Fu immediately sat up, quickly saying, it's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Officer, we didn't call the police, sorry. As he spoke, he was also feeling irritated. This damn bastard was clearly the culprit, and yet he actually had the nerve to call the police? Chang Xiaomei, annoyed, spoke to the two men in front of her. Do you know what you're doing? Calling the police like that, just randomly? The male protagonist, uninterested in what had been happening up until now, was still deep in thought. He was wondering whether Wan Er had been regularly taking her medicine lately. She must be much older by now, right? The woman suddenly noticed the male protagonist's gaze. She was irritated, then pointed at him and yelled, where are you looking with those dog eyes? Randomly calling the police and disrupting those carrying out their duties. Let's go back to the police station. The male protagonist became annoyed and retorted. Ha! So what if I looked? Isn't that what those things are for, to be looked at? The male lead said with a sharp tone, all right, I'll go with you to the police station. This matter must be clarified. What do you mean by a glance? She's really angry now, you. Immediately, Lu Fu intervened, hey, no, comrade officer, this is a misunderstanding, we didn't report anything to the police. He waved his hand, please, don't take my brother away, I'm begging you. Although she was irritated, after Lu Fu's plea, she pondered for a moment. The male lead happily left with the check for 30 million. Walking on the road, he joyfully said, with 30 million, I believe Cheng Kuxian can resolve this urgent crisis. Ha, if I don't meet my wife because of this, I'll be heartbroken. Then, he tilted his head back and said softly, anyway, first stop by the bank before anything else. Finally, the male lead entered the bank. There was a customer at the counter, so he had to wait for his turn. The male lead paid attention to the conversation between the young man in front of him and the female clerk. The young man asked, Xiao Shui, are you free tonight? The girl seriously replied, sorry, Mr. Zhu, please don't disturb my work. Upon hearing this, the male lead briefly thought to himself, this kid wants to flirt with her? Interesting. The man didn't care, propped his chin on the counter, and continued, I'm making a deposit. Xiao Shui, please help me deposit this money, and by the way, if you're free tonight, let me treat you to dinner. The girl deliberately ignored his playful attitude, gently picked up the money he placed on the counter, and said, please wait a moment. After a while, the girl handed a notice to the man. Mr. Zhu, the money has been deposited into the account. Please take the receipt. Upon hearing this, he added a comment to the girl. I just remembered that I need some money today. Can you take out 100,000 for me? The girl felt both uncomfortable and awkward. She said, Mr. Zhu, you've repeatedly withdrawn money and made deposits. It's not very appropriate. Seeing the increasingly vulgar expression on his face, the male protagonist couldn't hold back and approached him, patting his shoulder as he spoke. Hey, bro, you can't flirt like this, change your approach. The man jumped in shock upon hearing someone behind him and then responded. What? Do you have a problem with that? I have money, and I can flirt however I want. What does it have to do with you? The male protagonist, ridiculed by him, grew annoyed and said, You're holding a few tens of thousands here, and you don't feel embarrassed? Upon hearing this, the man, feeling offended, took out his savings book and slammed it on the girl's desk, then pointed a finger directly at the male protagonist, threatening him. This savings book has 1 million in it. Take it out, let this kid see what real money looks like. The male protagonist sighed, expressing his disinterest, and said to him, I'm not impressed by your little bit of money, don't force me to show you who the real boss is. After that,
the male protagonist took out a check and placed it on the table. He sneered at the person and said, "With your glasses, you can clearly see. How much is this check for?" The man flinched, as if an electric shock had run through him. He stammered, 30 million. Feeling that the situation was getting a bit noisy, the girl stood up gracefully and said, "Sir, this is a bank. Please, no shouting." She then continued with her work. A while later, the girl presented a few stacks of brand new bills and said to the man, "Mr. Zhu, here are 300,000. Please check them." He turned towards the south side, smiled, and pointed at the money, saying, "Who knows if that check is fake? Look at this, now this is real money." He then mockingly continued, "Kid, do you think you have a lot of money just because you're staring like that?" Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot rang out, bang, catching everyone's attention towards the door. A group of armed robbers had entered. The leader, holding a gun, shouted, "Everyone, stay still. This is a robbery." The atmosphere became heavier and more tense than ever. His accomplices, also armed, quickly took control of the people in the bank. "Don't move. If anyone dares to call the police, I'll shoot your head off," one of them yelled. Sit down, quickly," the male protagonist panicked. Robbing a bank in broad daylight? The leader quickly noticed the stacks of money next to Mr. Zhu. He walked up with a proud expression and said to the man surnamed Zhu, "Bro, you're truly a man of honor. You knew we were coming and immediately prepared 300,000 for us to take." The other man trembled in fear and said, No, don't move. This is my money." After he finished speaking, the leader pressed a gun against his forehead, gritting his teeth and said, "Now, it's my money." The man raised his hand to cover his face, terrified, "It's your money, sir." The protagonist immediately stepped forward, giving a thumbs up to praise the leader. "Ha, you're doing great." The leader unexpectedly asked, "Aren't you afraid?" The protagonist, pretending to be calm, responded, "You guys are here for money, not to kill people. The bank isn't mine, what should I be afraid of?" Upon hearing this, the leader felt greatly amused and laughed loudly, saying to the protagonist, "Not bad, kid. You'd fit perfectly in my mouth outside the bank." Realizing the situation was getting serious, the police quickly arrived. A policeman turned on a loudspeaker from outside and said, "Listen carefully, those inside. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately." The leader glanced outside, saw the scene, and gritted his teeth in frustration. He hadn't expected the police to arrive so quickly. After a moment, he sneered and said to the protagonist, "Kid, I'm afraid you're going to have to be my hostage now." Despite the gun pressed to his face, the protagonist remained calm and said, "Did I tell you, bro, you're being stupid? Choosing a hostage, choosing me, what kind of guts are you showing? From what I see." The protagonist paused for a moment, then pointed at the man surnamed Zhu and said, "Someone like him, weak and spineless, is the most suitable choice." The man surnamed Zhu flinched when he heard the protagonist's words. He trembled and shouted, "You bastard, what do you mean? Why pick on me? Who are you calling weak?" The leader immediately aimed his gun at the man with the surname Zhu. The man stood still, not daring to say another word. The leader spoke to the male protagonist, "You can leave. This is none of your business." At the same time, he thought, "This kid is strange, something feels very dangerous." A few seconds later, outside the bank, the police arrived in large numbers, their sirens blaring down the street. A police officer quickly noticed, pointing towards the bank door and saying, "Look, over there." All the officers, including Officer Chang Xiaomei who had been there earlier, followed his direction. The officer continued, "Someone is coming out." Before the barrel of the gun, the male protagonist was walking out, raising both hands and saying, "Don't shoot, I'm a hostage." "Don't shoot." Officer Chang Xiaomei asked, "Is it you?" Then she loudly ordered the surrounding officers, "So you think you can rob a bank after making us wait like this? Arrest him." Two officers quickly rushed toward the male protagonist, grabbing him. The male protagonist panicked and said, what are you doing?"
He struggled and said, "Let go of me. You're making a mistake. I'm a hostage, why are you arresting me?"
She stepped closer to the male protagonist, mocking him.
"Some people are law-abiding citizens in the morning, but by noon, they become bandits.
Kid, let me tell you, the prisoners in my hands who behave well will get to eat delicious fruit." The male protagonist was handcuffed behind his back by the police, and he shouted out,
"Who is the commander here? Come out and see how this person is using her position for personal gain. Do we still have any law left?"
Seeing the smug look on her face, the male protagonist fumed inside, thinking, this woman is truly foolish.
"If I don't take you into my hands, the letter Y will be written backward."
At that moment, a middle-aged male police officer approached, gently speaking to the protagonist. "I am Su Yuan Hua, her superior."
He softly continued, "Why did the robbers inside release you?"
The male protagonist grimaced and replied, "I don't have any money, and besides, I'm not afraid of them." At this point, it seemed that the male protagonist realized something.
"Wait, money." He suddenly panicked. "Where did I put the 30 million worth of checks at the counter? How could I forget about this?"
Feeling awkward, he scratched his head, turned to the police, and said,
Sorry, I just remembered something I forgot. I'll go back to being a hostage now." The girl stepped forward, holding his arm, and said worriedly, going back to face the robbers, "Are you sure you're not ill?"
The others were also holding guns. The male protagonist smiled reassuringly at her, "My check is inside. As long as you let me in, not only can I retrieve the check, but I can also help you deal with the robbers."
She revealed a doubtful expression and said, "Why should I trust you?"
The male protagonist coldly responded, "There are many hostages now, and it's hard for you to do anything from here.
You have no other choice."
Su Yuan Hua stepped forward, holding the girl's hand, and said to the male protagonist, "You can go in, but you need to tell me how confident you are." The male protagonist smiled confidently and said, 10 out of 10. The girl, uncomfortable, said to her superior, "Why let him back in?
What if he's one of the robbers?"
Su Yuan Hua replied calmly, "He's not a robber, and as for his identity, you can look it up in the information yourself." He handed her a folder.
The girl, puzzled, wondered, what kind of identity could that scum possibly have?
After a long pause, she finished reading and said with a harsh tone, "This degenerate, this vile creature, shameless."
Back inside the bank, the male protagonist walked in, surprising the group of thieves. The leader asked, "Why have you come back?"
One of his accomplices, standing behind, said, "He must be the cop sent here, no doubt he wants something." The male protagonist, smiling as he arrived, said, "No, I'm a friend, I just came back to get my check." He looked at the table, now completely empty.
He was startled and asked, "Holy shit, where's my check?"
The male protagonist pointed at the table, then turned to the leader and asked, "Bro, did you take my check?"
The leader calmly replied, "Don't you know what I do? Taking your check is useless."
Panicked, the male protagonist turned to ask the receptionist from earlier, "Miss Xiao Shui, where's my check?" The girl hesitated and answered, This.
It's him."
She then pointed at the man named Zhu standing beside her. Unable to control his anger, the male protagonist walked up and grabbed Zhu by the collar, angrily shouting at his face, "Damn it, you took my check. That check is meant to protect my wife, hand it over." After he said that, the male protagonist felt the leader aiming a gun at the back of his head. The leader spoke seriously, "If you don't want to die, you'd better explain to the cops why they should let you in." The male protagonist turned around, smirking, and said, "It's simple. Because I know how to deal with you guys." The ringleader immediately laughed out loud after hearing this and said, "Ha, bro, you really know how to joke." The main character ignored him and continued pulling the collar of the man with the surname Zhu. "Kid, you'd better hand over the check immediately, or else." The man with the surname Zhu trembled in fear and said, "You.
What do you want?
Anyway, even if I don't have it, you might as well beat me to death, but I don't have it." The main character, angry, kicked him in the stomach and said, "Hurry up, where is the check?" He hugged his aching stomach and stammered, I really don't have it. As the man trembled, the main character saw a small piece of paper fall out from the drawer.
Is there anything in your pants pocket?
The main character stepped forward, reached into the man's pocket, and eventually pulled out quite a bit of paper scraps. He exclaimed in disbelief, No, it can't be. The main character looked at the small paper scraps and was stunned to find that it was the torn pieces of the check. He was enraged and swung his fist at the man. Son of a bitch, you tore up my check. At that moment, Su Yuanhua and Chang Xiaomei had arrived at the bank's surveillance room. The two were watching the camera footage and saw the scuffle.
Chang Xiaomei exclaimed, What's going on here? He's beating someone up again.
What should we do? Su Yuanhua calmly replied, Let's just watch for a while longer. Returning to the fight between the male protagonist and the man surnamed Zhu, in fact, the only one getting beaten up was the man surnamed Zhu. The male protagonist lifted his legs and ruthlessly stomped down on the other man's lower body without mercy.
Damn it, you owe me the check, 30 million, why did you tear up my check?
The man lay there, terrified and wincing. The leader, watching the scene, couldn't help but exclaim, Damn, this move is too brutal. One of the subordinates next to him chimed in, he must want to completely ruin him. After a long while of powerful kicks from the male protagonist, the other man could only roll to the side, clutching his lower body, curling up and trembling as he pleaded, Please stop, maybe I can fix this. The male protagonist was a bit surprised, then he gathered the shredded pieces and handed them over to a staff member, asking, Xiaoshui, can this check still be exchanged? The staff member examined it and immediately shook her head, replying, It can't be exchanged. The male protagonist, irritated, spread the man's legs apart again and resumed the violent actions from earlier. He shouted, This is the money to help my wife through a tough time. For this, I'd gladly take your worthless life.
The other man could only lay there, enduring the punishment.
Meanwhile, on the surveillance screen, Chang Xiaomei couldn't take it anymore and, frustrated, said, Let someone rush in already.
This guy is too much. If he were beating up a thief, fine, but why is he beating up a hostage?
Su Yuanhua was still focused on the screen at this moment, calmly saying, Wait a moment.
Even though he's acting recklessly, the bandits aren't doing anything unusual. This kid isn't simple, he might actually succeed.
At that very moment, inside the bank, the scuffle had yet to end.
One of the henchmen turned to the leader and said, Boss, what should we do next?
If this kid keeps going like this, there's a good chance we'll have a murder on our hands.
We didn't come here to kill people.
The henchman gestured towards his comrades and continued, Besides, everyone is ready.
We've got hostages, we should pull back.
The leader, appearing to agree, said, Then let's find some people to use as hostages. He then cast a glance at the employee, Xiaoshui, and said, You, come here. At this moment, Xiaoshui was so scared that tears were falling from her eyes.
I.
Impatient, the leader immediately fired a shot, causing Xiaoshui to tremble uncontrollably. The leader shouted angrily, If you don't want to die, get over here right now.
Otherwise, I'll shoot you in the head.
With no other choice, Xiaoshui reluctantly walked towards him. He immediately reached out to inspect her, sneering, Miss, you don't look too bad.
If I weren't busy, I'd really like to have a little fun with you.
In an instant, a hand swiftly pulled his away from Xiaoshui. The leader was caught off guard as it was the male lead. The male lead used his other hand to fiercely pull Xiaoshui into his embrace, arrogantly saying to the leader, Sorry, this young lady is someone I want.
After the male lead held his hand, the leader revealed a confused expression and said, Bro, what do you mean by this?
The male lead calmly replied, I want this girl, nothing more.
The leader raised his gun to threaten, What now? You want a hero to save the damsel?
The male lead raised his voice, saying, Flirting with girls is just convenient, I already told you when I entered that I have a way to deal with you guys. One of the underlings in the group laughed, holding his stomach, Haha.
Another one asked, Hey, what's wrong with you? The person seemed as if he were hypnotized. He threw a few bullets at the person standing next to him, his face dazed as he muttered, Oh, Dad, why did you have to kill that dog? Was it because it didn't taste good? Boo-hoo, why didn't you add more salt? Another person in the gang knelt down, hugging a potted plant on display at the bank, crying and pleading, "Why did you leave me?" Apart from not being good looking, coming from a poor family, and still liking to gamble, where am I worse than that jerk? Yet another person, now with tears streaming down his face, sobbed, "What? What is going on?" While the leader was still in shock, he suddenly stiffened. Unexpectedly, he then grabbed a potted plant and placed it on his bald head, hopping around. "Ha ha, my hair, who has natural hair like mine? Ha ha." Xiao Shui stood there, observing for a moment, then walked over to the male lead and asked, "What happened to them? Did you do this?" The male lead wore a smug expression and said, "So, what? Do you think I'm handsome now?" After defeating all the gangsters, everything returned to its normal course. However, the protagonist was also taken to the station along with the criminals. At that moment, in the interrogation room, Officer Chang Xiaomei entered inside at the sight of the protagonist. He was leisurely sitting with his arms crossed, confidently putting his feet up on the table, looking very relaxed. Angrily, she pointed at him and shouted, "Damn it, has anyone ever been interrogated like you?" The protagonist looked at her, then sighed and said, "I risked my life to rescue the hostages, but you arrested me because I punched the guy who tore up my check." "Oh, women." She lost her patience and slammed the file onto the table, pointing a finger at his face, her voice low and stern, "Isn't the charge of intentional bodily harm correct? Moreover, what happened to those criminals? Laughing and crying, if this continues, they'll die." The protagonist remained calm and replied, "What does that have to do with me? I was just helping you out, didn't tell you to keep those people in check, and honestly, I solved it myself." She rushed up and grabbed the protagonist by his collar, gritting her teeth, "Damn it, if they die, you'll be the murderer. Help them get out of it." The protagonist smirked and said, "Get them out of it? What for? I'm only good at undressing women. Want to try?" She was now both furious and blushing, unsure of what to do. Afterward, the protagonist stood up, dusted himself off, and said, "I'll pretend I don't want to carry the murder charge on my back." He extended his hand. "The illness can be cured, but you have to agree to do it in a personal capacity. Become my friend, and you'll be tainted by the gods." Want to be friends? And that was the end of it. That evening, she appeared on the street wearing a form-fitting spaghetti strap dress that looked incredibly alluring. Tilting her head, she asked the male lead, "Didn't you say you wanted to be friends with me? Then why did you bring me here?" Standing beside her, the male lead gently replied, "My ritual for making friends is to dance a song together." She actually agreed. Her face flushed bright red as she kept cursing in her mind, "Bastard." The two of them went to a nightclub. While she was lost in thought, the male lead leisurely walked in first. She called out after him, "Fine, we'll dance. Don't think you can try anything with me." Inside the nightclub, the atmosphere was lively and romantic. The two danced in a close embrace, filled with emotion. The male lead deliberately placed his hand on her butt. She immediately warned, "You'd better not touch randomly. If you do, I'll chop your hand off." The male lead gave a sly smile and said, "Really?" While enjoying her seductive body, he smugly thought, "As a divine doctor, how could I possibly not handle a girl like her?" A few seconds later, she blushed and jolted, slapping his hand hard and then stepping away. After getting hit, the male lead cried out, "Ah, so ruthless are you even trying to make friends?" She looked at her hand, feigning danger as she said, "Of course we'll be friends. I, Chang Xiaomei, always keep my word. No matter what, I'll finish this dance with you." But then, she softly warned the male lead, "If you dare touch me again, don't blame me for being impolite." Veins of red and green rose on her hand, at once seductive and filled with deadly intent. The male lead smirked and then put on a challenging expression, standing across from her and saying, "Is that so?
The atmosphere at that moment was filled with a sense of danger all around. Inside the nightclub, the air unexpectedly grew heated because she was irresistibly alluring, causing many men there to drool. They sighed, "Oh my, this girl has such a fiery figure. I never thought I'd see such a perfect specimen." Then, their eyes shifted to the male lead. That guy was really lucky to be dancing with her. But just moments later, loud slapping sounds echoed, and they froze. Wait a minute, something seems off with these two. The current situation was that every time the male lead touched any part of her body, she would strike him back with her hand, hard. They witnessed this battle and helplessly said, "Are they fighting each other?" Everything continued like this for half an hour. When the male lead stepped out of the nightclub with an unsatisfied expression and his hands swollen and red, she, on the other hand, seemed to still be full of energy. "Don't forget what job I do. You really underestimate my fighting ability." Immediately after, her phone in her pocket rang. Ring. She answered the call, and after hearing the voice on the other end, she hurriedly left. "What? I'll be there right away." When she had settled into her car, she realized the male lead had gotten into the car at the same time. Annoyed, she asked, "What are you doing in my car? Get out." He looked at her, fastening his seatbelt while saying, "It's not easy to catch a ride these days. Can't I hitch a ride with you?" He smiled slightly, extending his hand and asking, "You're in such a hurry, what exactly happened?" Annoyed, she pressed the gas pedal, saying, "I don't have time to argue with you. If you want to wait, then wait." With that, she accelerated, and the car quickly left the parking lot. Eventually, the car arrived at the hospital, and she hurriedly ran inside. Outside the room, a doctor stood there, someone who seemed familiar to her. She rushed over and asked, "Dr. Wei, how is my mother?" Dr. Wei was startled. His eyes unintentionally glanced down at her ample chest, his face turning red as he said, "Calm down first. Auntie's condition isn't very optimistic." Hearing this, she started to sob, embarrassedly covering her face before asking the doctor, "Can I go see my mother?" The doctor gently replied, "You can, but it shouldn't be for too long. Auntie needs to rest." Just then, the male lead walked over. He looked at the doctor, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Why did this man seem like someone he'd met before? Then, he realized and said with interest, "Oh, this world is really small. Puppet soldier, we meet again." The doctor was also surprised to see him and hurriedly called his name, Yi Wu Tian. He awkwardly turned to her, quickly saying, "Auntie is in room 318. You can go see her. I have something to take care of, so I'll go ahead." He scratched his head, flustered, and added, "It's best if you keep your distance from this pervert. You don't want to mess with him." The girl was not too concerned and quickly made her way to room 318. She pushed open the door and choked back tears as she approached her mother's hospital bed. "Mom, I'm here to visit you." Her mother, sitting on the bed, smiled faintly and said, "I'm not a child, you don't need to worry. Honestly, I'm more concerned about when you'll get married. You have such a temper, I know that." Then, she glanced over and saw the male lead standing behind the girl. "Xiaomei, who is this?" Hearing his name, he smiled and stepped forward to greet her. "Hello, Auntie, my name is Yi Wu Tian." Without hesitation, the woman went straight to the point, asking the male lead, "How long have you and my Xiaomei known each other? What do you think of her?" Upon hearing her mother's question, the girl blushed and turned her face away, embarrassed. "Mom, what are you saying?" The male lead extended his arm and gently pulled her into his embrace, saying, "I think she's wonderful, both gentle and beautiful. She also thinks I'm great, often calling me the most handsome." Their intimate posture made the atmosphere feel awkward. The girl's face, already flushed, grew even redder. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled with joy and said, not bad, Xiaomei, Xiaoyi, you're really not bad at all. You absolutely cannot let this go. The girl immediately smiled awkwardly after hearing this, quickly pulling the male lead's hand and heading outside, not forgetting to say to the aunt, "Mom, I'm going outside with him to talk for a while." As soon as they were out of the room, the girl exploded, shoving the male lead against the wall, annoyed as she said, "Hey, you think you're handsome? What about the so-called number one handsome?" She decisively pointed to the emergency exit, saying, "There are plenty of taxis around here, wherever you came from, go back there." Seeing her hand press against the wall so hard that it dented and even cracked, the male lead broke into a cold sweat and said, "Auntie really likes me, wants me to be her son-in-law. I'm doing this just to make her happy. Because." At this point, the male lead's expression suddenly turned serious as he said, "She's very ill. If it drags on, she won't survive more than 2 months." The female lead was shocked after hearing this. Her expression became absent-minded, as if her body couldn't handle it anymore. After a moment of dazedness, she angrily shouted at the male lead, "You bastard, she's my mother. Can't you shut up, or are you trying to get yourself killed?" The male lead turned his face away, smiling as he said, "I'm just telling the truth, but there's a way to keep her alive for now." She looked at him with a suspicious expression, "You really can?" She suddenly remembered the file her superior had handed her this morning, which mentioned, this person was once in a fishing village, known as a divine doctor, and even dealt with an epidemic. The male lead raised his hand confidently and said, "Out of respect for the fact that I touched your bottom, I'll take responsibility. Let me tell you, as long as I step in, I guarantee it will be no problem." After hearing this, she calmly asked, "What conditions do you want to set?" The male lead quickly lowered his hand, bent forward, and said to her, "Once this is successful, you will dance with me again." Then, the two returned to the 318th patient room. After a thorough examination, the male lead concluded, diabetes, combined with diarrhea, kidney failure, cold limbs, pale complexion, fatigue, little change in bowel movements, sweating, weak pulse. Upon hearing this, both the aunt and the girl were completely surprised. This person had only taken one look, and all the symptoms were exactly right. After a moment of thought, the male lead began writing, very focused. His current primary task was to stop the cholera. Everything else could be dealt with later, 20 g of Bicien, 20 g of Angelica, 10 g of Atractylodes, 5 g of Cutchabark. As he wrote it down, he thought to himself, this disease is also very difficult to treat in the other world. For now, I can only help her live for another 2 years. He continued writing, then turned to tell her, use this immortal elixir, 500 ml of water boiled down to 300 ml. Drink once in the morning and once at night for 7 days. As long as it can delay things for 2 years, the speed of the medicinal formula will be enough to completely cure it. After a while, everything was arranged. The kind aunt said to the male lead, Xiao Yi, are you a doctor? The male lead handed her the paper with the full prescription and replied, no, but please trust me. Because of dancing with someone, I will give my all. Upon hearing this, she blushed, feeling embarrassed, and covered her face with the paper. Pervert. She silently cursed him in her mind. After a long while, the two of them stood in front of the hospital gate. She walked behind the male lead, talking as she walked. Where did you study medicine? Waiting for the male lead to turn his head, she continued. I went through some documents, and it says you are just someone who knows how to eat, drink, and cause trouble. How could you possibly have such skills? He turned and complained to her. Again with this topic. Why are women always so curious? She felt a bit irritated and said to him. Who's curious? I'm just afraid you'll harm my mother. Besides, you could ask me questions too, not just me asking you. He quickly bent down, pointing at her chest, sarcastically asking. Then let me ask you, how come your chest is so big? If I remember correctly, 10 years ago, you were still flat as a board. How did it suddenly grow like this? She was furious, shouting at him. Get lost. Nearby, a figure slowly stepped out of a car. It was Dr. Wei. Well, isn't that ye medicine god? What a coincidence. The male lead showed an expression of exasperation, saying.
Didn't you just avoid me? Why are you suddenly coming out now? Dr. Wei smiled awkwardly and said, Not at all, I really had something to do earlier. Ye medicine god, it's related to me. Dr. Wei began to clasp his hands in a begging gesture, thinking to himself, this time, no matter what, I must succeed. My younger sibling is important, losing face doesn't matter. The male lead waved his hand to decline, turned his face, and walked away. He still said, I told you already, I'm not a doctor. What does your illness have to do with me? Anyway, I'm off to enjoy the breeze. Dr. Wei, upon hearing this, was bewildered. He rushed over, kneeled at his feet, and clutched his legs, begging, Please, ye medicine god, I beg you to help me. You know this illness could affect my later years, right? The male lead turned his head, glanced at the pathetic man clutching his legs, and reiterated, Let me say this again, I'm not a doctor, I have no medical ethics, and I certainly have no obligation to help you. The male lead quickly freed himself from the man's grasp. He draped his arm around the woman's shoulders and led her away, uninterested in the man, Let's go. After walking for a while, she leaned towards him and asked, Why didn't you help him? The male lead gave a mysterious smile and replied, Why don't you let me touch you? She angrily shouted, Of course not, because I don't want to. Disgusting pervert. Catching her rhythm, he responded, Exactly, I don't want to help him either. Anyone who asks me for help, I won't give it. Isn't it exhausting? He looked at the fading figures of the two of them. Dr. Wei gritted his teeth in anger, Yi Wu Tian, just wait and see. The next morning, at the hospital, a cheerful voice rang out, What? What did you say? The check can't be exchanged? Really? No mistake? The speaker was Lu Fu. In front of him stood two of his subordinates from before. One of them said, Exactly, absolutely right. He happily announced, The check has been torn to pieces. That little brat didn't get a single penny. Hearing this, Lu Fu felt comfortable and smugly said, I just saved 30 million, feels great. Damn, this is too good. With that 30 million, I don't even know how many women I could play with. Why should I give him anything? The brown-haired subordinate asked, By the way, Lu Fu, what about Miss Chang Kuxin over there? How's it going? He replied, What do you mean how's it going? Of course, I'll continue pursuing her, just that progress is a bit slow. The subordinate, upon hearing this, pulled out a small bottle of medicine from his pocket and eagerly said, I've got a way to help you speed things up. With this bottle, just one dose, and you'll be good to go. Lu Fu seemed to recognize what the medicine was. He angrily pointed at the brown-haired subordinate and shouted, Useless, what do you know? Chasing women is about enjoying the fruits of success. I have the ability to use drugs, so why not directly use money to find one? Fool. The brown-haired subordinate shouted it so harshly that he fell to the floor, inwardly cursed, Damn it, you used drugs plenty before, now you're acting all righteous? Lu Fu held a bottle of pills in his hand and said, A bottle of charm, I put it away earlier, waiting for when I can no longer be patient, then I'll use it. He then turned to question the blue-haired man, Chung Kuxin, What's the situation lately? The blue-haired man respectfully replied, She owes money to the bank and they are pressing her very hard. If Lu Fu could lend her some money, she would definitely be very grateful to you. Setting aside suspicions, this could be a good opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lu Fu rubbed his chin and said, I just so happen to have saved up 30 million, I might consider lending her some. But as I've said before, where is Yi Wu Tian now? That useless brat. He's very devious and must be eliminated. The two subordinates quickly agreed, Yes, Lu Fu, we'll definitely find him soon. Outside the door, it was unclear just how long the protagonist had been standing there. After the two henchmen finished speaking, the protagonist stepped in, I heard someone is looking for me. His sudden words startled everyone in the room. The protagonist continued. So, I took the initiative to come to you. Lu Fu broke into a sweat and cried out. Yi, young Master Yi. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "You bastard, you still dare to come find me?"
The protagonist immediately calmed him down.
"Lu Fu, let's talk things through like brothers. First, let's get your two dogs out of here."
The two men jumped up as soon as they heard that.
"Yi Wu Tian, who are you calling a dog?"
The protagonist turned around and hissed, "Oh."
The green-haired man quickly stopped the brown-haired one, saying, "No matter what he says, he's still the young master of the Yi family. We can't afford to mess with him. Let's go." After the two left, the protagonist started speaking. "Lu Fu, I believe you already know about the check. Could you please give me another one?" Upon hearing this, Lu Fu, irritated, replied, "Impossible. I've already given you what you should have. You messed up the check yourself. Why are you still looking for me?"
Then, he pointed directly at the protagonist and asked,
"Do you still have any shame?" The male lead approached where he was lying, showing a sinister expression as he said, "Is that so? Have you heard about this backup video? If that video gets sent to the media, the truth about Lu Fu, do you think 30 million is worth it?"
Upon hearing this, Lu Fu gritted his teeth and said,
I will not issue a check for you, so you can forget about this idea."
The male lead, hearing this, casually turned and left, saying, "All right then, I hope you won't regret it."
Lu Fu jumped, stammering, wait a moment."
The male lead seemed to have anticipated this, and Lu Fu, trembling, said, "Hand over the original copy of the video." A moment later, the male lead left the room with a check in hand.
As he walked, he thought to himself, Lu Fu, you sent someone to kill me. Do you think 30 million can settle this?
For now, I'll spare your miserable life.
Whenever you run out of money, I'll come collect." The male lead left, leaving two henchmen outside the door fuming with anger. The two of them quickly entered the room. Inside, Lu Fu, still furious, clenched the blanket tightly, thinking, "That bastard thinks I'm what? He comes when he wants, and leaves when he wants? This time, I really can't keep my patience anymore."
He angrily said, "Kill him, no matter who it is, just kill him, I'll offer 10 million. Upon hearing such a high price, the two subordinates' eyes lit up. They eagerly accepted the order, determined not to disappoint him. A while later, at Dongchang, in the Yi family's estate, where a luxurious and vast villa stood. In a room that resembled a study, two men were having a conversation.
The older man spoke first. "Are you sure the information is correct?"
The young man replied, "It's correct.
That bastard didn't die. Father, if not, I'll send someone to kill him."
The father sat down in a chair, his mood frustrated as he said, "No, we can't act rashly right now. Just manage your own affairs properly."
He then asked, "How is Ouyang Xingyu progressing?" The son, looking dissatisfied, replied, "Xingyu is not like an ordinary woman. She basically doesn't care about me, even clearly rejecting me. I also need to have some pride."
The middle-aged man spoke seriously. "A man's pride is sometimes very important, but at times, it's even cheaper than blank paper."
"I'm sure you know that." The son hesitated before saying, "What if? What if I use some drugs? Can I turn it around, make her mine?" The man tilted his head, his tone heavy. "Do you wish to die?"
Elsewhere, in the study of the Yi family's estate, an elderly man stood at a display table, examining something. Behind him was a middle-aged man.
The middle-aged man spoke loudly, "Why won't you allow me to bring him back? He is my son."
The elderly man continued writing calligraphy, responding sternly, "Because he is not worthy of being part of the Yi family." This elderly man was the head of the Yi family, named Yi Hotang, and the middle-aged man behind him was Yi Hongdong, a member of the Yi family. Yi Hongdong continued, "Although he is not Yudong's biological son, he is still my only son.
Father, I hope you can accept and allow me to bring him back."
The elderly man's face darkened, and the brush in his hand was gripped so tightly that the ink spread across the page in a large blot.
He hissed, "Bring him back? Bring a child who would destroy the family back? Bring a child who is uneducated and useless back? My Yi family know, Yi Ho Tang, will never accept someone like him.
The old man once again asserted, there's no need to talk about this anymore.
As long as I'm here for one day, they shouldn't even think about coming back.
Yi Hongdong, losing the argument, returned to his room. A while later, the table was covered with beer bottles as he couldn't stop drinking. His wife saw him still drinking and approached to stop his hand, gently asking, drinking won't solve the problem.
Did the old man refuse?
Yi Hongdong, having drunk too much, had a red face. He silently turned away to avoid his wife's gaze. She walked up behind him and said, "It's all my fault.
I couldn't give you more children."
Hearing this, he turned around and said, "I don't blame you.
It's just that I feel a little guilty about that child. I have wronged its mother."
His wife softly said, "That was all in the past.
Anyway."
Then, she turned toward the door and spoke sternly, "There's something I need to tell you.
It seems like their company is really in trouble. You should take some time to check it out." He thought for a moment before replying, "Who dares to bankrupt my child's company? They're asking for death. Isn't it those people again?"
His wife suddenly turned and said to him, "Don't speak without evidence." He was irritated, slammed the table, and grunted.
Later that evening, at some high-rise building, the blonde woman named Kuxin sighed and said to the young secretary beside her, "Has the location been decided?"
The secretary quickly responded,
"It's been decided, ma'am. Would you like me to find a boyfriend to accompany you?" She thought for a moment before asking with a frown, "A boyfriend? It's not like I don't have a fiancé. Why would I need to find a boyfriend?"
The secretary awkwardly said, "But he's not clear on whether he's alive or dead.
And,
well, you know what kind of man Bank President Zhu is, he's just a lustful pig." She suddenly stood up and turned around, and the secretary said seriously,
"I don't want to talk about this again.
If I'm already engaged to that scoundrel, I don't need another man to protect me." She grabbed the file and walked toward the door. After hearing this, the secretary grew more and more flustered.
Where the hell is that bastard Yi Wu-tian now? The CEO, really?
It's not even his company, and yet he's still wasting time over that piece of trash.
After a while, the woman named Kuxin arrived at an elegant dining room in a large hotel.
At this moment, two men were waiting for her at the table.
"President Zhu," she immediately said, "I'm sorry I'm late."
The red-haired man smiled warmly and said,
Miss Chang, you're busy with work. We understand. Come, please sit, Miss Chung."
As she was about to sit down, the bespectacled man quickly approached and pulled out a chair for her.
She asked in confusion, "Who is this person?" The red-haired man answered, "This is the chairman of Wang Bank, Wang Lutian. He just took office the day before yesterday."
The bespectacled man sat right beside her and even poured water for her, making her feel both uneasy and uncomfortable. He extended his hand to greet her and said, "Miss Chang, you truly are a woman who doesn't fall short of any man.
Compared to you, we can only lament how inadequate we are."
After hearing this, she smiled politely and shook his hand, saying, "Oh, not at all, I'm only here today thanks to the care and support of both of you." As they shook hands, she felt as if lightning struck her hand because she couldn't pull it back, his grip was too tight.
Unable to escape, she awkwardly said, "Chairman Wang, my hand?"
Only then did he realize and quickly let go, apologizing, "Oh, I'm so sorry." The old man seemed a bit slow in his reactions. He gave her a lewd look, then raised the hand that had just held hers to his mouth and licked it. "I didn't expect Miss Chang's hand to be so soft. I was a little lost and thought for a moment, please don't mind." She suppressed the disgust rising within her and, feeling flustered, said, "Let's have the waiter bring the food first, and we can talk while eating." The red-haired man turned his gaze to her secretary and said, "Miss Chang, ask your secretary to step out.
Some matters aren't suitable for others to know."
Her secretary, standing behind her, thought to herself, "Whatever you do, don't listen to them."
Even I was asked to leave. This is too dangerous. She seemed to sense the danger and quickly replied, my secretary and I look like two sisters, so it's fine to let her help us pour the wine. The secretary behind her nodded in agreement, continuously. The red-haired man suddenly glared at her, his face showing seriousness as he said, what's wrong? Miss Chang, don't you trust us? He started to mock, there's not even the slightest sincerity. I think we no longer need to continue this discussion. After hearing this, she darkened her face and said coldly to the secretary, go outside. The secretary was caught off guard and nervously said, CEO, I. Feeling helpless, the secretary reluctantly left the room. Once the secretary had gone out, the two men revealed twisted expressions, clearly pleased with themselves. Ha ha ha, the obstacle was finally removed. After a while, the food was brought to the table. The red-haired man raised his glass and said, Miss Chang, let me toast to you. You've drunk a few glasses and your face is already flushed. The red-haired man continued, Miss Chang, I originally thought you were a practical person, but I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. She, confused, asked back, is there something I'm not showing enough sincerity about? The man wearing glasses immediately leaned in closer, holding his glass and spilling the wine. Look at this. After clinking glasses, the remaining wine in the glass was spilled. She asked, is this not about drinking wine, not licking it? How could there not be even a drop left? The man wearing glasses made a face of displeasure and said, what you're implying is that I don't understand the rules. If that's the case, then let's see how we cooperate in the future. Before he could finish his sentence, she quickly poured more wine and said, I misspoke, please forgive me. I'll drink a glass myself as an apology. The two men laughed loudly, haha, very good. Miss Chang is so generous. The man with glasses also poured another glass of wine. Miss Chang, let me toast you with another glass. She, feeling flustered, accepted the toast. All right, President Zhu, regarding the loan my company owes, I wonder if it could be extended for a while longer? The red-haired man's expression twisted as he thought. After so many toasts, this woman was beginning to get drunk. Ha ha ha, but her drunken appearance was full of allure, truly irresistible. The red-haired man let his gaze linger on her chest and thighs. Cunningly, he leaned in closer and said, as long as Miss Chang, you drink with us well tonight, extending the loan will be an easy matter. After hearing this, she resolutely downed another glass, then I'll trouble you, President Zhu. An hour later, the table was covered with empty wine bottles. The man with glasses, his face flushed from drinking, said, Miss Chang, come on, let's have one more drink. She felt a little dizzy. Her tolerance had already reached its limit, she couldn't drink anymore. If she did, she would definitely get drunk. She stood up, placed the glass on the table, and said, excuse me, I'm going to the restroom. After entering the restroom, she washed her face. Behind her, the secretary anxiously advised, CEO, can you stop drinking? If this continues, something bad will happen. As she washed her face, she replied, it's fine, I can handle it. The secretary, after hearing this, left angrily, you're really driving me crazy. I'll wait for you outside. Once the secretary left, she looked up, gazing at herself in the mirror, pondering. Is it worth it? Enduring all this humiliation just for an uncultured man who broke up with me, and for a fiancé who doesn't even care? Is it really worth it? She wiped the remaining water from her face and continued thinking. That's not right. Even though the company belongs to him, I'm the one who built it up. No matter what, I have to settle this properly. Even if I end up drinking so much tonight that my stomach bleeds. After a while, she calmly returned to the dining table. With a friendly smile, she said, sorry for keeping you waiting. The man with glasses spoke up. I had a word with Chairman Zhu. It's not appropriate to serve a woman like you repeatedly. He then handed her a glass of wine, saying, let's do this, we'll have one last drink. After this, I won't drink anymore. She happily responded. Really? She took the glass and drank it all. Thank you both for your dedication to me. With that, I respectfully drink first. She drank greedily, wanting to finish the wine in her glass. The two men looked at each other and grinned perversely. When she finished drinking, she cheerfully said, "If you reach your limit with the alcohol, then stop. Now, everyone should eat more, no matter what, we must eat to our fill." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly jolted, her face turning red. She held her head and said, "Something's wrong, there's something in the wine." She looked at the two men, her eyes revealing a lewd glint as she said, "You two perverts really dared to drug me?" Everything around her seemed to spin, and in her panic, she knocked over a bowl. She quickly stood up and tried to leave. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom for a bit." Struggling, she stumbled along the wall, trying to find her way out. "I can't stay here, the farther I get, the better." She felt like she was about to collapse when a man caught her. The man was the male lead. He supported her and smiled gently, saying, "I didn't expect us to meet like this." Meanwhile, at the dinner table, the old man with glasses muttered, "Why is she taking so long? Did she run off?" The red-haired man replied, "If that's the case, she's quick to react. She must have realized the drug's effect is kicking in." Then, the two sat and waited. The old man with glasses, growing impatient, ran outside to check. He muttered that they couldn't let her escape. On the other side, Yi Wu Tian helped his fiancée into the bath. Chang Kuxian slowly regained consciousness, looking confused. Yi Wu Tian gently patted her head, comforting her, "You must have suffered a lot, haven't you?" Yi Wu Tian felt somewhat helpless because he didn't have an antidote for this condition. He needed medicinal herbs, but the delivery person hadn't arrived yet. In his previous life, he didn't even have a girlfriend, and now he had a wife. It felt utterly bizarre. Suddenly, Koxian tightly embraced Yi Wu Tian in the bathtub. Seeing her massive grapefruits, Yi Wu Tian instantly felt overwhelmed. Holy shit, who could resist this? Koxian, losing all composure, said, I want it, I want it." Yi Wu Tian shouted, "Stop. I'm not the kind of guy who takes advantage of a situation like this." He muttered to himself, "This damn Yi Wu Tian body is acting up again. But it's hard to resist." Waving his hands and closing his eyes to calm himself, he repeated, "Don't get hard, don't get hard. Stay calm." But his little brother was already roaring like a beast. Helpless, Yi Wu Tian resorted to a backup plan, popping some kind of pill into his mouth. The ferocious wolf instantly turned into a docile puppy. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his strong willpower. Yet, Koxian, still in front of him, struck a lascivious pose and pleaded, "Please, satisfy me." Yi Wu Tian had no idea how much of that drug those bastards had slipped her to make her act this way. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yi Wu Tian hurriedly stood up and said, "So it's finally here?" It turned out that the delivery man had arrived. He immediately prepared the medicine. For now, he could only use this one. Although its effect wasn't very strong, it would suffice. After mixing the medicine, he brought it to Koxian, who was in the bathtub. However, the medicine had to be applied to certain acupoints, which meant her clothes had to be removed. "I'm sorry," he thought to himself. After half an hour of moaning, Koxian finally lay still in one place. Yi Wu Tian thought to himself, if Wang Fancy hadn't told him, Koxian might have been in serious trouble. This Yi Wu Tian guy really was despicable. And yet, here he was, in his body. Once Koxian had fallen into a deep sleep, Yi Wu Tian left. He didn't forget to say, "Rest well, leave everything else to me." The scene shifted to the dining room, where the two directors were still sitting, drinking and chatting, ignoring her. "Let's eat too," one of them said. "Once we've taken care of our hunger, we'll find somewhere to release some pressure." The red-haired man said, "Mr. Wang, you don't need to worry. She'll come back. If not, her company will go bankrupt." The man with glasses chuckled and said, "In that case, let me have my turn first, since I'm the eldest." I want to try the fresh goods. The red-haired man replied, that won't do. We need to go at the same time, making her beg for mercy because she's exhausted. After saying that, both of them laughed perversely. Haha, now that we've hit it off, I can't imagine how loudly she'll scream. At this moment, Yi Wu-tian also walked in and joined the fun. Hello, you too. He then flashed a smile as radiant as a flower. What's so funny? Can I join in too? The two of them were a bit surprised when they saw Yi Wu-tian. Who are you? Yi Wu-tian didn't say anything. He simply grabbed the bottle of liquor on the table and slammed it into the head of the red-haired man. Coldly, he said, "You shouldn't mess with this guy's woman." The man with glasses scolded immediately. "Who the hell are you? I wasn't even touching your woman." The red-haired man, equally angry, shouted, "How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you have any idea who my father is?" Yi Wu-tian remained silent. He just picked up a plate and, with a swift motion, smashed the man's head into the plate, breaking it. The red-haired man refused to back down and tried to headbutt the plate again. Just 1 second later, both of them were clutching their heads in pain. Damn it, he actually dared to lay a hand on both of us. The old man, wearing glasses, angrily charged forward. You're really tired of living, huh? Take my punch then. Little did he know, before he could even show off his cat-style kung fu, he suddenly froze in place. Why is my body so stiff like this? Immediately after, he collapsed right where he stood. The red-haired old man beside him also felt his body losing all strength. Yi Wu-tian simply lifted up the hot pot and casually said, "This pot of boiling water must be freshly brought out, still piping hot, perfect for blowing and eating, huh?" He even made a scary face. I wonder what would happen if I poured it over you guys? The two of them were struck by the words like a bolt of lightning out of a clear sky. The hot water then poured down onto them, followed by their shrill screams. The two immediately found themselves eating hot soup, blowing on it and screaming. "You bastard, I will definitely not spare you. How dare you do this to me? Do you know who I am?" Yi Wu-tian continued to toss a plate at his head. "I don't really care." He even asked, "Do you know who I am?" "No, I don't know." Yi Wu-tian continued to hit him on the head with the plate, saying, "I am the medicine god, and you don't even know that." After a while, Yi Wu-tian also felt his hand getting tired. As expected, a medicine god like me isn't suited for these kinds of rough things. Beating up these bastards is really exhausting. Then, he turned to ask the man with glasses again. "So, do you know who I am now?" The man, terrified, said, "Medicine god. Medicine god, I beg you, please spare me." In that case, the medicine god asks you, "Do you like sword fighting?" The man immediately shook his head. No, I don't like it." Yi Wu-tian, hearing the clever answer, nodded in satisfaction and handed him a plate, saying, "It's fine." The old man then looked utterly miserable and said, I like it. Upon hearing this, Yi Wu-tian immediately took out a packet of some kind of powder, then tossed it onto the old man's body. He even said, "You two will be together very soon. I wish you both happiness." Soon, strange noises could be heard from the room. The staff couldn't believe their ears, wondering what kind of strange sound that was. As soon as the door opened, they had their jaws drop. Even the food they were holding instinctively fell to the ground. A shrill scream then echoed down the hotel hallway. Several staff members nearby rushed to see what was happening. But after they saw what was going on, they were left speechless. It turned out that the two men were engaging in an indecent act, and the staff members couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets." To think someone with such a frail appearance could still do something like this. This has to be filmed. It's definitely going to be more popular than those TikTok idols. In the surveillance room, only 2 people were watching the footage. The hotel manager pointed and said to the female officer, "Look here." Unexpectedly, Yi Wu-tian had somehow appeared on the camera without anyone noticing. The female officer clenched her fist angrily. Why couldn't Yi Wu-tian just behave like a normal person for once? The next day, at Dongcheng Bank, Yi Wu-tian returned and spoke to the employee. Xiao Shui, how have you been lately? Can I be called Mr. Yi in English from now on? She blushed and replied, thank you, Yi Wu-tian, for what happened the other day. But Yi Wu-tian just smiled and joked, is thank you really enough? How about you join me for dinner tonight? She seemed to have ovulated as well. This is fine, shift's over, I'll report back to you. After that, she also said, if there's nothing else, I have to get back to work. Yi Wu-tian continued to flirt with a smile, unaware that an older woman was waiting behind him. The woman angrily said, hey bro, if you don't have money, go somewhere else. Are you even going to let people withdraw money? Yi Wu-tian ignored her and handed a check to the young female staff member. Use this check to see how much you can withdraw, then let's go out tonight. She took the check, feeling a bit uneasy. A check for 30 million yuan, so much money, is this real? Meanwhile, Ko Xin had regained consciousness. She was dazed and didn't know where she was. This didn't seem like her home, but she immediately recalled the past events and then looked down at herself. Why were her clothes? Ko Xin, in despair, began to tear up. Could it be that those two scoundrels really humiliated me? However, she soon realized that something didn't seem right. When she checked, there were no signs of blood. Could someone have saved her? Ko Xin couldn't remember who had saved her. The images in her mind were hazy, but they seemed to resemble Yi Wu-tian. Could it have been him who came to save me? But she quickly dismissed the thought. How could he have come to save me? He probably doesn't even know where he is right now. Ko Xin picked up the phone to listen to the recording she had secretly made yesterday. She could only hear Yi Wu-tian's voice as he was calling someone to buy various types of medicine. She also felt that this voice sounded very similar to her useless fiancé's, though there was a slight difference in tone. Next came the lewd words uttered by Ko Xin herself, I want it, satisfy me, and many other unpleasant things. Yi Wu-tian struggled, but he also said something that made Ko Xin blush, it's really uncomfortable, should I touch it? Damn, I've got a nosebleed. Could it really be that bastard after all? But he was a pervert, and when a girl offers herself up like this, it's impossible for him not to do anything. It didn't matter anyway, knowing who he was wouldn't change anything. Right now, aside from the bank, no other place could have that much money. Suddenly, the secretary hurriedly ran inside. CEO, she said, rushing to Ko Xin with a worried expression. Were you harmed by those two bastards? I've already reported it to the police. Ko Xin smiled and said, I'm fine. Someone came to rescue me. The secretary looked doubtful. Did someone really come to save you? She then raised her phone. Those two guys are in the news. Ko Xin was shocked. Could it be that the man from last night had done this to them? The secretary continued, suddenly, the company released a large sum of money, about 29 million yuan. Ko Xin curiously asked, did a client send it? That can't be right, no client owes us that much money. Ko Xin, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought. Who could have transferred the money? At the same time, the police appeared and asked her to go to the station to assist in the investigation of the two men who had been injured. On Yi Wu-tian's side, someone knocked on his door early in the morning. Who was knocking on the door so early? When he opened the door, he was surprised to find the female police officer standing there. She disgustedly said, "You're such a pervert. Can't you wear a little more clothes?" Yi Wu-tian proudly replied, "Did you examine my body? Why is your face so red?" The police officer was at a loss for words. "Anyway, you need to come to the station. We suspect you're involved in the assault." Yi Wu-tian said, "You keep wanting me to go to the station day and night. Can't we have a little break in our relationship? Hurry up and get dressed." "Alright, I'll put on my pants now, is that good enough?" So the young man took his pants, put them on while sticking his buttocks out in front of the police officer. She angrily shouted, "You bastard pervert! Turn around, or I'll ruin your toy.
A few minutes later, Xiaomei approached her car and said, "Get in."
He decisively turned away. Who wants to sit in that kind of car? You go ahead, I have my own car.
He walked away, leaving Xiaomei fuming behind him. It's only been a few days since we last met, and this bastard even looks down on his own car. She was shocked when she saw him walking towards her, pushing the bicycle.
Is this really your bike? He happily introduced it to her. Handsome, right? I happened to find it, and it was so expensive to get, so if you offered me 5 million, I wouldn't trade it. She could only widen her eyes in surprise. Handsome? Why would you pay such a high price for it? You wouldn't even trade this toy for 5 million? He got on the bike and pedaled away, glancing back at her, thinking, what do you know?
In the future, this will be an antique, very valuable.
He rode further away. Let's go.
She shouted after him.
Ah, wait a minute.
Passers-by on the street laughed at the sight of the two of them.
Isn't this bike from 10 years ago? And someone's still riding it now?
Where?
Isn't it just some scam? Aren't they afraid to ride that broken bike? There's another bike following them. The look of the owner suggests they know each other.
Xiaomei could only blush, feeling embarrassed. This is so humiliating. Later, at the police station, as he locked his bike, she spoke up, "You're leaving it right in front of the police station.
Aren't you worried about it being stolen?"
Hearing this, he sighed. She clearly didn't understand its value, and he was too lazy to explain it to her. She shouted, "I don't want to learn anything from you." They both entered the interrogation room, and Xiaomei pointed to the room. "Just go in." Inside, there was another person who was being interrogated with him. He walked in casually.
All right. Kuxin, sitting inside, was stunned when she saw him. Yi Wu Tian exclaimed, "Chung Kuxin." Yi Wu Tian curiously asked, "Are you all right?" Cheng Kuxin replied, "Do you hope that I'm not?" He hesitated and said, "I didn't mean this." She burst into tears out of anger and shouted, "Then what do you mean? You disappear without saying a word. What do you think I am? A toy? Yi Wu Tian, Kuxin, what am I to you in your eyes?"
He hesitated again, saying, "I'm sorry."
The policewoman stepped inside and said, "You two, there's family discord. Go home and discuss it. Let's focus on the matter at hand first." After some time following the interrogation, the two of them met outside a CAF. After a period of silence, Yi Wu Tian spoke up, "Are you happy being engaged to me?" Kuxin replied, "Before answering your question, can you answer one question for me first? Did you save me? Tell me the truth, I want to hear the real answer." He answered, "It was me, I saved you by accident at that time." She continued, "How did you know I was there? Also, under those circumstances, why didn't you take advantage of me?"
He answered her question, "Finding you was purely coincidental."
"If I had taken advantage of you, wouldn't you hate me even more?"
He said apologetically, "I'm truly sorry for making you suffer so much."
Kuxin shyly said, "No matter what, thank you."
At the same time, she thought to herself, he's apologizing again.
Is this really my former fiancé? She continued, "By the way, what's the deal with the drugs you gave me? I really don't remember you knowing medicine."
Yi Wu Tian replied, "By chance, I got hold of a kind of folk medicine that could counteract the aphrodisiac." Then he looked straight into her eyes. "You still haven't answered my question.
Are you happy being engaged to me?"
Tears welled up in her eyes.
She said, "Happy? Even day and night, teasing flowers and chasing moon, and even abandoning your fiancée and disappearing, and you're asking me if I'm happy? How can I be happy?" He calmly said, Kuxin, let's break off the engagement."
She looked at him with a confused expression.
What? What are you saying? He replied, "Being with someone like me, you won't be happy. Let's annul the engagement. The company will be yours. That's what you deserve."
Just as she was about to stand up to talk to him, he got up and left, but not without saying to Kuxin, in 2 days, I'll come to your house to officially discuss this. When she got home, her mother anxiously asked her, Xiaomei, what happened? Since you came back, you've been like this, as if you've lost your soul. Are you feeling unwell? But she received only silence in response. Her father then asked, Xiaomei, has something happened? She simply said, he said he wants to break off the engagement. The couple froze in surprise upon hearing this. They asked, is it Yi Wu Tian? What? He really said that? What about the company? She replied, the company will be given to me. Her father happily said, that's great, haha, at least that kid has some conscience. Whether the company stays or not doesn't matter, the important thing is that you can break off the engagement. That's what matters. Her mother added, Xiaomei, your sister is coming back tonight. Let's celebrate together. She wearily said, I don't feel very well, you all go ahead and talk. Her mother, concerned, said to her husband, Mr. Chang, do you think our daughter looks really unhappy? Yes, logically, she should be happy. Why does she seem so lost? She spoke with a sorrowful tone, he has changed, he's no longer the same as before. It was so hard to escape from that bastard, so why am I the one who's unhappy now? The next day, the couple was stunned when they saw Yi Wu Tian riding a bicycle. They thought, Yi Wu Tian is riding a bicycle again? He wouldn't even glance at a bike that cost less than $1 million before, and now he's riding such a broken down one? Kuxian was also surprised, thinking, he really has changed. To get to the point, he said, Uncle Chang, Aunt Chang, no need for too many formalities, I'm here today to break off the engagement. He continued, I am not worthy of Kuxian. Since we got engaged, she has endured too much suffering. Today, this unreasonable marriage should come to an end. The couple thought for a long time. Kuxian's father spoke, at least you know yourself. What are you going to do to return to the Yi family after this? He tiredly replied, the Yi family? What is it that I have to go back to? Do they deserve it? Her father continued, the Yi family won't take you back? If that's the case, why are you giving the company to Kuxian? He answered, because she deserves it. She has always been running the company, and I've never taken a single share. Kuxian, sign these papers, and the company will be transferred to your name. Kuxian said, put it down for now, I'll look at it when I have time. Her father anxiously shouted, Xiaomei, this is giving the company to you for free. You and Yi Wu Tian were only engaged, and he never touched you even once. The company is clearly benefiting from this. She replied, do you think I don't know what I'm doing? Yi Wu Tian, the company records that amount of money, did you send it over? Yi Wu Tian answered, yes, I did. She continued, if we're going to break off the engagement, then why do it like this? He replied, consider it compensation, or even atonement. She angrily shouted, what, is this supposed to be a way of atoning for your sins? 29 million yuan, and you didn't even blink before giving it to me like this? Her father, scared upon hearing her conversation, said, what, 29 million yuan? Well. After hearing this, her father had a heart attack from shock. Her mother hurriedly ran over to support him and screamed, medicine, quickly, get the medicine. Her mother anxiously asked her husband, Mr. Chang, why are you so agitated? Didn't the doctor warn you not to get worked up? How could you forget? Sweating profusely, he answered, so, this is the 29 million yuan, just like that. She worriedly said, Dad, let's go to the hospital. He calmly replied, don't rush, let me try something first. It seemed like she couldn't believe the person in front of her. Kuxian was surprised by Yi Wu Tian's abilities. She thought to herself, he even knows how to massage. Where did this person learn all this? He wrote the symptoms on a piece of paper and calmly said, chest, back, waist pain, limbs cold, drowsiness, fatigue, weakness, need to recuperate. Ingredients, human angelica, ginger, licorice, 10 g of each, 1500 ml of water boiled down to 500 ml. Take 3 times a day, for a week. He tiredly added, how about that? Look at the prescription, don't look at me. Her mother was shocked by his skills. She said, Xiao Yi, are you a doctor? When did you learn such good medical skills? He bashfully replied, I found a medical book and learned on my own. I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll leave first. Mr. Cheng suddenly thought, could it be that this kid is playing the game of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? She picked up the file, looked at it, and thought, there's some meaning to this. I also want to see what tricks he has up his sleeve. He wants me to sign? I'll definitely refuse to sign. Wang Fanxi looked at the file, and Yi Wu Tian thought, the Yi family in Dongcheng City is considered the leading family. Although the original owner of this body appeared to be very flamboyant and reckless on the surface, in reality, they suffered a lot of oppression within the family and have never been willing to acknowledge it. After all, I'm using this brother's body, so I should at least help him get justice. He continued, if I don't do this, I'm afraid there might be people within the Yi family who will target me. Then the matter turned to the inheritance of the wealthy family. Currently, the company had given away the granddaughter-in-law, they had no money, and dealing with the Yi family would be pointless. What was urgent now was to make money. Scene changes to Ku Xian's company. The employees were surprised to see Yi Wu Tian return. They said, whoa, CEO Yi is back. It's been so long since we've seen CEO Yi. This guy isn't out partying in nightclubs, but he actually came back to the company. He went to Ku Xian's office, flung the door open, and said, have the documents been signed? I'm here to pick up something. She grabbed his hand tightly and said, Boss Yi, I don't have any documents here. There are a few important clients who want to meet, come with me. He yelled in confusion, She pulled his hand and said, let's go. He thought anxiously, what does this woman want to do? Pretend to be crazy and clueless? I don't even need the company for free. The secretary thought nervously, no way, hasn't the CEO always disliked this useless person? Why would she want to take him to meet clients? In a bar somewhere in the city, watching Ku Xian's back, Yi Wu Tian replied with amusement, oh, I didn't pay attention to my fiancée, but she's quite attractive, with a great figure. She's got a nice butt and long legs. Haha, it's a bit of a pity to break off the engagement when she's this good. She shyly yelled, hey, are you done staring? Let me tell you, the client's drinking capacity is quite good. Today, you'll help me handle this. Don't tell me you're not up for it, you used to drink a lot with those friends of yours. You've also played around with girls. She urged him, hurry up. He replied, all right. Boss Zhong, seeing the presence of all three, said, you're here, huh? He was Zhong Jianyi, the CEO of the largest corporation in Huaxia. He spoke when he saw Ku Xian, Miss Chang, you're still as stunning as ever. Come, sit down. He noticed the 8 bottles of liquor on the table and, surprised, said, damn, 8 bottles of liquor on the table, what the hell does this guy want? Is he planning to get us drunk and then take advantage? He continued, it seems Miss Chang is also well prepared. If that's the case, let me be straightforward. If you want to do business with me, you need to have a good tolerance for alcohol. It's better to judge someone's character by their ability to drink than by their personality. She whispered into Yi Wu Tian's ear, show your talent, go drink with him. If not, our business won't go well. He hesitated and thought, this. Is my alcohol tolerance really alright? Boss Zhong continued, alright then, to avoid others saying that I'm making things difficult for women, today I'll make an exception. The 3 of us will drink together. If you can beat me at drinking, then you win. She eagerly asked, really? He then nervously said, hey, wait a second. He continued, how big is this business deal that it's worth risking our lives like this? She answered, 10 million. Other companies are also paying attention to it. Without this deal, the company could go bankrupt. We must secure it.
With a cunning smile, Yi Wu-tian said, "Is that so? Boss Zhong, if we're playing, let's play big. 10 million is not enough to play, let's go for 50 million, how about that?" She was stunned and thought, 50 million? Is he here to cause trouble?
I should have known better than to bring him along.
Boss Zhong laughed proudly and said, "Ha, very interesting.
As long as you can drink these 2 bottles of liquor and still not get drunk, then for every additional glass you drink, I'll add 5 million.
How does that sound?"
She anxiously explained, "Boss Zhong, don't take his words seriously, he's just joking." At the same time, she thought nervously, this is bad, really bad. If Yi Wu-tian gets drunk, with his personality, he'll definitely take people here to look for women, and that would completely ruin our exclusive deal.
Boss Zhong's expression changed as he said, "Miss Chang, are you doubting my sincerity?" She quickly explained to avoid any misunderstanding, "What are you talking about? Boss Zhong is a man of integrity, it's just that his alcohol tolerance is really low. Don't even mention 2 bottles, he can't handle one." He thought to himself, worried, could I really not handle it? He said, "Let me try, sometimes in life you have to take a risk." She hesitated before replying, "You." Boss Zhong, curious, asked, "Miss Chang, who is this gentleman?"
He cheerfully introduced himself, "I am Yi Wu-tian, her fiancé, but not for long.
Tomorrow, Miss Chang and I will be breaking off our engagement." The secretary, after hearing the story, thought deeply with both worry and curiosity.
Regarding the annulment of the engagement, Yi Wu-tian proactively asked,
"What exactly happened?" Kuxian also pondered, filled with both worry and curiosity, can he really not bear being near me? Did he rush to annul the engagement? Or is there another girl outside? He continued, "Wang Man, prepare a new contract."
I apologize in advance, but I'll be stepping out for a bit, going to the restroom, and will return immediately. Wang Man agreed after a brief hesitation.
"All right."
After returning, Yi Wu-tian said,
"Sorry to keep you waiting, Boss Zhong."
"You can take a good look, don't blink. It's been a while since I've drunk this much, it feels quite comfortable."
Kuxian, concerned, asked, "Are you okay, is everything all right?" He awkwardly replied,
"If you don't let go, I'll really have a problem."
She thought, filled with curiosity, since when did he start pretending to be so serious? Boss Zhong clapped his hands happily and said, "Bro Yi has great drinking capacity, I can see you're still good to go. Next, let's have another bottle, 3 more shots, I want to learn from you." He smiled brightly and said, "Boss Zhong is so generous, I can't be stingy." "As you wish."
Kuxian, worried about Yi Wu-tian's well-being, reminded him,
"Take care of yourself, don't push it if you can't handle it. Drinking like this, you might end up risking your life." He happily asked her back, "Kuxian, are you concerned about me?" She awkwardly thought for a moment before replying, "Am I looking after you? You'd better drink yourself to death."
She cheerfully said, 15 million has arrived, the company is saved. Both of them said in unison,
CEO Yi is truly amazing.
Yi Wu-tian, feeling pleased with himself, said, "Boss Zhong, don't change your mind when the 50 million arrives in your hands."
Boss Zhong excitedly responded, "Bro Yi, your alcohol tolerance is impressive. Today, I admit defeat. I fully respect that. The contract for 50 million will be signed." She happily hugged him and said, "How can you be so amazing? Tell me, how did you manage to do it?"
Wang Man, with a face full of admiration, said, "CEO Yi, you were so handsome just now." He hesitated for a moment and said, "To be honest, let me tell you, I actually have a god of alcohol secretly assisting me." Switching scenes to Chung Kuxian's company, upon returning to her office, she thought to herself, is that person really my fiancé? Even when drunk, he didn't take advantage of me. His medical skills suddenly became so impressive, and his alcohol tolerance is so high. Should I sign this annulment agreement? Suddenly, a call came in.
She picked up the phone and said, "Hello, senior brother, are you back?" At a restaurant somewhere in the city, they met at the restaurant. Oh Yang-hao said, "Little sister, I've heard about your situation. Are you doing okay lately?" He was Oh Yang-hao. With tears in her eyes, she stammered, "Senior brother, I." He continued, "If you want to cry, then cry. Don't make things harder on yourself." Listening to him, she burst into tears, crying loudly as she explained the situation. "You bastard, he played this disappearing game, and the whole company relies on just one person to hold it up. How can it possibly be good? Woo woo." Oh Yang-hao anxiously took out a handkerchief and wiped the tears from Ko Xian's face. He said, "Little sister." She pushed his hand away and said, "Thank you, senior brother, I can do it myself." He thought to himself with concern, "This little sister instinctively rejects me." He continued, "Little sister, I came back to the country for you. Don't worry about that fiancé of yours, let's go over there and start a new life, shall we?" Ku Xian hesitated, "Senior brother, this." Oh Yang-hao raised his voice, "I know that fiancé of yours is a scoundrel, he's not worthy of your trust." She said tiredly, "Senior brother, let's change the topic." He angrily responded, "No, we must talk about this. Back in school, I didn't seize the opportunity to confess, but this time I won't let go. Ku Xian, do you love me or not?" She fearfully said, "Senior brother, please don't force me, okay?" He continued angrily, "How long do you want to drag this on? If you keep delaying like this, it'll be over for your whole life. How can you be happy following someone like him, a piece of trash?" She tiredly replied, I don't know. I'm going now." He ran after her, trying to stop her. "Wait a moment, little sister." She walked straight home. When she arrived, her mother asked, "Ko Xian, you're back? Oh, by the way, Yang-hao came by this afternoon. Did he call you?" She replied, "I'm going to take a shower." Her mother, concerned and curious, said, "What's wrong, daughter? You look upset. Did Yi Wu Tian make you angry again?" "Yang-hao came back, you should be happy about that, right?" Cheng answered, "I don't know, just let her have some peace and quiet." In the bath, she thought wearily, "Senior brother was right. I've always wanted to end this absurd marriage, but why am I rejecting him? What exactly is going on? Could it be that I have started to like Yi Wu Tian? No way, absolutely not. How could I possibly like someone like him, a rich heir who doesn't know anything else?" On the second day, she walked while thinking, and because of those thoughts, she had a restless night. First, I should just focus on work. When she saw Oh Yang-hao's arrival with a bouquet of flowers, she asked in surprise, "Senior, what is this?" He smiled and said, "Little sister, this is for you. Are you free at noon? Let's have lunch together." She hesitated and said, "Senior, I." Yi Wu Tian appeared and said, "What are you doing drinking tea so early in the morning? Am I disturbing you too?" Oh Yang-hao turned to Yi Wu Tian and said, "Mr. Yi, I'd like to have a word with you." He smiled with a face full of anger and asked, "Do you even know who she is?" He thought angrily, "Damn, you're pursuing my fiancé Yi right in front of me. At least wait for me to break off the engagement before you make your move." Oh Yang-hao asked back, irritated, "So what if I know?" He shouted, "Do you even realize you're her fiancé? What have you treated her as this whole year? Do you think you're fit to be her fiancé?" Yi Wu Tian replied angrily, "What I do has nothing to do with you. Do you need to teach me everything? Who do you think you are?" He replied, "I am Oh Yang-hao. I have no right to ask you to do anything, but perhaps I have the right to pursue her. As a man, you should let her go and allow her to chase her own happiness." He sarcastically said to him, "I have already given her the choice, and you still don't know that?" Then, he brought their faces close together, saying that if she hadn't told him, it seemed she didn't like him after all.
Upon hearing this, Yang Hao became furious and shouted, Yi Wu Tian, I warn you, if you touch a single hair on her head, don't blame me.
I won't be polite with you. Yi Wu Tian, also angry, rolled up his sleeves and said, What do you think you are?
If you're brave enough, come over and fight for it.
I'm scared of you, sure. Kuxin, anxious, said, Right, you two stop arguing.
Yi Wu Tian looked at her and said, Do you really think I'm fighting for you?
Then, decisively, he turned and walked into the company.
She stood behind, confused, thinking to herself that in his eyes there was nothing but disappointment. Why did her heart hurt so much? Standing beside her, without caring, he turned to her and suggested, What the heck is this?
Hey, why don't we have lunch together at noon?
She refused, Sorry, I might not be free at noon.
I have work to do.
You should go ahead. After a while, she appeared at Yi Wu Tian's office.
When he saw her, he asked, Is something wrong? She nervously asked, Are you mad? He showed no expression and asked, Is it about earlier?
She replied, I'm very angry, extremely angry, but I don't want to talk about it.
If there's nothing else, you can leave.
She asked, Why are you upset?
Isn't this exactly what you wanted?
At this moment, he coldly responded to her, It doesn't matter to me. I only care about when you'll sign the annulment of our marriage.
This is my last time at this company, so you can leave now.
She was startled, feeling aggrieved to the point of tears.
Yi Wu Tian, what exactly do you think of me? Am I just some flood or wild beast? Do you want to avoid me, but it doesn't have to be like this, right?
A few hours later, he leisurely walked out of the company, finally finishing his work.
It was time to go home.
Suddenly, Yang Hao appeared before him, and he immediately sighed, Shit, is this guy really not afraid of death?
Coming up right to the door.
At that moment, a red sports car sped toward him, forcing him to step back.
The car stopped, and the person in it called out, Well, isn't this the useless kid from the Yi family? Long time no see, huh? Yang Hao seized the opportunity to greet him, Young Master Yi, what perfect timing.
Young Master Yi responded, Didn't expect young Master Yang to be here.
He then pointed to the direction where Chang Kuxian was standing and asked, Are you trying to flirt with her, young Master Yang? Kuxian was suddenly startled, and he, feeling frustrated, scoffed, Ha!
Just as he was about to leave, Kuxian stopped him.
Are you leaving? He brushed her hand aside and said, This isn't my business. Should I stay and be a third wheel?
The young Master Yi appeared, blocking the way of both of them, and said, Wait a minute, you useless little brat.
Do you not want to say anything upon seeing the future heir of the Yi family?
Yi Wu Tian calmly replied, The Yi family, you're the heir?
What does that even mean? Do you think the Yi family is so impressive? Do you think I'm heartbroken because I was kicked out of the Yi family?
Go back and tell the Yi family and those people that before long, the Yi family will have a new master, and that new master will be me. Yi Wu Tian is the Yi family. She was surprised by his words, thinking, in the past, every time he saw someone from the Yi family, he would cowardly avoid them, but now he dares to speak to Yi Yan like this. Yang Hao was also surprised by Yi Wu Tian's words. He thought, No, this person is not as incompetent as the rumors say.
I need to investigate further. Young Master Yi angrily said, You bastard, are you stupid? Do you want to change the Yi family? Damn it, a useless kid like you?
He calmly replied, Say whatever you want, but soon you'll realize that someone as high and mighty as you will be kicked out by a useless kid.
At that time, the look of despair on your face will be something everyone looks forward to. Everything that belongs to me, I will take back. The Yi family in the future will be my Yi family.
She was surprised by Yi Wu Tian's words.
She said, Is this Yi Wu Tian? Why is he so handsome? Young Master Yi angrily said, Forget it, what are you pretending for? Sooner or later, I'll kill you.
He thought to himself, building a relationship with Yang Hao first is the most important. You bastard can be dealt with later.
Oh Yang Hao arrived at Ko Xian's place. He said, "Little sister, did he say what happens when the choice is in your hands?" She replied, "I remembered there's still some work left to handle, I need to go back to the company." He shouted, "Ko Xian." At the same time, young Master Yi arrived at his place. "Young Master Ouyang, I know what's going on. I heard that you bastard even wanted to leave the family himself, trying to flirt with Chen Ko Xian. I can help you." After hearing about his offer of help, Ouyang Hao showed interest and said, "Tell me more." Back at the office, Ko Xian anxiously said, "Yi Wu Tian, what's really going on with him?" She thought to herself, "Do I really want to break off the engagement?" Suddenly, Wang Man appeared, shouting, "CEO, stop dwelling on it." She continued, "Yi Wu Tian is not right for you. Your senior brother isn't bad either. Even if he changes a lot, he won't change the fact that he's a coward and a destroyer. Maybe what he's been doing recently is just a momentary rebellion. While he still hasn't changed his mind, you should make your decision quickly." She sighed and said, "Let me think about this for a while." On the way back, Yi Wu Tian sighed and said, "Bro Yi, don't worry. With your background, I'll help you out. The Yi family will soon recognize each other as family, but your fiancée Yi already belongs to someone else. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep her." The scene shifted to a small street, where pedestrians curiously observed a signboard. They said, "What kind of toy is this? It looks very impressive. This situation might really happen. Want to become beautiful? I can help you. Want to be healthy? I can help you. Want to regain your charm? I can help you. Want to have a son or a daughter? I can help you. Cure all diseases, unmatched in the world." A crowd of people gathered, chatting excitedly, "Oh my, such an amazing fate, so powerful. But I wonder if he actually has the skills. Which hospital is he a doctor at? Does he even have a medical license?" The man replied heroically, "I don't belong to any hospital. No hospital can afford to pay for my skills." His answer drew mocking comments. Isn't he a doctor at a hospital? Could he have run away from a mental hospital? So young yet already gone mad? What a pity. No one will trust someone like you. In response to the mockery, he calmly said, like the story of the fisherman, "Those who wish to bite the hook will do so. Those who trust me will know that I am a treasure. Those who don't know me will treat me like grass and trash." The crowd inadvertently attracted Wang Fancy's attention. "Oh, why are there so many people surrounding that place?" She said to the driver, "Stop the car, I'll go down and take a look." She struggled to squeeze her way through the crowd, asking people to give way. When she saw him, she called out, "Yi Wu Tian, is that you?" She also mocked his appearance. "Thug, what are you doing here? Isn't this a bit too dramatic?" He sighed, "I've been quite humble already. I originally planned to add a bag for the all-around care. Wang, if you have something to handle, you can go ahead." She confidently said to him, "The way you're doing this, there won't be any patients running to the door. This kind of thing needs some technique. A beautiful person like me will show you what real skill is." She then posted a live interview update. She asked him, "Mr. Yi, do you think someone will come to you because of what you're doing?" He confidently replied, "There will always be someone who recognizes my abilities." She quickly followed up with another question, "Do you think this makes you extraordinary?" To a question like that, he casually answered, "Others laugh at me for being crazy and reckless, but I laugh at them for not being able to see through me." Unexpectedly, this news broadcast made Ku Xian burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, what exactly is this guy up to?" Wang Man, standing beside her, smiled and said, "CEO, aren't you angry? But he is the one who was supposed to be your fiancé, and he's making such a fool of himself." Ku Xian fixed her eyes on the screen. "Such an interesting story, I'm not angry. On the contrary, I want to see a little more. This person is making such a big fuss, I wonder how this will turn out in the end."
Wang Man looked at her with an incredulous expression. It's not just Yi Wu-tian, the CEO has also changed. If it were the old version of her, she would definitely be angry.
At that moment, at the Yi family mansion, the news continued to air on their TV. You ask me why I wear glasses?
Of course, it's to look at beautiful women.
Clearly, it's become all dark and foggy.
Apart from this, what else could sunglasses be useful for?
Yi Yan, feeling uncomfortable, pointed at the TV. Dad, am I seeing things? Isn't that the useless little brat? The man sitting beside her sneered. Isn't that your son you brought up outside?
He's Yi Hang Kai, the eldest son of the Yi family. Hong Dong, puzzled, thought, that kid came back to Dongchang, and then didn't contact me either.
What's he doing now?
The grandfather slammed the table in anger. This is outrageous, he has completely ruined the Yi family's reputation. He then shouted at Hong Dong, I know you've been secretly supporting him.
From now on, you must stop all support for him.
Our Yi family cannot afford to lose face. Hong Dong still wanted to defend him. Dad, he's your son.
Yi Yan smiled and spoke. Grandfather, I met him yesterday. Do you know what he said to me?
He said that in the future, he would be the one to represent the Yi family, and when that happens, he will drive me and everyone else out.
Grandfather became even more enraged after hearing this. Well, a bastard dares to speak like that.
Hong Dong, if you continue to support him, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Yan spoke to Hong Dong. That's right, uncle, I'm afraid that your future daughter-in-law won't be able to keep him either. I heard that Yi Wu-tian has taken the initiative to ask for a divorce from Cheng Kuxin.
This made him furious. What a scoundrel! Is it so easy to find him a good wife, and yet he wants to divorce her?
The madam sitting next to him patted his shoulder, trying to calm him down. A little girl beside her spoke up. Father, brother, doing this, maybe he has some intention behind it.
Don't be angry.
The little girl was Yi Hongdong's daughter, Yi Jiao. Yi Yan, refusing to back down, said, Grandfather, I also encountered the Ouyang family, Ouyang Hao, who seems to have some feelings for Cheng Kuxin. If we can use this situation to build a relationship with the Ouyang family. Grandfather agreed. Although our Yi family is considered the most prestigious in Dongchang, we are still just a small clan compared to the Ouyang family. Yi Yan, when the time comes, help young Master Ouyang. Yi Dongxian spoke up. Father, I heard that Cheng Kuxin is eager to deal with the company's matters, so Yi Wu-tian is staying behind, making the situation even more complicated.
Dealing with this businessman is something I know how to handle.
She was Yi Wu-tian's third aunt, Yi Dongxian. Yi Hongdong angrily stood up. Enough, she is my daughter-in-law. What do you mean by treating her like this?
The grandfather was also annoyed, slamming the table and scolding. What do you want to do? Do you want him to return to his ancestors? Let me tell you, as long as I'm here, don't even think about it. Wang Fancy sat and waited, mocking. It's already late afternoon, no one has come yet. Do you still have any confidence?
He continued to smile and speak cheerfully. Everything starts off difficult, don't worry, someone will come sooner or later. Dr. Wu squeezed through the crowd. Please make some room, please make some room.
The people around began to murmur. Dr. Wu is here, is that Dr. Wu? He laughed heartily. Bro Yi, are you doing this to help me find it? Ha, I have a disease in my hand, I wonder if you're interested?
He simply replied, if there's money, there's interest.
As long as the money is right, any disease can be cured.
Old man, tell us about his condition. The crowd around them was surprised. Wow, it seemed like Dr. Wu was very familiar with him. Having such a relationship with Dr. Wu, maybe this person really is very capable. Dr. Wu started, paralyzed, numb limbs, unclear speech. The illness has been present for 2 days now.
He thought for a moment and said, is it a stroke? 2 days in, it's not too bad.
Then, a man pushed his way through fiercely. Move aside.
Move aside, I want to see the doctor.
He looked at him from a distance, sizing him up. Mediterranean hairstyle, a fat head with big ears, thick fingers, a big gold chain, an expensive wristwatch, and a luxurious suit. He was interested, almost as if it were written on his forehead, rich man, the typical nouveau riche. He stepped forward, hurriedly saying, I am Ding Shang, my brother.
Please take a look for me, what's wrong with me?
He pointed at himself, his figure weak and plump, his spirit exhausted and powerless, with his waist and knees trembling, indicating kidney deficiency. He grabbed both of his hands, cheerfully saying, Everything you said is correct, truly a medicine god, bro. You have to help me, you must help me.
He calmly replied, The problem isn't big, it's just the cost of treatment.
He quickly handed over a check. Bro, please, help me out, here's 100,000 on the check, consider it for my medicine. His expression changed.
Only 100,000? Looks like he's not as valuable as I thought.
It needs to be 1 million, if you can't offer that, go find someone else.
He was stunned, breaking out in cold sweat. What, 1 million? He quickly corrected the check.
1 million it is, as long as it can cure me, it's totally worth it.
He laughed loudly, pleased. Ha, I really like people who are straightforward.
He quickly wrote out the prescription: Cuscuta chinensis, poria, eucamia, dried ginger, rhizoma morindae, Chinese yam, schisandra, 30 grams of each. He handed the prescription in front of him, explaining, steep the dried ginger in wine, soak the rhizoma morindae in alcohol, and have the pharmacy make pills of 10 grams each. Take twice a day for half a month, it will definitely rejuvenate your spirit. He glanced over the prescription, and Dr. Wu understood, responding, There's no problem with this prescription.
You take it and use it.
He felt reassured. Thank you, medicine god. Even Dr. Wu believed the prescription was effective. Perhaps this person really was the medicine god. Fan Si, standing nearby, kept scrutinizing him. Such a dark heart. This bastard makes money way too easily.
He already made 1 million like this? I work so hard as a journalist, how long would it take me to earn 1 million?
Yi Wu Tian turned and said, Reporter Wang, this time you should believe me.
At first, charging you 20,000 was actually quite friendly, wasn't it? How's the condition now, any improvement?
She turned away shyly, HMPF, reluctantly admitting it did help. That evening at Chang Kuxian's home, she was happily watching the news bulletin. Wu Kun Sheng personally visited the street doctor.
Could it be that he really is the medicine god? Street medicine god opens for business, 1 million a month in medicine fees?
She couldn't help but smile. This guy is getting more and more interesting.
Why didn't I notice how interesting he was before? Her phone rang. It was Yang Hao. However, she didn't answer. He sighed in frustration, still not picking up. He got out of the car and looked toward her house. You can run, but you can't escape from me, Kuxian.
Her mother knocked on the door. Xiaomei, Yang Hao is here to see you.
Come out and talk to him for a bit. She was startled and asked, Huh? He came to the house? After changing clothes, she went downstairs to greet him. Senior brother, you're here? Oh, Yang Hao anxiously asked her, Little sister, why didn't you answer my calls? Are you feeling unwell? Or have you been too tired these past few days?
She sat down on the chair and casually replied, I'm fine.
Don't worry, I'm just a little tired.
Her mother smiled and said, Yang Hao, the poor girl has probably been worn out from work. Why don't you take her out for a walk or to watch a movie? Anything really, just don't let her stay at home looking so listless. He thought it was a good idea and said, That's right. Let's go out for a bit, what do you say?
Will you do me that favor? She could only reply, Okay.
The two of them went to the square. He spoke up, the square is the perfect place to relax.
Little sister, is your bad mood because of Yi Wu Tian? She was startled and blushed slightly before replying, Huh? How could it be? How could I possibly care about him?
Senior brother, stop joking. Suddenly, the sound of children's laughter rang out. Uncle, uncle, go faster.
It was Yi Wu Tian, waiting for her on his bicycle.
That's more like it, go faster. He was helpless, completely at a loss for what to do with his little niece. He then made a few more rounds.
She was surprised when she saw him. Yi Wu Tian? Is that Yi Wu Tian? Is he really my fiancé? A few minutes later, her mother called out, "Yang Yang, it's getting late. Let's head home. You must remember to say goodbye to uncle." She politely answered, "Yes." At this moment, Yang Hao also noticed him and said, "Yi Wu Tian, how is he here?" She hurriedly said, "Senior brother, let's go." Yi Wu Tian also noticed the presence of the two people and approached to ask, "Cheng Kuxin, what do you want?" Yang Hao, annoyed, said, "What do you mean, what do I want? Can't you see we're here on a date?" He turned away, but not before warning the two of them, "Miss Chang, I don't mind you being intimate with another man, but don't forget, the man in front of you is your fiancé. So, can you please show me some respect? I hope to see the signed annulment papers by tomorrow." She tried to call him back, "No, it's not what you think." After returning home, she collapsed on the bed, crying, "It's not true, it's not like that, it's not." Downstairs, her mother, worried, asked, "Mr. Chang, why did our daughter come back so soon after going out? And she looks like she's been greatly distressed." He didn't care and, not wanting to know, told her to ask Xiao Xian herself. She angrily shouted, "What? You want me to ask our daughter? Don't forget, she's your daughter too." She continued, clearly frustrated, "I don't understand. What's wrong with Yang Hao? How is he not as good as Yi Wu Tian? He's 100 times better." Her father calmly responded, "If you're going to be angry, don't come to me. I've already said, when it comes to our daughter, let her choose for herself. No matter what the outcome is, I will support her." The next day, her alarm kept ringing, but the lazy pig stayed in bed. She, in a disheveled state, sat up, and once again had a sleepless night. She put her phone into her bag and, half asleep, said, "Hurry up, wash your face, then go to the company." She panicked. She dumped everything out of her bag. Nothing. The divorce papers were gone. Clearly, she had placed them in her bag yesterday. She couldn't stop worrying. How could this be? After a while, at the company, she kept turning everything upside down. What was happening? In her office, she searched everywhere but couldn't find them. Where had she put the divorce papers? Wang Man, full of energy, entered. "CEO, good news, a client is here." Wang Man handed her a piece of paper. "Someone is looking for you, saying they want to cooperate with you. Here is their business card." She looked at the business card, a feeling of unease rising in her. Could it be Yi Dongxian? Yi Dongxian was comfortably seated in the chair. "I came abruptly, I hope Miss Chang won't mind." Kuxian quickly responded, "Of course not, CEO Yi. Welcome to my company." She handed over a contract. "Miss Chang, I'm straightforward and don't like beating around the bush. My intention today is very simple. I want to cooperate with you, but I have a small condition." Her expression became serious as she said to her, "You and Yi Wu Tian must annul the engagement." She was taken aback and slammed the table. "What are you saying?" She spoke softly, "Miss Chang, please don't get too emotional. First, look through these contracts before responding." After quickly scanning through, she exclaimed, "What, 300 million for a business deal, and the contract price is clearly just money." She continued, "We know that you and Yi Wu Tian are likely to annul the engagement soon, and I simply want to expedite the process." Seeing her reaction, the woman pushed further, "Miss Chang, you are a smart person, you should understand how to weigh the pros and cons." Kuxian said sternly, "You really are from the Yi family. I want to know what your true intentions are. If you don't make things clear, I won't cooperate." The woman scoffed, "I didn't expect Miss Chang to be so concerned about your fiancé. This really surprises me." She responded frankly, "How I feel about him is none of your business. I don't need you to tell me. But what you're doing, are you trying to harm him?" The woman stood up and turned away. "You have style, but in high society, it's not enough to have style if you want to survive. Please give me an answer by this afternoon. I don't like waiting." She quickly grabbed her bag, confused about the missing contract, then Yi Dongxian came looking for her and left swiftly. This isn't right. I need to hurry home and find the contract. When she reached the door, Wang Man and two tall men were standing there. Oh, CEO, are you going out? Wang Man pointed at the two men. These gentlemen are lawyers, and they want to see you. The lawyer handed her a business card. Miss Chang, how are you? We've been entrusted by Mr. Yi Wu Tian to come here for the company's transfer of ownership. She was shocked and asked, transfer? What transfer? Please explain clearly. The lawyer behind him handed her the contract. Since you and Mr. Yi Wu Tian, the principal, have annulled the engagement, according to the terms of the contract, the company must be transferred to your name. She replied, maybe I haven't signed any contract at all. He handed her a stack of papers. Miss Chang, this is the contract you signed. She snatched the papers from his hand. Why does the contract end up in the lawyer's hands? Flipping through the pages, she looked and clearly didn't see her signature. Why is it there at the top? In panic, she screamed, this can't be, this is impossible. I didn't sign this part of the contract is fake. He said to her, Miss Chang, if you suspect the contract is fake, you can request handwriting verification. She quickly ran past the two of them and left, shameless. The rain began to fall as she ran down the street, shouting, Yi Wu Tian, you bastard, where the hell are you? Desperately, she kept running, yelling, if you're brave enough, come out and tell me what's going on. She carelessly tripped over a stone by the side of the road, fell down in defeat, and cried, how could this happen? What is going on? I clearly didn't sign it, I didn't sign. At that moment, Yang Hao ran up with an umbrella. Little sister, what happened? He stood at a distance, looking at her. It's over, bro Yi. Starting today, your fiancée will become someone else's fiancée. He turned and left. I'm really sorry, but this relationship can't be forced. Unexpectedly, Wang Man stood in his way. You can't go. Why is she treating the CEO like this? What is the reason behind it? He sneered mockingly. Isn't this the result everyone was expecting? You're hoping for this too, aren't you? Wang Man yelled, I'm on the CEO's side, but right now, she looks so pitiful. What happened to the contract? The CEO said she didn't sign it, so how did it end up in your hands? He replied, surprised, didn't sign it? Are you implying that she didn't sign it? That's not right. This morning, someone brought the contract to me, it was already signed, and I just signed it without a second thought. Anyway, it doesn't matter, just forget it. He snorted, well, the result is already like this. I'm leaving. At that moment, Wang Man took out her phone. Good. I recorded everything, turns out it's all just a misunderstanding. He broke into a cold sweat and asked Dr. Wu, who was walking beside him, Mr. Wu, you said you brought me here to make money, but this situation is a little intimidating. He wondered, what exactly was the identity of the patient? Dr. Wu's face grew serious. I can only tell you that his last name is Ning. I can't say much more. As they neared the hospital room, he added, be careful later, don't say anything inappropriate. Inside the room, there were two men. The frail old man was lying on the bed. The other man asked, Mr. Wu, is he the expert you were talking about? Dr. Wu replied, yes, it's him. He approached and observed the old man lying on the sickbed for a while, then said, numb limbs, misaligned eyes, powerless confinement, dark purple tongue, relatively dry tongue. Yeah, this is serious. The man was taken aback, seemingly impressed by him. His eyes widened, and he thought, this kid seems to have real skill. He placed his hand on his shoulder and asked, bro, how many parts are you sure about? Yi Wu Tian confidently replied, if you take the medicine and add my special techniques, the massage should have a 70% chance of success. But the price of the medicine will be a bit expensive. Dr. Wu, standing from a distance, watched him helplessly, opening and closing his mouth. It's all about money. Even if you have difficulties, don't you see that there are soldiers everywhere? The other son handed him a piece of paper. It was a check for 5 million. The man continued, there will be a substantial reward later. Excited, he quickly rushed to the check and laughed, ha ha ha, I really enjoy dealing with straightforward people. Prepare a pen and paper for me. After receiving what he needed, he quickly wrote out the prescription: white flower snake, black snake, celestial demon hawthorn, turtle shell, ginseng, black aconite, poppy brain, dextrin, ghostly dragon, devil's angelica, and fungus. Then he handed it to the man, who received it with both hands and went to get the herbs. Please get me a clean towel as well, he added. 2 hours later, he wrung out the towel and carefully wiped the old man down. This illness required a specific method of treatment, and he suspected it would be misunderstood by others. He raised his hand, preparing to proceed, then thought, well, for now, let's start with the massage. We'll talk later. When everything had ended, it was already late at night. That's it for today. Remember to give him his medicine 3 times a day, and make sure it's on time. If everything goes well, in a month, or at most 2, his condition will improve. He quickly and attentively wrote it down. The next morning, he was walking with Dr. Wu. The doctor spoke up, bro, your medical skills are really impressive. I can't complain like you can. By the way, I heard you and your fiancée called off the engagement. He gave him a resigned look, not expecting the news to spread so quickly. If you have something to say, just say it. Dr. Wu laughed heartily, I have a granddaughter who's very beautiful, and she's a flight attendant. I wonder if you'd be interested in being my grandson-in-law. He hesitated, thinking that a flight attendant must be quite attractive. Imagining her seductive looks, he eagerly threw his arm around the doctor's shoulder. Old man, I didn't know you were so clever. The doctor replied happily, next time my granddaughter has a day off, I'll invite you over for a meal, and we can set the 2 of you up. But on the other hand, perhaps this was his plan all along, this kid, a top-tier talent, I absolutely can't let him slip away. That evening, as he dreamed of beautiful girls surrounding him, the doorbell rang incessantly. He was furious, damn, who is it? Who's knocking so loudly in the middle of the night, making my beautiful dream girl disappear? He angrily opened the door, and in front of him stood a female police officer, who blushed and ordered, put some clothes on. He raised his middle finger in anger, who are you? This is my house, why should I listen to you about what to wear? She glared at him, I'll say it again, put your clothes on. He proudly showed off his figure, wearing nothing but his underwear, have you never seen a man like this? She felt embarrassed, and at the same time, kicked him inside the house, if you continue to disgrace me, I might not show you any mercy. At Yi Wu Tian's house, he was kneeling on the ground, hugging his chest, angrily shouting. Who are you? Coming to my house and making all this noise. The strange girl who had barged into his house frowned in anger, her stance ready as if preparing to hit him, and said, You must really want to die. Furious, he moved forward and slammed the door shut, cursing at her for being too mild. Before the door could close completely, a hand suddenly stopped it from shutting, preventing him from closing it. They kept pushing back and forth like this. Seeing how tightly she was holding onto the door, he thought to himself, shit, this girl is really strong. She must be born under the sign of the ox. Suddenly, the girl pushed the door open and kicked him hard in the face. After striking him, she stood there, in a stance as if she were ready to continue teaching him a lesson, saying, If you want to stay alive, keep your mouth clean. He slowly stood up, wiped his face with his hand, and angrily said, If you have the guts, kill me. I'll report you, and you better not fall into my hands. If you do, I'll make you taste the 108 ways of punishment. He thought to himself, I was just trying to take a nap at home, why am I getting beaten up? She smirked and laughed, ha ha ha. Next, she rushed towards him, stomped her foot hard on the ground, and kicked him in the face with great force. As if that wasn't enough, she angrily punched him in the chest. Hit with excruciating pain, he fell to the ground, shouting, aha. He opened his eyes to look at her and thought to himself, I never expected that someone like me, clearly a medicine god, would be mistreated by a woman like this. Lying on the ground, he cried out, ah. She arrogantly approached him and said, If you dare talk nonsense again next time, just wait and sit in a wheelchair. Hearing this, he struggled to get up.
Angrily, he stared at her and said, I will remember this grudge today. She, seeing this, responded in anger, cursing, I will kill you. With that, she raised her hand and punched him in the stomach. He still tried to hold back his pain, his body trembling in fury. Then, he furrowed his brows, forcing a smile. Ha, ha. Laughing, he said, come here, if I were afraid of you, I would be carrying your shoes. She frowned, coldly saying, You think I won't dare to kill you? Faced with this question, he replied, If you're brave enough, then kill me. If not, and if I get my hands on you, you'll regret being born into this world. He raised his middle finger at her, speaking angrily. He thought that if he didn't have any medicine powder hidden on his body, this woman might still be able to stand here talking with him. Then, she asked seriously, Let me ask you, what's the condition of my grandfather? How confident are you in treating him? He smirked, So, you're the granddaughter of that old man on the brink of death. As he spoke, he moved closer to her and pointed his finger directly at her face. He sneered and said, In that case, it's certain now that I won't treat your grandfather. Hearing that, she waved her hand, using her superpower on him. She ordered him, Come with me, let's go downstairs. She kicked him into the car and directly drove him to her house. As soon as they arrived, he pulled open the door and walked in, saying to her father, I'm sorry, I'm powerless to help this old man. Hearing that, he was bewildered and asked, Bro, can you tell me what happened? You're even injured on your face, what's going on? Upon hearing this, he turned away in displeasure. Then he shouted back, saying, Do you think I'm an easy target? To be honest with you, I'm a petty person. If someone wrongs me, I make sure to get even, so I won't treat this old man. He looked at him with a stern expression, his brows furrowed, and gritted his teeth, asking, Who did this to you? The strange girl walked in, approached him, and said, It was me. He was surprised and stepped forward to ask, Si-chi, why? She coldly replied, A misunderstanding. Hearing her calm words, he angrily pulled up his shirt and said, A misunderstanding? Is this also a misunderstanding? Then he continued, Yesterday's treatment was free of charge, I'll return the payment to you. I'm sorry, but you should look for someone else. He turned and walked away, leaving the father and daughter alone. The father quickly approached and grabbed him, saying, Bro, wait a moment. I apologize on behalf of my child, what do you think? He turned back and replied, Is she your daughter? You should really teach her better. Hearing that, he turned back to where she was, his face darkened, and slapped his daughter hard across the face. Furious, he said, You fool. She remained silent, her face still frozen in the position she had been struck, not uttering a word. He glanced back, saw the way his father had struck her, and said, You can teach him slowly, no need to show off in front of me. Stop pretending. When the siblings had just left, she asked her father, confused, Dad, do you think he can really cure Grandpa? He replied, At least it's more likely than you doing it. Wu Kuan-sheng held him in high regard. Faced with her father's answer, she said, I investigated him. He's just an illegitimate child from the Yi family in Dongchang, a troublemaker. Now, he claims to know medicine. Upon hearing this, her father rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, Many things can't be judged just by appearances. You explain it however you want, but I don't care what methods you use, he must continue treating Grandpa. Hearing her father's words, she was worried. Switching scenes to the city, inside the office of a company, the desk and floor were cluttered with all sorts of things. The secretary walked into the room, and seeing the mess, awkwardly asked, CEO, what's all this? Facing the secretary's awkwardness, the CEO calmly responded, I didn't expect the contract to be messed up by my mother. I've rented a place, I won't be going back to that house for now. By the way, Xiaoman, do you have any news on him? The secretary sighed and replied, No. He doesn't even have a phone. Finding him is really not an easy task. At that moment, the secretary realized that since she had been recording for the CEO, she had started paying more attention to the person on the other side. Cut to the house where Yi Wu Tian was staying. The sun had just risen, and he was sitting on the bed stretching. It seemed like waking up felt comfortable, and the wounds on his body had recovered more than halfway, no longer causing him the same pain. Still, with his body aching, he couldn't help but recall the events of the previous day and muttered in anger. "Crazy woman, don't ever get unlucky enough to fall into my hands again, or I'll make sure you regret it." With that, he smiled and drew back the curtains. Looking outside, he saw an apartment complex across the street. There, a beautiful girl with pink hair was standing in front of a window, stretching. A thought flashed through his mind, a beauty. Watching her gracefully stretch, he thought again. Not bad, not bad. Well proportioned, didn't expect such a stunning beauty across the street. He then rested his hand on his chin and muttered to himself. Too bad she's missing a little something, it would be more pleasant to look at. Suddenly, another cute girl appeared next to the first one. The two were laughing and chatting happily. Seeing this, Yu Tian's face turned red. He furrowed his brows and, with a smile, said, "Wow, fate really did bring two sisters my way, both exactly my type." Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the cute girl had caught him spying on them and frowned, clearly mocking him. "Huh, you're blushing. Caught you staring." From across the street, he could see the two girls chatting happily. They smiled mischievously and then pulled their shirts down, as if trying to seduce him. He thought to himself, well, that younger girl isn't bad either. I guess direct exposure to the fresh air really is good for the body. Then the two girls took off their bathrobe tops. He stood up suddenly, furrowing his brows in anger, and yelled, "Holy shit, whose house wears a bikini under a bathrobe? My innocence has truly been deceived." The two girls laughed out loud when they saw him like that. The cute girl from earlier stuck out her tongue and raised her middle finger at him. He was furious, his face darkened, and said, "Damn, then let me show you what a man is." He stormed off, cursing as he walked. "This little girl dares to tempt me, and after tempting me, she looks down on me. Just wait, I'll show you what I'm really capable of." When he got to the ground floor of his building, he saw Si Chi was about to meet him. He stared at her in surprise but then walked past as if he didn't see her. She saw this and immediately turned around to follow him. He went into a small restaurant, broke the chopsticks, and started eating instant noodles. As he ate, he furrowed his brows and looked at her, asking, "Why are you following me? Don't you know the difference between men and women? You trying to provoke me by using your looks to trick me? I look down on you." She furrowed her brows and asked him, "What do you want for you to continue helping my grandfather with his treatment?" He irritably replied, "Oh, so you mean if I don't treat that old man, you'll just keep following me, right?" He looked at her arrogantly and said, "I need to pee now, what do you think you're going to do following me?" Hearing this, she angrily stood outside waiting for him. He went inside, feeling fearful, sweat dripping down. "I'm about to start, and by the way, just to mention, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, so if I miss and hit you, don't blame me." She blushed and said, "So what now? As long as you're willing to help my grandfather with his treatment, I can tolerate these things. Do you need me to help you take it out?" He laughed loudly, tears welling up in his eyes. "Help me take it out? Am I scared? You come try it if you want." She gritted her teeth, embarrassed, and endured it. She walked over and pressed her hand against him, saying, "As long as you can treat my grandfather." Seeing her like that, he blushed, startled as he looked at her, then pushed her away with force. "Don't take advantage of me, don't even think about it." Until dusk, he went into a small supermarket to buy a small tube, chuckling to himself, the beauty is waiting for me. With this tool, I'll make sure to check every angle of my body, all 360 degrees, and let them despise me." Just as he walked out, he saw her standing outside, clearly angry. He sighed in frustration, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there a problem with me buying a binocular? I'm not some pervert." Hearing this, she replied, "I have advanced military equipment. Do you need it?" He turned his head away, calmly saying, "Thanks, but I don't accept things I haven't earned. I can handle it myself." Saying that, he returned to his house, while she continued to follow him.
He asked her, "Are you still planning to follow me upstairs? I don't like wearing clothes at home. Do you want to go up and take a look?"
She blushed, looked away, and said, "Pervert." He stood by the window, looking at the apartment building across the street, but the curtains over there were drawn. He muttered to himself, "Looks like the timing has passed.
I'll just have to wait for next time."
He used binoculars to look down, hoping to catch a glimpse of any other beauties willing to showcase their curves. Suddenly, he noticed a figure watching him from below. It was Si-Chi. Seeing him peering through the binoculars, she frowned. He shuddered with fear upon seeing her and muttered to himself, "The creepy woman, the one with the binoculars, spying on me." The scene shifted to her house, where the atmosphere felt tense.
She asked, Dad, what's wrong with Grandpa?"
Her father replied, "Dr. Wu is helping him with the checkup."
"How's it going on your side? Were you able to convince him?" She answered, "No." Dr. Wu looked at her grandfather, lying in bed, and said, "Compared to last night, Mr. Ning's physical functions are starting to deteriorate again. The reason is that today he didn't get his usual massage from that young guy." Si-Chi's father asked him, "Are you saying that Yi Wu Tian's massage method is really effective?" Dr. Wu responded, "Yes, indeed. You all need to hurry and let the old leader receive treatment. The longer you wait, the worse it will be for him." Upon hearing this, Si-Chi felt a deep sense of frustration. The scene shifted again, this time to the gates of Dongcheng School. Yi Wu Tian was riding his bicycle past the school gates. He calculated the time and realized that Wan Er must have already gone to school. It had been a while since they'd seen each other, and he found himself missing her. He wondered, "I wonder how much she's grown by now." Then he rushed like the wind to a girl in front of him. "Beautiful lady, may I ask where Li Wan Er is?" She looked at him, curled her lips in disdain, and then walked away. He was dumbfounded and ran to ask someone else. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, where is Li Wan Er?" "Excuse me, beautiful lady?" But they all avoided him. He clenched his fists in anger, feeling that the students at the beginning of the school year were just too unfriendly. He turned around and said to the person behind him, "That chubby guy, come here." "Where is Li Wan Er?" The man was startled, turned back, and sneered at him. "You're trying to flirt with our school's beauty, and you dare come here on a bicycle? Want to try something else? I admire you." Then he raised his middle finger in contempt at him. He angrily got on his bicycle and cursed. "Holy shit, I can't believe it, I can't even find a single person." An hour later, in front of Li Wan Er, he was sweating and forcing a smile. Li Wan Er then asked him, "Thug, why are you here to visit me?" He looked at her and angrily said, "It's been a long time, how can you still call me Thug? Thug is called Yi." She stuck out her tongue and teased him, then left. "If you want to take advantage of me, there's no chance." He looked down at her body. People often said that girls at 18 undergo significant changes: blonde hair, large chest, unlike before. He thought deeply for a moment, sensing a more mature aura around her. No wonder she had been called the school beauty. Suddenly, she bent down and asked, "Thug, you've been out for so long, and you came back riding a bike? With your skills, you should at least be riding an electric scooter." He sighed and replied, "Yes, that's right. After all these years of struggling, I still don't have a place to stay. This afternoon, I'll go with you to your dorm and we can squeeze together." She was taken aback and then thought for a moment. "Well, so you've really had a tough time outside, huh?" Blushing, she said, then, why don't you come sit in my dorm for a bit?" The scene shifted to her dorm. She pushed him to sit on the bed and then shouted, "Can you be quiet for a while? Are you going to die if you don't?" He happily threw himself down onto the bed and replied, "All right, let's get back to business. Actually, I came here to help you check for snake venom. It's no joke. Snake venom has a relatively long incubation period. She was unexpectedly embarrassed and said, "You're not lying to me, are you? You've taken advantage of me several times before." As she spoke, she reached behind to cover the spot where the snake had bitten her. He smiled widely, patted the bed, and said, "Hurry up. Now that no one's around, we can deal with it quickly. If your friends catch us, I won't take responsibility. Also, I've seen all of you from head to toe. What else is there for me to take advantage of?" She blushed and frowned as she said to him, "Really? But I researched online, and the venom of a cobra generally doesn't last that long. How would I know if it needs further testing?" He forced a smile and thought, this kid is so meticulous. Seeing him like that, she pouted. There was no need to look at her, but this was the spot. "Is it a bit too much to change it now? When I walk on the street, I often feel those strange stares, and some even say I've had a breast enhancement." He smirked and said, "Is that so? Just relying on medicine isn't enough, you also need a bit of special massage technique." Faced with his question, she replied, "Well, the massage isn't impossible." He pursed his lips, looking awkward. "This?" He then asked, puzzled, "What is this?" She smiled brightly, picking up a pair of scissors and cheerfully answering him, "This is for preventing wolves, it can immediately cut off the problem smoothly." He broke out in a cold sweat and forced himself to reply, I see. "Let's get started then." Suddenly, a sound came from the room, Yi Wu Tian gently spoke to Li Wan Er, "Does it hurt? Just bear with it, it'll get better soon. I'll press gently." She cried and pushed him away, still in pain. Hearing that, he suddenly remembered the scissors and sighed, sweating as he did some quick calculations. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and his roommate stared at him and her with their mouths agape in surprise. She blushed, hurriedly punched him in the chin, and quickly ran over to explain to her friend. "The situation isn't what you think, don't misunderstand." Her friend, seeing this, blushed and mischievously said to her, "Sorry for the disturbance." After saying that, they were about to close the door and leave. She, blushing with worry, rushed to pull her friend back. "It's really not what you think, you have to trust me. Do you want to know why my chest has gotten so big?" Hearing her say this, he felt a little sympathetic. "Are you joking? Nowadays, girls are way too open. Do you want me to pick them for you?" On the other side, she was still explaining to her roommate, but they kept laughing mockingly as if she were making up stories. Her friends said, "Haha, still claiming you're not his girlfriend, yet after eating, it's quick to go the other way." Hearing this, he happily replied, "They are Wan Er's classmates. I'm very familiar with Wan Er as well. Let me introduce myself, I'm Yi Wu Tian." Her friends saw him so open and came over to greet him. "Then I'll call you Yi," I said. "I am Zhang Guangjing." The other two are, in order, Xiang Qiuhan and Zhuan Xiaoyan. They said to him, "Yi, how did you get your chest to grow so large? Do you need to take medicine? You're so impressive, why don't we think about starting a big business? We could definitely make a lot of money." Upon hearing this, he snorted, thinking to himself that indeed, women have never been stingy when it comes to investing in their appearance, willing to spend any amount of money. But right now, it didn't seem appropriate to take that path. Perhaps he should wait until the company is established and then do those things. As for her behind him, she thought, do they really want treatment? Not only that, she even imagined the scene of her friend being treated by him. Dr. Yi examined everyone's health. "Let's start right away." After thinking this, she stood up abruptly and slammed her hand down on the table to stop this from happening. Wan Er propped her chin with both hands, her face turning red. Yi Wu Tian crossed his arms and gave the three of them a glance, looking speechless. Wan Er quickly changed the subject, stammering, well, everyone's still students, focused on their studies. It's not really the right time to talk about business." Xiang Qiuhan made a suspicious face, smiling, "Are you jealous?" Xiaoyan, her eyes sparkling, confirmed, "Yes, I'm jealous." Guang Jing shouted loudly, her cheeks turning red. Clearly, she's jealous.
Yi Wu Tian tried to defuse the situation. Thank you for your kindness, but I haven't thought about this yet.
Xiao Han hugged Yi Wu Tian, pressing her body against his, her finger pointing at his chest, speaking softly. Mr. Yi, don't you think about it at all?
As long as you agree, I'll take care of the business side of things.
If not, then how about this?
I'll treat you to a meal, and we can discuss it a bit. Yi Wu Tian was caught off guard, frozen for a moment.
He awkwardly scratched his face, thinking, why am I letting this young girl invite me? I should be the one treating them.
In his mind, he had the thought that the girl still wasn't giving up, and it seemed fine to chat casually with them. Then they all went to change clothes and get ready to go out.
Yi Wu Tian rode his bike alongside Wan Er. Wan Er's 3 friends followed behind. Haha, where are we going? To that expensive restaurant? It's super pricey there.
The 3 girls laughed and discussed happily, not noticing that he might actually be a wealthy person.
Meanwhile, Yi Wu Tian and Wan Er were also laughing.
All of their actions had been observed by the woman in the car nearby.
A brand new white car was driving towards them. Why is he here? She wondered.
They had arrived at a private room in a luxurious restaurant. The 4 girls stared at the pile of food on the table, their mouths open in surprise.
Wan Er hesitantly looked at Yi Wu Tian and asked, you ordered so much, are you going to eat all of this?
Yi Wu Tian calmly sat there, cutting into his steak and eating it very enjoyably.
Xiao Han agreed, that's right, brother Yi, ordering so much food is a waste.
With his mouth full of food, Yi Wu Tian replied, it's fine, this is just pocket change for me. The girls silently calculated in their heads that this meal must have cost at least a few thousand.
And he's calling it pocket change? That amount could easily buy dozens of bicycles. While eating, Yi Wu Tian asked Wan Er, sister, how is Grandpa?
Wan Er answered seriously, Grandpa is fine, but I don't want him to go back to the sea to catch fish. He's old now, and even towing the nets is very exhausting.
He paused, still holding his fork. Then don't let him go back to the sea. In a while, I'll accompany you back to the coast to make a living. You don't have to fish, raising fish could be a good option. Wan Er, confused, asked, raising fish? How do we do that? Yi Wu Tian laughed, that's none of your concern. My method will definitely work. Xiang Qiuhan pretended to speak in a mysterious whisper, Brother Yi, what about the matter between us? Could you consider it? It could definitely make a lot of money.
Yi Wu Tian, who had been under pressure all this time, almost broke into a sweat. My method requires special massage techniques, relying solely on medicine won't work. This massage method also places a lot of emphasis on acupoints. If not handled properly, it can only harm people, making it hard to mass produce. As they were eating, someone pushed the door open. Yi Fei Qiao entered just as Wan Er and Yi Wu Tian were talking. He squinted an eye at his younger sister. Yi Fei Qiao's big, bright eyes sparkled as she gently called out, Big brother.
The 3 girls froze, standing up straight. What was happening? Did Yi Fei Qiao just call Yi Wu Tian big brother? But Yi Fei Qiao was from the Yi family too. Yi Wu Tian coldly picked up his wine glass. What are you here for? Yi Fei Qiao walked over, placed her hand on his chair, and shyly said, I happened to see you all just now, would it be troubling if we ate together? Yi Wu Tian didn't even glance at her. He pursed his lips, shut his eyes tight, it's very troublesome, it will affect my appetite.
Wan Er quickly stood up, don't mind, there's still an extra chair at the table. Yi Wu Tian still didn't care about Fei Qiao at all.
Wan Er angrily scolded him, Thug, why are you so rude to your sister? Yi Wu Tian kept his eyes closed and coldly asked, what do you want from me?
Speak plainly, I don't like beating around the bush.
Yi Fei Qiao immediately explained, Brother, please come back. Mom and Dad really want to see you. Not everyone in the Yi family is bad.
Her eyes shimmered with sincerity.
No matter what you think, we still have blood ties.
Wu Tian took a sip of his drink and frowned, I will never have any connection with the Yi family.
Please leave, don't disturb us while we're eating. Fei Qiao felt embarrassed. She placed the paper on the table and gently said, "This is my number. If you need anything, you can call me. Now, I'll leave." After saying that, she turned to leave. Wan Er looked on in confusion. Huh? She's leaving just like that? Yi Wu Tian lowered his face into his hands, exhausted. He glanced at the paper with Fei Qiao's number, then closed his eyes again. As soon as Yi Fei Qiao opened the door, she ran into a group of people. The red-haired man at the front said, "I'd like to see who doesn't have eyes to dare to invite my woman to dinner." Fei Qiao was taken aback as the group barged in, their faces aggressive and their attitude rude. "Where is my Wan Er?" they demanded. Wan Er's face darkened, her voice frustrated. "Xian Shu Hong, what nonsense are you talking? Who's your Wan Er?" The fat, red-haired man grinned. "Fei Qiao is here too? Ha, what a coincidence." He glanced lightly, then thought to himself. Heh, being able to walk side by side with two top beauties at the same time, what a rare opportunity. Yi Wu Tian was still eating, as if he didn't even acknowledge his presence. Yi Fei Qiao was clearly irritated, crossing her arms in front of her chest, not bothering to respond. He, undeterred by the silence, shouted loudly. "Wan Er, I heard you were invited to dinner by someone," hurriedly putting on those 46,000 yuan leather shoes, driving that 6,300,000 yuan car over here. He pointed at Yi Wu Tian. "Who is he? What's your relationship with him?" Wan Er slightly narrowed her eyes, resting her chin on her hand. "Do I need to report to you?" Yi Wu Tian finally spoke. He picked up his wine glass and loudly said, "Waiter, please kindly throw this pig out. This is a high-end restaurant, how can you just let a pig walk in?" He furrowed his brows, about to argue back, but hesitated. "Are you calling me a dog? You really have guts." Yi Fei Qiao yelled. "Get out!" He immediately shut up, startled. Pouting, he didn't expect Yi Fei Qiao to stand up for him. The Yi family wasn't someone he could provoke. He reluctantly left, muttering under his breath, "You bastard, just wait." They finished eating and were about to leave, but Yi Wu Tian was still irritated about what had just happened. "What a stroke of bad luck, that fat pig ruined my meal." He immediately changed his tone and became cheerful again. "Let me take everyone home." As he spoke, he pointed to his steed, clearly excited. Xiang Qiuhan quickly waved her hand to decline. "Brother Yi, the school is very close from here. We can go back on our own." But deep inside, she thought, "I wish you'd take me home, but the car has to have enough space first." From the roadside, a mocking voice was heard. "Wow, I thought someone was being arrogant." The fat, red-haired guy sat in the car, resting his arm on the window frame. Turns out, he was just a poor loser. Yi Wu Tian quickly grabbed Wan Er's hand and pulled her along. "Little sister, let me take you home." Wan Er shyly smiled. "It's been a long time since I've been on a bike." Just then, the car zoomed in front of them, blocking their way. The fat guy got out of the car. "Wan Er, if you're looking for someone better than me, fine, but why settle for trash like this?" Wan Er snapped back angrily. "That's my business, what does it have to do with you?" She said this while tightly holding Yi Wu Tian's hand. "I like it this way. Xian Shu Hong, you can forget about it." Wan Er's three close friends were worried. After all, Xian Shuhong was notorious at school for being a cruel rich kid, and ordinary people didn't dare to provoke him. So, what should they do now? All of these scenes had been recorded by Fei Qiao's camera. She watched intently, unsure of how he would handle the situation, wondering if he would act differently from the rumors circulating outside. Xian Shuhong arrogantly criticized Wu Tian. "Look at this torn-up thing of yours, placing it in front of my car is nothing but an insult to me. You humiliate me and still want to leave?" Wan Er couldn't bear to let him insult Wu Tian any further, so she said, "Xian Shuhong, shut your mouth. Let me advise you, if this person gets angry, the consequences are unimaginable." Xian Shuhong sneered, cursing the useless, backward man for having a woman defend him. "You might as well just die, that would be better." Yi Wu Tian smirked, really? He quickly moved toward the man, leaned in, and pointed, how much is this car? I believe it's over 6 million, right? Xian Shuhong clenched his fists. He thought he had the upper hand. You want to buy it? Look at your own virtue. Even if you try for 10 years, you won't be able to afford it. Yi Wu Tian didn't respond.
He took the glass tube in his hand, snapped it open, and drank it all. Immediately, his muscles bulged, his body seemed to expand, and his shirt tightened.
Yi Wu Tian even forced himself to tense up, his entire body trembling.
His hands were covered in veins as he reached for a rod and struck directly at the car's window, shattering it completely. Xian Shuhong panicked, the glass fell to the ground in pieces. Yi Wu Tian placed the rod on his shoulder, walked up to Xian Shuhong, his face now looking fierce. Well, not much difference, huh? Xian Shuhong, flustered, stumbled backward, and more glass shards scattered. Yi Wu Tian jumped up and smashed the glass of the car mercilessly.
Xian Shuhong was horrified witnessing this scene, covering his face and shouting, "What are you doing? Stop it right now."
Xiuhan and Xiaoyan, who were standing outside, also felt heartbroken. It's over, Yi Wu Tian has caused a huge disaster.
This is a sports car worth over 6 million, how can it possibly be compensated? One heir immediately pulled Wu Tian back, stopping him from continuing. What are you doing? Have you gone mad? How are you going to clean this up later?
Wu Tian whispered in her ear, don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
One heir listened and calmed down.
He then pulled out his bank card and handed it to her. Take this card, you go ahead. With the card in hand, one heir happily walked away without asking anything further. Once everything was settled, Wu Tian stuffed his hands into his pockets and threw the bat behind him. I almost forgot, the car is still sturdy, just hitting it won't be enough.
With that, Wu Tian nonchalantly opened the car door and got inside.
He shifted into gear and slammed the accelerator. The car sped off at an incredible rate, losing control and crashing into a utility pole, causing significant damage to both the pole and the car. Xian Shuhong could only stand there, stunned, screaming, my car, damn it, I will never let you get away with this. After the violent crash, the car started smoking.
Yi Wu Tian opened the door and, with a nonchalant and defiant attitude, smirked, that's enough.
Wu Tian approached the fat guy, glanced at him, and smirked, what if I smash your car? He leaned in close to his face, gritting his teeth.
Ha!
Xian Shuhong was at a loss for words, not daring to make a sound. The incident had attracted the attention of passers-by.
A crowd gathered nearby, gossiping and taking pictures. Oh my God, someone's car got smashed. Who's the person behind this? This is crazy.
Some young people were excited to capture the rare scene, while others said, I just saw someone call the police, they should be here soon. As soon as the words were spoken, the police car arrived and stopped right in front of the crowd. A beautiful girl stepped out of the driver's seat and slammed the door shut. She put her hands on her hips, frowned, and said, Yi Wu Tian, why are you starting trouble again?
Do you think this world belongs to you? You can do whatever you want, and no one will stop you, right?
Seeing the police arrive, Xian Shuhong immediately began accusing him.
Take him away. It's your job to protect people's property.
Take him away, I want him to pay me compensation, he has to pay me money. He pointed at Wu Tian as he spoke. The female officer twirled her handcuffs, sighed, and grabbed Yi Wu Tian.
All right, let's go. You're coming with me to the police station.
He didn't move immediately, waiting a moment before saying, hold on, I just clearly heard you say you wanted me to pay compensation for him. He grabbed her wrist, pulling it towards himself, while one hand playfully stroked her chin as if petting a cat. In other words, if I pay him, he won't pursue this anymore, right?
Xian Shuhong shouted, what are you pretending for?
You, poor as you are, how could you afford to compensate for my car? As long as you can pay, I won't press charges.
Otherwise, you'll just wait to go to jail.
Yi Wu Tian gently stroked the policewoman's cheek with his hand, enjoying the moment. Did you hear that, Captain? He said that if I compensate for the car, he won't press charges anymore.
The policewoman awkwardly pulled her hand back.
Yi Wu-tian looked at her fondly. Did you hear that clearly? Her face flushed red with embarrassment, thinking to herself, how stupid can you be?
How could this bastard possibly be short of money?
People were still watching from the crowd, and Shen Shuhong raised both fists threateningly. Compensate for my car, or you'll regret it.
Someone from the crowd shouted loudly, move out of the way.
One Air arrived with a group of bank employees carrying several bags of money. Move aside. They threw the heavy bags of money onto the ground. One Air hurried over, panting, but didn't utter the words, the stuff you need is here, I've brought it.
Yi Fei Chiao was still holding the camera, surprised by her own guess. Those four are bank employees. Could it be that there's money inside?
The police captain helplessly rubbed his face. This bastard is starting to lose his mind again.
Yi Wu-tian smiled meaningfully, picked up the bags of money.
Shen Shuhong began to urge, you damn poor bastard, pretending after getting someone to carry these bags, huh?
Hurry up and pay the compensation.
Yi Wu-tian opened his mouth, opened one of the bags, and let the stacks of money fall to the ground. He held several bundles of cash in his hands, shrugged, open your dog eyes wide. He shoved the money right in front of Shen Shuhong's face. This is the compensation I'm giving you. Shen Shuhong broke out in a cold sweat.
Yi Wu-tian even slapped the money into his face a few times.
His eyes never left the money in Wu-tian's hands.
Yi Wu-tian raised 3 bundles of cash, and everyone gasped.
Their expressions were a mix of arrogance as they held piles of money, accompanied by a mocking tone. Open your dog eyes and look carefully.
Shen Shuhong's expression changed, showing some fear.
Yi Wu-tian then tossed the money at him and added a few more words. This is 6,500,000, and the remaining 200,000, consider it a gift for you.
The people standing outside were drooling with desire as they looked at the money. They wished, a stack is 10,000? What would it feel like to be hit by so much money? It must feel so great, I want to be hit too. Xiang Qiuhan exclaimed, whoa, this person must already have money. Jun Xiaoyan thought for a moment, after all, he's from the Yi family, how could he possibly be short of money?
Zhang Guangjing glanced over and analyzed, he's riding a bike, he must be pretending to be poor. Li Wanair, seeing Yi Wu-tian lavishly throwing so much money around, stood on the side and sighed in regret, such a waste. Shen Shuhong immediately shouted, complaining to the police officer, you saw him destroy my bike, not only that, he humiliated me as well.
He should be arrested. The captain spoke up, I heard everything too. No matter what you do, you'll have to come with me to the station. Yi Wu-tian turned around and replied, really?
He made it clear that there would be no investigation, and many people had seen what happened. He then raised his hand and said, everyone, you heard clearly, right?
The people around fell silent and said nothing.
Seeing the change in their attitude, he leaned against the car and demanded, anyone with good ears, the scrap metal I bought will belong to them.
Selling it could bring in quite a bit of money.
The group of people immediately turned 180 degrees and protested, this young man is too much, he doesn't keep his word. One of them joined in, the young people nowadays are really reckless.
If he were my son, I'd definitely crush him.
Shen Shuhong angrily shouted, this matter is not over between you and me. The sky was clear, and Yi Wu-tian walked down the road, pushing his bicycle, fuming with frustration. Although he had been brought to the police station in the end, and though he was somewhat unwilling, he still found a bit of amusement in it.
Occasionally teasing those ruffians was actually quite fun. From behind, a woman's voice said, using money to push people down, this kind of lossless exploitation, you really thought of it? Si Chi appeared from behind. Yi Wu-tian turned around, are you following me? Si Chi stood on the sidewalk, crossing her arms arrogantly, and replied, so what? As long as you can help my grandfather, I can do anything.
Yi Wu-tian then made a suggestion, if you strip off everything and let me tease you, I'd feel much more comfortable. He stared at Si Chi, and she responded, if it were possible, but I already have a fiancé.
Yi Wu-tian laughed, perfect, I like that even more. Si Chi also didn't forget to tell him this. My fiancé is a member of the Special Forces, the first-class team.
Upon hearing this, Yi Wu Tian hesitated for a moment. He then turned and said, "That's enough. I don't want to waste time talking nonsense with you.
I need to go home." Si Chi quickly grabbed his arm, saying, "Wait."
She then knelt down on the ground, bowing her head.
"Please, I beg you to help my grandfather."
Yi Wu Tian was a bit confused by her actions.
"What are you doing?"
"I really hate being tied down by someone else's pity."
Si Chi kept her head lowered, pleading, "My grandfather's condition has worsened greatly. He hasn't wronged you, it's me who has. Please, I beg you to help me."
Yi Wu Tian responded coldly, "I'm not a doctor, I don't have medical ethics.
What do you think begging will accomplish?"
Si Chi, still determined, kept her head bowed but spoke honestly, "As long as you agree, I will fulfill one condition for you."
"Whatever it is, just say it, we will definitely do it. You know what a condition from my family represents. If it's money, no amount can compare."
After hearing Si Chi's words, Yi Wu Tian stood there, considering. He felt this was indeed a condition that could be quite profitable for him.
In fact, the word family was not something to be taken lightly. This offer was truly tempting. Moreover, I've already wasted 7 million yuan.
The bank balance is barely enough, and I need to replenish it quickly to proceed with my plans. After thinking for a while, he decided to set the price at 10 million, with 3 additional conditions that he would not accept any negotiation. The man, holding a glass of water, turned to speak.
10 million is a small matter, the main issue is those 3 conditions, they are too demanding. Did he say anything else? Si Chi immediately replied, "No."
He then instructed his daughter, "You should talk to him some more, see if he can relax the conditions a little.
If it really doesn't work, we will have to accept his terms." Si Chi obediently responded, "Yes."
At a large company, there was a knock on the door.
The secretary rushed in to report, "CEO, Lu Fu is here again." Cheng Kuxian turned and asked, "What does he want?"
The secretary replied, "He said he's here to discuss a partnership with you."
She looked displeased and said, "Partnering with him? At this point, what could we possibly gain from that?"
She told the secretary, "Tell him I'm not here." Before the secretary could relay the message, Lu Fu barged into the room, grinning and saying, "Haha, CEO Chang, are you really going to reject a potential partner who's sincerely trying to cooperate with you?" He was holding a large bouquet of roses and loudly declared, "Look, I brought flowers."
Cheng Kuxian, with a slightly annoyed attitude, coldly replied, "Boss Lu, don't you know that showing up uninvited like this is very unwelcome? We have nothing to cooperate on. Please take your flowers and leave." Although Lu Fu had said all that, he shamelessly approached Cheng Kuxian, grinning and joking, "Kuxian, don't reject me so quickly. I know your company has been facing some minor troubles recently, and I'm genuinely trying to help you." Cheng Kuxian immediately called her secretary, "Xiao Man, take the flowers and throw them away." Lu Fu grew furious. He raised his voice, "Kuxian, are you really going to be so ruthless?" She glared at him with cold eyes, replying directly, "Where did you hear that my company is in trouble?" Lu Fu put on his most shameless expression, then spoke loudly, "How could I reveal the source of this information?"
"Even if your company isn't facing any difficulties, that doesn't mean you can just reject and kick out quality clients like this."
Cheng Kuxian was no pushover, responding firmly, "I won't deny that Boss Lu is a good client, but my fiancé wouldn't agree."
Upon hearing the words fiancé, Lu Fu was so surprised that his mouth hung open.
"Lu Fu, fiancé? You mean Yi Wu Tian? Didn't you break off the engagement with him?" Cheng Kuxian smirked, not expecting that Boss Lu would be so well informed, investing so much effort. "Cheng Kuxian, aren't you tired? If there's nothing else, I have work to do." Lu Fu fell silent after hearing that. Then he forcefully added, "Kuxian, don't you know how I feel?"
Unable to tolerate any more of Lu Fu's words, Kuxian immediately called her secretary, "Xiao Man, see the guest out." Lu Fu angrily shouted in a threatening tone, Chunkuxan, if you don't know right from wrong, don't blame me for being rude. From today, I will make your company go bankrupt, and I will leave you with nothing. Chen Kuxian, however, didn't take his words seriously, as if they were just the wind brushing past her ears.
She waved her hand and said, "You might be overestimating yourself. Go ahead and leave, no need for farewells."
Lu Fu, furious, stormed off and slammed the door violently. Seeing his anger, the man beside him quickly approached to comfort him. "Young Master Lu, don't be so angry.
That woman is so oblivious, we'll just try another approach." Unable to contain his rage, Lu Fu started cursing angrily. "Shut up. Look at your so-called dating skills.
I bought a huge bouquet of roses, and it did nothing. It would have been better to just use some drugs for a quick fix." The man blushed, only able to flatter him in return. "Yes, young Master Lu is right." Though he said this, his mind thought otherwise. If it weren't for the countless despicable things you've done, ruining your reputation, would it have turned out like this?
Lu Fu then asked him, "Have you found out where that bastard is?"
The man immediately responded, "We've found him.
Yiwu Tian is in the Tian Xin sub-district. Young Master Lu, are you planning to take action?"
Lu Fu's face was filled with scheming intent. "In that case, we'll have to try a different approach." The video recorded earlier in the morning of Yiwu Tian with Qian Shuhong was captured. Yiwu Tian chased him, throwing money at him.
The silver-haired man immediately asked, "Fei Qiao, what do you want to say?"
She quickly pointed to the screen and said, "Grandfather, I just want to say, my brother, he has changed.
He's not like he used to be."
The young man sighed, resting his chin on his hand. "He's not the same. Compared to before, he's ruined things, losing millions of yuan."
The silver-haired man asked in confusion, "How so? What's different from before?"
Fei Qiao shook her head. I
can't answer that."
The man laughed loudly, affirming, "He's not the same.
In fact, he's even more different now than before." "Ha ha ha."
Fei Qiao puffed her cheeks, showing her frustration. She turned to grab her mother's hand and said, "Mom, I really believe my brother is different now.
Everyone should believe me."
Her mother, hearing her daughter, could only advise, "Fei Qiao, no matter how he is now, it's useless.
Grandfather will never accept him."
Fei Qiao turned to look at her father, tugging at his sleeve, and called out, "Dad." Seeing that all other methods were useless, Fei Qiao thought deeply, determined that no matter what, she must make her grandfather accept her brother. At an apartment complex, the sound of someone knocking on the door fiercely echoed.
Yiwu Tian, looking irritated, ran to open it. He asked, "Who is it?" It was Si Chi looking for him.
Yiwu Tian stared at her for a long while, then sighed and quickly slammed the door shut again. Si Chi, furious, pulled out her military-grade gun and began to fire at the door violently.
Yiwu Tian, hearing the gunshots, trembled in fear.
The door was broken, and Si Chi confidently stepped into the house.
Seeing his door destroyed, Yiwu Tian snapped, "Do I have a grudge with you? Why use a gun to break my door?" But then he gently asked, "Have you thought things through?"
Si Chi immediately took off her outer coat and demanded, "As long as you agree to treat my grandfather, I can." Hearing her whine like that, Yiwu Tian blushed and shouted, "Are you stupid?
Didn't I tell you I need 3 conditions? Are you saying your body isn't worth more than those 3 conditions? Besides, don't you already have a fiancé?" Si Chi quickly retorted, "That's none of your business. If he comes looking for you, you'd better pray for yourself." Yiwu Tian no longer insisted on pressuring her. "All right, then keep undressing. Anyway, I only said for you to undress, never said you had to comply."
Si Chi felt like she had fallen into his trap, and there was nothing she could do about it. She scowled and muttered one word.
"You." Wang Fanxi suddenly appeared.
Upon seeing the scene in Yiwu Tian's room, she screamed,
"How dare you do this in my room? This is disgusting, absolutely outrageous." He didn't react further, folding his arms and watching. He said, "Why are you so worked up? How else should it be done? Is there some rule that you can't play in a room? What are you to me? What right do you have to manage me?
The two of them immediately began arguing.
Wang Fancy retorted. This is clearly my room.
Yi Wu Tian kept on muttering without stopping.
You're the one with no shame. You rent out a room for such an expensive price, and you still want to control me? Do you have a conscience, tricking me like this?
Si Chi received a phone call outside, and after a moment, she stepped out to answer it.
Wang Fancy continued her back and forth with Yi Wu Tian. I'm not the one to blame, because you're the one who's despicable. I'm just learning from you.
After finishing the call, Si Chi stepped back inside and announced to them.
All right, you two stop flirting for a moment. Yi Wu Tian, I have bad news for you. Your fiancé Yi has been kidnapped. The two people were shocked upon hearing this and exclaimed loudly, What? Kidnapping? Yi Wu Tian immediately asked Si Chi, What happened? Tell me where she is? Si Chi refused to reveal anything and made her demands clear to him. Why should I tell you? Does this count as you begging me?
She lowered her tone. Now, we are finally on equal terms.
Yi Wu Tian's face darkened, and he seemed increasingly agitated. Are you threatening me?
Si Chi struck him again, knocking him to the ground.
Wang Fancy was stunned as he saw her attack so fiercely. What's the background of this woman? She's so ruthless.
Yi Wu Tian, now enraged, his fiancée Yi having been kidnapped, changed his expression and said harshly, I hate being hit, especially by women.
Si Chi laughed loudly. This feeling is so satisfying, Yi Wu Tian. I've been putting up with you for a long time. If you want to save your fiancé Yi, you'll have to save my grandfather first.
Yi Wu Tian remained defiant, wiping the fresh wound on his face, and said, You'd better tell me where she is, or else I swear you'll die in the most miserable way possible. Si Chi saw him still rigidly angry and cursing, not knowing whether he would live or die. Wang Fancy ran over and raised her hand to protect Wu Tian.
Don't hit him, what are you doing?
In the middle of her strike, Si Chi couldn't control herself.
It was too late to stop now.
She hit Wang Fancy hard in the stomach.
Yi Wu Tian didn't know what to do either. How could he possibly resolve situations like this?
Wang Fancy winced in pain from Si Chi's blow and groaned.
Ow! Yi Wu Tian immediately rushed to her side. Are you all right? Are you okay?
For someone as weak as her, that hit really hurt. She stammered, I'm fine, but it really hurts.
Wu Tian was furious now. I really don't like hitting women.
Apologize to Wang Fancy, and then tell me where Cheng Kuxian is.
I won't press charges for you hitting me earlier.
But Si Chi stubbornly refused to speak, not giving a single word.
You have no right to make demands of me.
Before she could finish her sentence, Si Chi suddenly felt something wrong with her body and collapsed to the ground, paralyzed.
What's going on? Yi Wu Tian kicked her hard, then added. Congratulations, you're the first woman I've ever hit. Ning Si Chi screamed. What did you do to me?
He hardened his tone.
Where is she?
Si Chi remained firm. Unless you meet my conditions, don't even think about getting anything from my mouth.
Yi Wu Tian resorted to all means, holding something in his hand. Really? I'm so curious. What if someone in your family appears to be a slut, someone who spends all day seducing men? What would you think about that? I'm sure it would be very interesting, wouldn't it?
As he spoke, he unraveled the paper bag, letting it unfold toward Si Chi, who felt a little anxious.
Are you threatening me?
Wang Fancy reminded her, he's not threatening you, he really can do it.
She didn't believe it and shouted, just him?
Halfway through, something felt wrong, and her body started to tremble.
Damn it, what have you done to me? He then threatened, tell me where she is, right now.
If anything happens to her, I want your entire family to be buried with her.
Si Chi felt that this person was definitely not just talking nonsense.
Yi Wu Tian negotiated terms, initially 3 conditions, which became 2, plus 10 million, and then he would immediately take her to meet Chun Ku Xin.
Ning Si-chi knelt on the floor, trembling. Fine, I've already sent someone to rescue Chang Ku Xin. This matter won't be over between us today. In an old, abandoned building, there was not a soul in sight. Lu Fu was surrounded by a group of people, stripped of his clothes, bound with ropes, and forced to kneel on the ground. Chang Ku Xin, curled up in a corner, felt a hand gently touch her head. Yi Wu Tian softly asked, "Are you all right?" She stared for a moment, and then tears began to fall. She ran to Yi Wu Tian and hugged him. Who? Lu Fu, he kidnapped me, He almost humiliated me. He gently wiped her tears away, comforting her, "It's all right, it's over now. Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing will happen. Be good, don't cry anymore." With eyes as beautiful as yours, it would be a pity if they get swollen from crying. Chang Ku Xin asked, "Are you heartbroken?" Yi Wu Tian quickly changed the subject, turning away, but Chang Ku Xin kept asking, "Then why did you come to rescue me?" Yi Wu Tian smiled awkwardly, "It's complicated. Can you wait outside for me for a while? I need to take care of something." She immediately grabbed Yi Wu Tian's hand. "I don't want to, I'm scared." He gently reassured her, "Be good, it'll be over soon." The secretary led her outside. Si-chi and Yi Wu Tian stood by, watching the fat man bound with ropes. Yi Wu Tian then demanded, "Ning Si-chi, hand him over to me, and I'll exchange him for a condition." Everyone, Yi Wu Tian and Ning Si-chi, stood watching as Lu Fu was bound hand and foot. Ning Si-chi immediately stepped forward, calling for her subordinates. "Both of you, retreat." She then turned to look at Yi Wu Tian. This man was truly a strange one. It was hard enough for him to come to our house and secure 3 conditions, yet he used 2 of them on a woman. Yi Wu Tian then pulled the tape off his mouth and threatened him. "I was originally going to let you go with that sum of money, but you're being ungrateful. You clearly want to die." The fat guy trembled, pleading, "Young Master Yi, it's all a misunderstanding. I'll compensate, I'll pay whatever amount you ask, please spare me. We've known each other for a while, for old time's sake, please let me go." Yi Wu Tian calmly asked him, "Spare you?" Seeing a stick on the ground, he picked it up and held it out in front of the fat guy. The man was flustered, continuously begging, "Young Master Yi, please, I beg you, spare me. I swear I won't do it again, you have to believe me." Yi Wu Tian then asked Si-chi to untie him. Si-chi immediately called over her subordinates to untie him. Lu Fu felt a bit uneasy in his heart. What exactly was this person planning to do? After being untied, he immediately tried to run, passing right by Yi Wu Tian, but there was no reaction from him. He glanced back at Yi Wu Tian, then took the stick he had picked up earlier and threw it at the fat guy Lu Fu. The staff of the stick spun in circles, and the man was struck by the stick on his leg. He immediately fell to the ground, his face showing fear and panic. Yi Wu Tian's expression changed. He resembled a demon, his smug smile approaching Lu Fu, torturing him. The screams echoed throughout the abandoned building, but Si-chi, standing outside, covered one eye and dared not look. She thought, this person must be a pervert. She suddenly realized that with a crippled leg and a crippled arm, even if Lu Fu regained consciousness, he wouldn't want to live anymore. It was too cruel. Yi Wu Tian walked out, throwing the blood-stained stick aside. His clothes were also stained with some blood. He asked Si-chi to help him make a call to Lu Fu's father. The blood on the stick was all over, and Yi Wu Tian's face was covered with blood as well. He even laughed, saying, "Don't say you can't do it." At the Lu family's corporation high-rise, the phone rang. The man sitting in the chair casually picked up the phone. "Hello, may I ask who's calling?" The voice on the other end responded, "Mr. Lu, I am Yi Wu Tian. I just beat your son, and he's severely injured. You need to come quickly."
He was startled upon hearing this, unable to believe that someone would dare bring his son to such a state. Below this abandoned building, both the ambulance and the police had arrived in full force. When the two police officers saw Lu Fu lying motionless, their expressions darkened, and the doctors had to carry him away. Lu Fu's father rushed to his side and shouted, "Son, who did this to my son?" Yi Wu Tian lightly touched his shoulder and coldly responded, "It was me. He kidnapped my fiancée Yi and brought her here, even trying to humiliate her. You should consider yourself lucky. Lucky that I didn't kill him earlier." The man was furious at Yi Wu Tian's blunt and shameless words and turned to the police officer, "Chief Su, you, as the head of the police station, are you just going to stand by and let this happen? Why don't you arrest him immediately?" Chief Su calmly wiped his face with a cloth and ordered his subordinate, "Captain, handcuff him." The officer immediately took out the number 8 handcuffs and, without forgetting to remind Yi Wu Tian, said, "I just told you to stop causing trouble, and now it's worse than before. Although I personally don't mind your method this time, we should handle this more delicately." Yi Wu Tian was pleased with himself, willingly raising his hands in surrender, teasingly saying, all right, don't look at me, can't I go back to prison with you?" The female captain noticed something strange about him. When did he become like this? Something wasn't right. At that moment, the doctor walked over to Lu Fu's father to report, "Mr. Lu, the young master's condition is not looking good. His injuries are extremely severe, and the chances of recovery are almost zero." Upon hearing the news about his son, the man rushed over and grabbed the doctor's collar. He angrily cursed and threatened, "What are you saying? You can't save him? I want you to be buried with him." A voice cried out, "Save me, Dad, please save me, I don't want to die." Yi Wu Tian smirked inwardly, his face showing a terrifying expression. The three of them suddenly turned their heads to look behind. The cry for help echoed again, "Save me, Dad, please save me, I don't want to die." Lu Tongwu and the doctor anxiously turned around, seeing Lu Fu covered in blood, his body naked. He jumped down, shouting for help, a naked man, shouting for help, "Save me." He ran toward the group of people standing there, blood splattering everywhere. The captain, terrified, jumped up on top of Yi Wu Tian. She screamed, "Ah, a ghost!" Lu Tongwu, not understanding the situation, turned and asked, "Where is my son? What is happening?" The doctor, equally confused, hesitated before answering, "I don't know either. His legs were clearly broken, how could he still be standing?" He immediately ordered them, "Hurry up, anyone who comes, save my son, save my son." Yi Wu Tian raised his voice, "It could be saved." Captain Chang was holding his hair tightly with one hand, while the other was handcuffed, but his aura was still strong, and he calmly said, "But I heard that Chairman Lu's family is very wealthy." The scene shifted to Tian Xan sub-district, where Yi Wu Tian was feeding Chung Ku Xan, who was lying on the bed. He gently comforted her, "Be good, drinking this will make you feel less scared, sleep well, everything will get better." Chang Ku Xan, hearing his soothing words, blushed, and after she spoke, she quickly fell asleep. Yi Wu Tian sat beside her, watching her sleep while holding the bowl of medicine, deep in thought. Seeing that Chang Ku Xian was deeply asleep, he stood up, ready to leave, but suddenly realized that her hand was tightly gripping his shirt and wouldn't let go. Ning Si Chi, who was outside, reminded him, "It seems like she's very dependent on you." He himself didn't find that observation wrong. Indeed. After a moment, he coldly said, "Thank you." Ning Si Chi stood there, stunned. Yi Wu Tian immediately added, "I will go meet your grandfather. As long as I'm here, he won't die. And by the way, the price is still the same, no discount." Ning Si Chi, trying to offer him some advice, said, "Didn't you just take 10 million from Lu Tongwu? Isn't that enough? And don't think that taking his money is a good thing, he won't let you off the hook." Yi Wu Tian also said boldly, "I can't just let this matter pass like this. Keeping Lu Fu alive is not giving him a chance to live, but rather making it so that even if he wants to die, he can't." Si Chi, hearing Yi Wu Tian's words, seemed puzzled and then turned to ask, "Isn't your goal to demand money?" Yi Wu Tian explained, "I am a simple person. Once my final boundary is crossed, then money is no longer something that can resolve it.
3 hours later, Chang Kuxin opened her eyes.
She glanced at Yi Wu-tian, her hand still clutching his shirt, her attitude slightly hesitant.
She then sat up and asked, "How long have I been asleep?" Yi Wu-tian answered honestly, 3 hours. He gently asked, "Are you hungry? Let me make some food and we can eat together." Chang Kuxin thought for a long time about the person sitting opposite her. This person can cook?
In the past, he only ate when beautiful women fed him, and he almost forgot how to hold chopsticks.
Now he can cook?
The food was already served on the table, each dish looking beautiful and delicious.
Chang Kuxin took a bite of the food Wu Tian had prepared, and after tasting it, her feelings changed. Yi Wu Tian then asked, "So, how is it? Doesn't it taste quite good?" Chang Kuxin, while eating, evaluated it.
It was edible, very delicious, and quite surprising. Her comment left him speechless. After a brief pause, just as Yi Wu-tian was about to pick up his chopsticks to eat, she spoke again.
"I have something to tell you. Actually, I didn't sign the annulment papers. It was my mother who did it secretly behind my back. I never wanted this from the beginning to the end." Upon hearing Chang Kuxin's words, he was somewhat surprised and then replied, "That's in the past now, let's eat." The two of them fell silent, not saying anything more. Chang Kuxin's tears flowed down her lashes, and as she cried, she confessed, "I really didn't sign it, can't you give me a chance to explain?"
Yi Wu-tian, feeling helpless, just brushed it off.
"Whoever signed it, the contract is already valid. Why make such a fuss over it?" Upon hearing such an explanation, Chang Kuxin felt a sharp pang in her heart. She stood up and said, "I'm sorry, I've disturbed you."
She staggered as she walked out, nearly collapsing, but in the end, she fell to the floor and fainted. Yi Wu-tian rushed over, holding her, and checked her condition.
He suddenly realized, was he suffering too much? He wondered if he had been too harsh.
Yi Wu-tian immediately laid her on the bed, performing a few movements to help her body circulate better, hoping to ease the pain.
While treating her, he kept thinking, why must she suffer so much? Was it because of him? But that didn't make sense. Didn't she hate him? Could it be that she liked him? No, that couldn't be. Wasn't she in love with senior brother?
The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. A woman's heart truly is impossible to understand.
At that moment, Chang Kuxin woke up.
Feeling some pain, she let out a soft cry, "Ah." She turned to look at Yi Wu-tian, who was massaging her. She frowned and stared intently at him. Yi Wu-tian was momentarily flustered, but quickly regained his composure and explained, "Your constitution is very weak."
Chang Kuxin obediently lay back down without saying another word.
Seeing her attitude, Yi Wu-tian also said nothing more and immediately lifted her up in his arms.
Chang Kuxin shyly asked him, "Ah, what are you doing?"
But after asking, she saw no reaction from him. Instead, her face flushed bright red.
Yi Wu-tian carried Kuxin to the dining table from earlier and gently helped her sit down. "Your constitution is very weak. Eat a bit more. With a body like this, how can you possibly manage a company well?"
Chang Kuxin sat on the chair, determined not to eat, just sitting there and staring for a while.
Yi Wu-tian asked her, "Is the food not to your taste?" She still didn't say anything, her face blank, lost in some thought.
But then, she decided to say something confusing to Yi Wu-tian.
"Are you still you?"
He himself couldn't understand what she meant, so he turned to ask her back.
"What does that mean?" Chang Kuxin expressed her thoughts aloud, not knowing why she always felt like he had changed. Yi Wu-tian asked, "Is there something different about me?" He thought to himself, could she have noticed something? Kuxin pointed outwards, unable to say anything, just feeling like he wasn't the same.
Hearing such vague words, Yi Wu-tian waved his hand repeatedly, trying to reassure her.
Don't overthink, I haven't changed, it's just that you're imagining things. Hurry up and eat, after you finish, I'll take you home. Koexien kept pressing on with her question. Do you hate me that much? Yi Wu-tian could only smile faintly. Of course not. I don't mean that. She shouted, asking. Then why are you trying to send me away? He didn't say anything else. Chen Kuxian was determined to get an answer. She wanted to get to the bottom of things with Yi Wu-tian. I still want to know why you agreed to break off our engagement. Yi Wu-tian replied coldly. Do you hate me? Koexien immediately replied, I hated you before, but now I'm not sure anymore. He then pointed at her and said, You must still hate me. The engagement between you and me was completely a mistake, so I have no regrets. Koexien continued to ask him, Then why didn't you agree to annul it before? Wu Tian rested his hand on his chin and answered indifferently, Why before? Maybe because I just didn't think it through back then. Koexien asked again, What about the future, then? Hearing the words the future, it seemed to him that the future was too distant. If he didn't even know what tomorrow would be like, then those two words were something so uncertain, it was hard to know how to answer. Koexien then suggested to Yi Wu-tian, You don't have a stable job now. The Yi family doesn't need you, and running a street stall to treat illnesses, you still have to worry about the urban management taking it down. Why don't you go back to the company? Yi Wu-tian was stunned and pointed at his own face, asking, Are you concerned about me? Yi Wu-tian thought for a moment, wondering if it could be true. Could this woman actually like him? Chang Kuexian's face turned red, her cheeks flushed. She felt embarrassed and said, What do you want me to do? Yi Wu-tian beat the drum in front of Chang Kuexian's question, pretending to cough, and then told her, Hurry up, eat, your body is so weak, it clearly shows you don't know how to take care of yourself. I'll help you get some medicine later. He blushed, seeing that she didn't react or refute. Seems like he's really concerned. What's going on? Did I just defeat the woman of the person whose body I'm in? She picked up her food and asked, Is this another one of your family's secret remedies? He nodded, Yeah, I've told you before, my family has a few secret remedies. There was a knock on the door from outside. Both of them looked toward the door. Cheng Kuexian put down her chopsticks and went out to open the door, calling out, Senior brother. Oh Yang Hao showed a worried expression, Little sister, are you okay? I've been so worried. Cheng Kuexian replied, I'm fine. He looked at her, saw she was all right, sighed in relief, and then stepped into the house. He walked over to Yi Wu-tian and patted his shoulder, Well done, Yi Wu-tian, you did the right thing this time. Yi Wu-tian waved him off, You would have done the same. Cheng Kuexian entered and asked both of them, What do you mean, well done? Oh Yang Hao cheerfully said, Little sister, don't worry. Lu Fu has been crippled by Yi Wu-tian, and from now on, she, as a useless person, won't be a bother anymore. Let's go, I'll take you home. Yi Wu-tian sat beside her, his cold expression pretending to gently urge her to leave. Hurry and go back, I'm a little tired too. But Cheng Kuexian refused, Senior brother, I still have some things I want to talk to him about. You go back first. Hearing that Cheng Kuexian didn't want to go with him, and not wanting to force her, Yang Hao closed his eyes and let it slide. He decided to go back alone, turning his face toward the door. Fine. He slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Cheng Kuexian then returned to her seat. Yi Wu-tian asked her to consider things carefully. He wasn't a bad guy, and it was clear that he treated her well. His family background wasn't bad either. Cheng Kuexian said nothing more. She suddenly had an idea, Do you believe in fate? He was a little confused by the question. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Cheng Kuexian then turned and walked away. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I'm going, you don't need to see me off. It's close anyway. Hearing the words it's close anyway, Yi Wu-tian felt even more confused. She left the room and went to the next room,
hurriedly searching for something in her bag.
It turned out to be a key.
She unlocked the door and went inside. In a hospital room, Yi Wu-tian sighed and wiped the sweat from his face. He sat on the bed, wiped his hands, and said, "The recovery progress isn't bad." Ning Si-chi, who was standing behind him, eagerly asked, "At this rate, when will my grandfather fully recover?" Yi Wu-tian saw her excited and turned to ask, "Are you in such a hurry?" Si-chi's father, standing outside, also wanted to inquire, "Ye divine doctor, our family is eagerly hoping for the old man to recover soon." He then said something puzzling, "Being in a rush is not always a good thing." The two of them stood frozen, not understanding what Yi Wu-tian meant. The doctor took the old man's hand and examined it, explaining, "At the latest, within a month, the old man will be able to sit up." The two exchanged a glance, relieved. It was faster than they had expected. Yi Wu-tian turned and asked, "Old man, you do have some real skills, but it's a pity you haven't mastered them. In fact, the speed could be increased." He smiled smugly. Ning Si-chi then pleaded with him, "Really? Can you speed it up a little more?" Yi Wu-tian didn't forget to add a condition, 1 part money, 1 part goods. The speed for 1 month is 10 million. If you want to speed it up, do you understand? The old man rushed over to cover his mouth. "You're crazy. This old man is just scamming them for money. Do you want to get yourself killed?" The man immediately asked, "How much do you want?" Yi Wu-tian honestly answered without any hesitation, 25 million, I can have him out of bed 5 days ahead of schedule, no charges, no debts, and your family won't mind this small change, right? Ning Si-chi, seeing Yi Wu-tian becoming more and more assertive, was furious, but her father immediately stopped her and agreed to him. "All right, I accept this price." Yi Wu-tian smiled triumphantly and walked over to Ning Si-chi. "Miss, you should learn a bit. This is what a person of great stature looks like, someone who doesn't need money." After saying that, he walked out. Si-chi was so angry she felt like smoke was coming out of her ears. She pressed her father and asked why they had to agree to him, just handing over 25 million like that. He calmly responded, brushing it off, "Consider it as if we're giving the hospital 100 million, will they be able to wake your grandfather up? What's this small amount of money compared to that?" Yi Wu-tian rode his bike happily, whistling as he went. He noticed something behind him, a car speeding towards him. Yi Wu-tian pedaled as fast as he could, trying to escape the car, muttering under his breath, "Damn, what the hell is this? The car's out of control, but it shouldn't be aiming straight at me, right?" The car kept tailing him, never letting up. Every time he swerved, the car swerved with him, staying right behind. At this point, Yi Wu-tian turned his head and saw the car clearly. "It's really targeting me, huh?" Without another moment's hesitation, he jumped off his bike and leaped into the bushes by the roadside. The car was rapidly approaching, and he tried to jump inside. The driver of the vehicle silently chuckled, thinking the bicycle would be smashed to pieces. But then, something shot toward the truck from afar. As a result, the vehicle lost its momentum and crashed straight into a nearby pole. Fortunately, neither Yi Wu-tian nor the car was harmed. He let out a sigh of relief. He looked toward the truck and wondered who could possibly want to take his life. The captain hurried over, her face showing obvious concern for Yi Wu-tian. "Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Yi Wu-tian, still unharmed, stood beside his bike. "No need, I'm fine. There's a body in the car. Help me investigate who sent the other party," she replied with a firm tone. "We will handle this, don't worry. We'll give you a satisfactory answer." At that point, she hesitated, mentioning the escaped bald bank robber. Upon hearing this, Yi Wu-tian shouted, "What did you say? The bald guy has escaped? He'll surely come after me for revenge first. Is this how you do business?" She immediately explained, "Do you think I want this? He killed one of my colleagues just to escape." Yi Wu-tian, however, didn't care and coldly added, "Serves him right. It's lucky that only one person died, considering the loose security. You should be grateful, shouldn't you?
Had I known from the start that you were all this incompetent, I wouldn't have helped you. Captain Chang, noticing his attitude, asked, "So, what do you want to do?" Yi Wu Tian made his demand, "I want you to protect me, 24/7. Don't forget, if anything happens to me, no one will be able to treat your mother's illness." Hearing his demands, she had no choice but to accept. Fine. I'll prioritize this. Yi Wu Tian entered an alley and stopped, then spoke, "Come out, I know you're nearby." Ning Siqi then appeared. "How did you know?" He explained, guessing. "If anyone doesn't want me dead, it's definitely you. The sniper protecting me, that was arranged by you, right?" Siqi admitted, "Yes, I've sent people to investigate. I believe we'll have results soon." She continued, "On the surface, the Lu family seems the most suspicious, but I don't think Lu Tongwu is clever enough for this." Yi Wu Tian felt that what she said wasn't entirely wrong. If it wasn't him, then who else? "That's right, your old man is sick. Does anyone know about this?" But Siqi replied, "There are quite a few people who know." So, Yi Wu Tian analyzed, "If someone doesn't want your old man to wake up, they would definitely want to kill me first. As for the identity of the culprit, you have to give me a satisfactory answer." Ning Siqi sighed, "I understand now." At the Yi family's mansion, the grandfather asked Yi Fei Qiao, "You said Yi Wu Tian left the nursing area in the hospital to go outside?" He then emphasized this information, "Is that true?" "Are you sure?" Yi Fei Qiao immediately confirmed, "Yes, someone saw him leaving with Wu Kun Shang." Yi Hang Kai immediately interjected, "Dad, a person like him still goes around beating people. He even beat Lu Fu to the point of madness. And some people are saying that our Yi family is bullying others because of our power. People like him deserve to die." Yi Fei Qiao immediately retorted, "Uncle, whether you admit it or not, my brother is still your son's brother, he's not an outsider." The grandfather asked his granddaughter in a thoughtful tone, "Fei Qiao, since he returned, how many times have you seen him?" Fei Qiao immediately replied, "If he was unhappy once, he doesn't want to meet me again, nor does he want to see anyone from our family." She pointed out something unusual, "But he really has changed. He even gave 29 million to Chung Xin." Yi Hang Kai stood outside, arms crossed, adding a few more words, "Disgusting, huh? On the contrary, let's investigate him. I just received some news, someone wants to stage an accident to kill him, but as a result, the driver, who was secretly protecting him, got killed." When the grandfather heard this news, he thought to himself, "Someone wants to stage an accident to kill Yi Wu Tian? And to protect Yi Wu Tian, they even shot the driver dead. In Dongchang, not many people have the guts to shoot. Who could it be? And who exactly is the big shot in the hospital's rehabilitation area?" He turned to his granddaughter and instructed, "Fei Qiao, go and inquire more about this matter." He then thought to himself, if Yi Wu Tian really has connections with a powerful family, then accepting him back into the Yi family wouldn't be impossible. The next day, at the anise noodle shop, Yi Wu Tian walked into the restaurant and ordered a big bowl of noodles that looked delicious. Wang Fanxi got food all over her face because of him. She grumbled, "Eat slower, you're spraying everything on my face." Yi Wu Tian chewed loudly while talking. "I'll say this, Wang reporter, if you want to ask someone for a favor, you should invite them to a meal. But you, on the other hand, have the audacity to ask me to treat you." Wang Fanxi awkwardly smiled, wiping her face with a napkin. He, isn't it considered a reward to have a meal with a great beauty like me? Now, hurry up and tell me about how you were assassinated. It's bound to be the most interesting headline of the year." Yi Wu Tian pointed his chopsticks toward her, giving her a compliment. "You're really sharp with the news. As expected of the young lady from the top family in Dongchang. Everything else is fine, but this matter? No exchange." Wang Fanxi puffed out steam in frustration. "Narrow-minded. I'm even helping you with advertising on the narrow street. Doesn't that mean we're friends?" Yi Wu Tian ignored Fanxi's words and continued eating his noodles. He let out a deep sigh.
I'm the most handsome guy in Dongchang, so I must have a lot of enemies.
Being involved with you? I'm definitely a target.
Before he could finish his sentence, someone pushed open the door and entered.
Xian Shuhong, accompanied by a girl, walked in.
He looked very fierce. Yi Tian and Wang Fanxi turned to look at them. Chen Shuhong walked to the table and cursed loudly.
You bastard, what did you do to me?
The girl with him gently tried to calm Chen Shuhong down.
Shuhong, didn't we agree to talk to him?
Yi Tian immediately reported to Wang Fanxi, Reporter Wang, the news from her has arrived, I was the one who crashed his car. She was delighted upon hearing this and welcomed it warmly, this isn't bad. After speaking, as a matter of professional habit, she took out a pen and notebook to jot down the details.
The girl stepped forward and greeted, Mr. Yi, hello, I am Luo Xinyu, sorry to bother you.
Yi Tian politely walked up to greet her, Miss Luo, may I ask what brings you to me? Though he said this, in his mind, another thought emerged. He hadn't expected Qian Shuhong to have a mother like her. If something were to happen between them, it would probably drive that guy insane. Luo Xinyu delicately replied, Mr. Yi knows how to speak.
I am already an old maid, so why refer to me as sister?
Yi Tian kept his gaze fixed on Luo Xinyu's figure. Seeing his actions, Qian Shuhong shouted angrily, You bastard, stop staring at my mother. If you keep looking, I'll chop you into pieces.
Speak, what exactly have you done to me?
Yi Tian paid no attention to his words. Luo Xinyu continued to gently hand him a check, Mr. Yi, today I brought my son, who is not quite decent, to apologize to you.
I hope you can give him a chance.
This check is for the car compensation you paid earlier, please accept it. He took the check, his face showing a slight smugness, 7 million, that's 500,000 more than last time.
Looks like you all are quite sincere. So, what exactly are you plotting?
Luo Xinyu also spoke frankly and said everything, my son has been a little unusual these past 2 days. Last night, he was sleeping peacefully, and suddenly he started shouting and kicking wildly.
Upon hearing this, Yi Tian coldly said, Is this really happening?
Let me say this, Miss Luo, if your son is in such a condition, why bring him to the hospital to see me?
Chen Shuhong rushed forward and yelled, What are you pretending for, Yi? Didn't you lay hands on me before? I've already given you the money, what else do you want?
Yi Tian just smiled, thanks for thinking so highly of me, I didn't realize I was so important in your heart. But unfortunately, this matter has nothing to do with me. You should go to the hospital. Luo Xinyu grabbed his hand and pleaded, Mr. Yi, I've heard that you are very capable.
I wonder if you could do me a small favor and let my son off the hook.
He firmly refused, Miss Luo, this is truly none of my business. If I were involved, I would never deny it.
You should find someone else.
After saying this, Yi Tian stood up and said to Wang Fanxi, let's go. Wang Fanxi hadn't had time to pack his things and hurriedly ran after them. Wait a minute. Xian Shuhong and her daughter stood watching them leave.
Xian Shuhong then asked, Mom, are we just letting them go like that?
Luo Xinyu didn't know what to do, let's go home first, I'll think of another way. He immediately grabbed his head as if about to lose his mind, but when it was time for him to sleep that night, Mom, I really don't want to think about sleeping again, I don't want to dream anymore. Luo Xinyu gently stroked his head and comforted him, don't worry, Mom will definitely think of a way to get him to help you. The image in the binoculars displayed a distant building. Yi Tian lowered the binoculars, his gaze turned far off, long legs stretched out endlessly, his figure alluring, sitting on the windowsill, looking dejected. Oh, that girl isn't home tonight either. There was a slight hint of regret in his tone as he sighed, what a waste, I even bought the binoculars, and I haven't used them once. He looked toward the door in the distance, his eyes brightening. Finally, he decided to head over there and twisted the door handle. Upon entering, he couldn't believe his eyes when he saw a beautiful young girl sitting on a suitcase. What are you doing here? He asked, surprised. But the only response he got was her back as she turned away, one hand carrying the suitcase, the other calmly walking toward the bed. Only then did the beautiful girl answer his previous question, I was assigned by my superiors.
From now on, I'll be protecting you 24 hours a day. Hearing this, Yi Wu Tian couldn't help but scoff. Are you really planning to follow me around?
I just said that casually. She pushed the suitcase aside, hands on her hips, paying no attention to him. Yi Wu Tian truly had no words left. She looked at the beautiful bed and, with the cool weather, couldn't resist jumping onto it, stretching out to admire the view. As she looked, she didn't forget to compliment, "This bed is really comfortable.
I think I'll stay in this room from now on."
Yi Wu Tian stood behind with his arms crossed, looking serious, but inwardly, he was silently screaming, "Not bad, very smooth and bouncy, it would be even better if she were wearing a silk dress." His gaze fixed on the girl's rounded, firm backside. As she noticed something unusual, she turned around and looked at him with a sharp gaze. "Thug, where are you looking? Although you follow closely to protect, it's only limited to catching thieves.
Don't think of anything else."
Through her words, it was clear how displeased she was with his earlier impolite behavior. Yi Wu Tian cupped his face with both hands and expressed, "This.
Does it mean we have to do this when we sleep tonight?"
Thinking about that image, his heart couldn't help but bloom with excitement, and his face was full of joy. However, the girl beside the bed immediately extinguished his thoughts. "What did you just say?
Try repeating that."
Her fierce expression scared him, so he quickly shifted the topic. All right, forget what I said.
But if thieves suddenly appear, will you stay with me? What if you end up liking me in the future?"
After hearing Yi Wu Tian's words, the girl froze for a few seconds, then pointed directly at him. "With someone like you, if all the men in the world died, I would still look down on you." Yi Wu Tian smirked and mused. He would actually like a day like that.
When that day comes, it'll be just her and him. He. He just thought it in his mind, but he liked it.
He couldn't let his thoughts show in front of her, so he pretended to stay calm. "You arrived just in time. I also have something to discuss with you.
Recently, I'm planning to start a company. Do you have any good suggestions?"
Upon hearing his intention, the girl sat on the bed, crossed her legs, and adopted a demure posture.
"Do people who meet each other like opening companies? Has your brain gone mad? Do you know anything about business? Do you even have any numbers in your head?"
A series of questions came pouring out, causing him to feel embarrassed as he struggled to answer.
"Don't hurt me, that's also why I came to talk to you," Yi Wu Tian said.
The girl sat upright, looking puzzled, and replied, "Came to talk to me?
Are you stupid? Your fiancé didn't come to find you, and you're looking for someone like me, a police officer, to discuss this?"
At that moment, Yi Wu Tian had a bold thought, completely forgetting the presence of the other person.
Upon hearing her words, he suddenly realized, that's right, Chung Ku Xin might be very professional in this regard. How could I be so foolish to come and talk to you about this? It's like asking a eunuch to play a prostitute, it's truly pointless.
She waved her beautifully manicured hand at Yi Wu Tian, signaling, all right, I want to sleep.
Please leave now."
Without waiting for him to respond, she lay down on the bed and even covered herself with the blanket. Seeing this, Yi Wu Tian moved closer to observe her and chuckled, I think this place is spacious enough.
How about we spend the night together?" She didn't get angry at his remark.
In fact, her face broke into a smile, her eyes narrowing as she responded, "If it's what you want, I don't mind." However, she took out the gun hidden on her person, ready and prepared, waiting for the right moment to eliminate him without hesitation.
The prerequisite is that you must have the courage to do so.
Yi Wu Tian never expected her to act so differently from an ordinary person like this.
With both hands clasped, she decisively stepped back. Sleeping with a gun is the behavior of an evil person.
"Excuse me, I'll take my leave." The next morning, the sky was clear and warm at some tall headquarters. Inside, Yi Wu Tian was affectionately holding Chung Ku Xin in his large arms, laughing and joking happily. Chung Ku Xin, with a fresh spring-like glow on her face, sat on the chair, grinning foolishly.
She didn't even notice when Xiao Man walked in. Not understanding what was happening, Xiao Man asked, "CEO, did something happy happen to you?"
She could feel that her entire demeanor had changed recently. Cheng Kuxian hurriedly waved her hand, trying to hide her expression. Don't think nonsense, I'm still the same, nothing has changed. Xiaoman placed both hands on the table and sighed with relief. I can't really explain it, but you do seem different from before. You're occasionally smiling to yourself. Xiaoman's gaze shifted to the lock on the other side, pondering, could it be because Yang Hao frequently gives you flowers? But when she sees Yang Hao, she doesn't seem this happy. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and Yi Wutian's figure appeared in front of them, looking irresistible as he casually glanced at them. Miss Chang, good morning. His tone was full of the charm typical of a handsome playboy, making everyone feel as if the sun had just shone brighter. Chen Kuxian quickly stood up and pulled out a chair. Please have a seat. She looked at Xiaoman, still in confusion, and before she could say anything, Xiaoman spoke up. Xiaoman, go get the tea. She cheerfully walked to the door and invited the two in, perfectly performing her role as a noble hostess. The girl following Yi Wutian outside, witnessing everything, couldn't help but exclaim, oh my, the CEO is so flustered because of this person. What's going on here? After Yi Wutian finished arranging things for Yi Wutian, Cheng Kuxian finally noticed the person standing behind her. Who is this person? She wondered. Yi Wutian answered clearly, she's just a bottle of soy sauce, don't worry about her. He walked over to the chair, sat down, and casually added, here's the thing. Recently, I've been thinking of starting a company for some fun, but I don't know much about it, so I wanted to ask for your advice. The investment isn't huge, just about 30 million yuan. Cheng Kuxian was surprised when she heard this. Did you earn the money yourself? She asked. With the tone of her voice, Yi Wutian was at a loss for words. What else could he say? Was he supposed to have stolen it? She quickly waved her hands as if to defend herself, nervously saying, no, I didn't mean that. She looked at the two of them for a moment, then decided to offer a solution. With the amount of capital you have now, opening a small company is no problem. What kind of company are you thinking of starting? Looking at the person sitting in front of her, she couldn't help but marvel to herself, his ability to make money is incredible. Are doctors really in such high demand this year? On the other side, Yi Wutian explained his plan and the steps he was thinking of taking, the beauty industry. You can make good money from women. If possible, I need your help finding a professional CEO. I'll be the boss. Hearing this, Cheng Kuxian's eyes lit up like stars. She crossed her long legs and said, I'll prepare a detailed plan for you to refer to. You can also hire a CEO, and you can take a look at the plan later. With the kind help of the lady, Yi Wutian felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He quickly expressed his gratitude, but in his heart, there were 1,000 questions. Wasn't this woman supposed to hate him deeply? How could she be helping him now? He leaned against the table and stood up. You go ahead with your work, I won't disturb you any longer. Just as he stood and was about to leave, Cheng Kuxian suddenly grabbed his hand. She gazed at him with an affectionate look that lingered. Are you leaving so soon? Seeing her hand tightly gripping his, Yi Wutian felt a surge of panic in his heart. What's going on here? Faced with his intense gaze, the girl was taken aback and quickly released his hand, clasping her hands together in front of her. I didn't mean anything, I just wanted to ask when you might be able to help me adjust my body. There's absolutely no hidden meaning. Before she could finish speaking, the door suddenly swung open, and a man in a well-tailored suit walked in. Sister, next week is my grandfather's birthday, and I wanted to. Before he could finish, he noticed someone in the room, and fell silent. Seeing who it was, he clenched his teeth and said, Yi Wutian, what are you doing here? Yi Wutian seemed to pay him no mind and turned to leave. What does it have to do with you? Chang Xiaomei, shall we go? However, the man grabbed him by the arm and warned, Kid, let me give you some advice, stay away from Cheng Kuxian, and you'd better move out of the Tianxian sub-district. Yi Wutian's arrogance flared up. How could anyone tell him where he could or couldn't stay? I'll stay wherever I want. What's it to you?
The man frowned and replied, "You'll regret this." He displayed an exaggerated expression of surprise and spoke, "Really?"
At this moment, Yi Wu Tian and his companion had already left the high-rise building. As they were leaving, he didn't forget to murmur, "I wonder if that guy is sick, always trying to control me." Xiaomei, who was walking beside him, reminded him, "But you can't provoke him like that. You can tease other people if you want, but how could you go against Ouyang Hao? He's Ouyang Hao, a member of the Ouyang family, definitely not something the Yi family can compare to." Hearing her, he pretended to be scared and exclaimed, "The Ouyang family? Are they really that impressive?" Xiaomei, angry, explained, "There are 4 ancient families in Huaxia with centuries-old legacies, all powerful in both resources and manpower. They have even threatened others before. They are the Gongsun family, the C2 family, the Nangong family, and the Ouyang family, and I'm not exaggerating. The Ouyang family controls a quarter of Huaxia." Yi Wu Tian didn't care much, continuing to walk leisurely down the street. "So what? No matter how powerful they are still human." Passing by the area affected by the fire, people were bustling around, saving others, but he remained calm, saying, "They're not gods." It was then that Yi Wu Tian noticed something strange. He looked up at the fire raging above. "What's going on here?" He paused and looked more carefully, and was startled with fear. "Isn't that the rooftop of the building I live in? Isn't that the rooftop of the building I live in?" Seeing Yi Wu Tian rush forward, Xiaomei hurriedly ran up to stop him. "Huh? What are you trying to do?" He charged toward the burning room, where firefighters were working hard to put out the flames. Standing outside, his heart was as if burning with anxiety. What happened? Everything was fine, so why is it on fire? My bank cards and checks are still inside. The girl beside him was equally worried. What happened? Why is my house burning? She grabbed Yi Wu Tian's shirt, angrily scolding him, "This is the first house I bought, it has great sentimental value." Yi Wu Tian, panicked, grabbed her hand and asked, "Do you think the bank cards and checks are fireproof? They won't burn, will they?" The girl was on the verge of tears, her eyes welling up. "What do you think will happen?" Yi Wu Tian, furious, shook her hand off and rushed into the burning room. "What are you doing? Don't go in there." But at this moment, how could he listen to anyone? Determined, he ran in alone, hoping to retrieve his bank cards and checks. When he opened the box, he saw that half of the checks had already burned away. The flames still flickered on them. Millions in checks? I can't leave any of it behind. Why is this? Such an apartment complex is like a money pit, one spark and everything's gone. He couldn't afford to waste any more time, quickly turning and heading towards the place where his bank cards were. At least the bank cards can be replaced. The tens of millions inside, I hope there's still something left. The girl behind him looked at him in panic. "Hey, where are you going? What about me in the house? I rented a room to you, and you need to compensate me," she cried as she pointed at Yi Wu Tian. At this moment, he seemed to have gained clarity on the situation. The fire was definitely caused by someone. Scene change. The group of people had now gathered downstairs, where the fire had started. "Everyone, do your own jobs." Some are preparing supplies, while others are taking statements about the fire in the building. Xiaomei anxiously asked him, "How is it?" Yi Wu Tian, frustrated, pointed at the burning building. The credit cards and checks were all burned to ashes. You need to investigate the cause of the fire thoroughly for me. Xiaomei shrugged and said, "I understand. I'll go now." At this moment, Yi Wu Tian looked at the flames burning fiercely. In the distance, many people were in a panic. Damn, this fire is still burning strong. On the other side of the street, Ouyang Hao was leaning against his car, smiling with satisfaction, as his goal had been achieved. Yi Wu Tian noticed something odd. Ouyang Hao, he pointed at the other side. "Don't let me investigate this. If it's related to him, you can guess why." Ouyang Hao challengingly responded, "You'll find out soon enough." He continued standing with his arms crossed, maintaining his previous posture.
Seeing the conversation between the two, the landlady hurried over to ask, "Do you suspect Oh Yan Hao?" Yi Wu Tian looked at her, pondering, then asked, "What if I do? Do you have any proof?" Seeing how agitated he was, she shrank back and whispered, "No." At this point, Yi Wu Tian felt utterly helpless. His house had been set on fire, and the more he thought about it, the more it seemed like the old man at her house was afraid of the Ouyang family. He looked at the girl and said in a serious tone, "If you don't want your old man to get involved, it's best you don't ask too many questions. It'll be better for you." The scene transitions to the bank. At this moment, Yi Wu Tian is questioning the clerk with transaction number 9527. "How is this possible? You're telling me there's no money in my card? There's tens of millions in it, and you're saying I have no money?" From these words, one could imagine how fierce his expression must have been. It's truly hard to even picture. The bank clerk gently explained, "I'm very sorry, sir, but the balance in your account is very low." Hearing this, he was stunned. "What?" In the end, unable to hold it together, he collapsed and cried on the desk. Over 30 million yuan just vanished like that. After letting out a long breath, he finally made up his mind to carry out his new scheme. "If you want to play, then I'll play along with you. Oh Yang Hao, let's go take a look." In a skyscraper where professional staff are working diligently, Chang Kuxian, looking worried, asked, "What's going on? What happened?" Yi Wu Tian, panting heavily, sat on the armchair and recounted the situation to her. "My house was burned down, my bank cards and checks were destroyed, and all the money on me is spent." Surprised, she asked with concern, "So, where are you planning to stay?" He gave a wry smile, his face full of distress, and sat cross-armed in the chair. "For now, I can only stay in a bar." "Could you lend me tens of thousands, part of which will go toward renting a room?" After hearing his words, she had a thought that was quite, "Well, you know." In the end, she shyly said, How about you stay with me? I have an empty room." After saying this, she raised her hand to hide her reddened cheeks. Yi Wu Tian was surprised and pointed in the direction she was standing. "You're too reckless. A man and a woman living under the same roof, what about your honor?" The sudden concern caught Chen Kuxian off guard, but before she could feel happy about it, she heard him continue in a loud and clear voice. He stood up abruptly, raised his hand to the sky to show his noble spirit. "I, Yi Wu Tian, am a man of upright integrity. I'd rather sleep on the street than let any woman get hurt." Cheng Kuxian walked over to observe him and asked softly, "If you're afraid of what others might say, then pay for a room for me. How could you possibly sleep on the street?" It seemed like he had been waiting for this very line. Upon hearing it, he agreed immediately and happily. It was exactly the response he had been waiting for. Seeing his pleased expression, Chang Kuxian couldn't help but wonder why she always felt like she was being tricked. It seemed like a plan to deceive her. Puffing her cheeks, she rested her hand on his shoulder and said seriously, "Look at you, you look like you just crawled out of a trash heap. Let me take you shopping for clothes." The two of them walked out of the company, him, tall and handsome, her, lively and quick-witted. Their combination naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. When they reached the car parked in the lot, Yi Wu Tian walked over to get in, but Cheng Kuxian grabbed his arm and stopped him. "How about riding your bicycle instead?" He looked at the girl in front of him, his expression one of disbelief. "Are you okay, sis? You're actually suggesting we ride a bicycle? I thought when I invited Wang Fancy, she wouldn't even dare." When he didn't respond, she pouted and pointed to his 8-pack abs, acting cute. "Well? You don't agree?" Yi Wu Tian hurriedly waved his hand in response. "How would I know? As long as you're not worried about being laughed at, I'm happy to serve." He walked over, brought the bicycle closer, and sat on it, waving his hand toward Cheng Kuxian. "Please get on, you're the first one to ride my treasure." At this point, Cheng Kuxian was already very happy. "Then am I not very honored?" Once she had stabilized her position, Yi Wu Tian began to pedal his bicycle. Suddenly, he slammed the brakes,
causing the person sitting behind him to be startled. By instinct, she hurriedly wrapped her arms around Yi Wu-tian's waist, but some soft parts of her body also pressed against him, making his heart flutter. Thank you, God. So riding a bike also has its perks. Had I known this, I would have done it several times already. The two of them finally sat steadily on the bike and continued along the road ahead. On the busy main street, cars passed by rapidly. From a distance, a shiny black car filled with the scent of money sped toward them. A familiar voice rang out, "Sis, where are you going? Why are you sitting on such a toy? Did your car break down?" The person stepping out of the car was none other than Yang Hao. Yi Wu-tian, with the girl holding him, chuckled and responded, "She wants to ride my bike. Are you deliberately showing up?" The hand that had extended outside was firmly grabbed by Yang Hao, and he spoke in an authoritative tone that left no room for refusal. "Get on my car. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Sitting on this toy is not safe." Cheng Kuxian didn't like his attitude at all. She quickly pushed his hand away and politely said, "It's fine. I'm quite poor, I often used to ride bikes when I was young." "Senior brother, you go ahead and do your work." Yi Wu-tian intervened with a sneer, "Young Master Yang, could you move aside? By the way, if you want to find me later, just come to Kuxian's house. From now on, the two of us will be staying together." Hearing his provocative tone, Yang Hao pondered for a moment and then responded, "What do you mean by that?" At this point, Cheng Kuxian had the chance to speak up. She pointed at Yi Wu-tian's handsome face and said, "His house was burned down, and he doesn't have money to stay at a hotel, so I took him in." Such a simple sentence felt like a thunderstrike to Yang Hao's ears. He never expected this. How could this be? He quickly pulled out a check and said, "If you don't have money, I can lend you some." "How much do you need?" But Yi Wu-tian didn't pay him any mind. He hurriedly led Kuxian away from the area where Yang Hao was standing. Seeing the scene unfold and hearing the shouting from across the street, people around them couldn't help but turn their heads, eager to catch a glimpse of the drama. They hadn't walked far when Yi Wu-tian turned around, raised his hand in disdain, and said, "Do I know you? Have you even considered who I am before offering to lend me money?" The girl sitting behind him couldn't take it anymore and urged, "Let's go." In the end, the two of them left Yang Hao standing dumbfounded at a distance. The latter, equally enraged, raised his hand and slammed it onto the car parked beside him. His teeth clenched tightly, and with that expression, it was easy to see how furious Yang Hao truly was. "Damn it! Damn it!" He cursed twice, letting everyone know his displeasure. The people who had been eavesdropping on the conversation began gossiping behind their backs. "Holy shit, what kind of trash car is that? And there's a beautiful girl with him. Is this what beautiful women are into nowadays?" Some of them even took out their phones and started recording the scene. The group of young men also acted as if they were saying, "Why don't you bring your grandfather's bicycle out and let's try it for a bit?" After riding a certain distance, Yi Wu-tian let out a sigh and said, "I'm sorry, I've taken advantage of you." A look of sadness appeared in his eyes. Upon further reflection, using a woman to provoke a man was indeed not a good thing. Cheng Kuxian casually responded, "It's good that you know, this time consider it as you owe me." He raised his hand to smooth his hair and said, "Yang Hao and I have personal grievances. Matters like what happened with you have no relation. He treats you very well and it seems you also care about him." Seeing that he was about to say something unpleasant, Cheng Kuxian panicked and interrupted, "It's just that I simply regard him as an older brother." At this moment, she finally caught on to his train of thought. "Wait, what personal grievances?" Yi Wu-tian responded with a heavy heart, "My house was burned down, and I strongly suspect he was behind it." Cheng Kuxian dared not face him anymore. She turned her gaze towards the distance and murmured, I have a rough idea of the reason." The scene shifted to a luxurious red clay apartment complex. Suddenly, the door to a house opened, and Cheng Kuxian's figure swiftly entered. Upon seeing the surroundings, Yi Wu-tian measured the place inside. "Is this your home? You live here?"
Cheng Kuxian clasped her hands behind her back, a bit embarrassed, and said, "Not long ago, I ran away from home and moved here. I didn't expect you to be my neighbor." Her eyes sparkled as she glanced at him. "Guess it's fate." Yi Tian leaned against the wall, trying to absorb this truth. "No wonder Ouyang Hao had forced me to move out. This was the reason behind it." He sneered inwardly, but his calculations had crumbled. Now, not only could I not stay further away from her, but I also had to live under the same roof with her. Cheng Kuxian stepped forward, took out the keys, and opened the door to invite him in. "That's right. Now, you can't even afford the rent. On paper, it looks like I'm supporting you. Xiao Yi, come on in." As they entered the house, Cheng Kuxian seemed much more relaxed. She quickly kicked off her high heels and sat down on the soft bed. "Ah, it's so hot outside, I almost suffocated." Yi Tian couldn't help but gaze at the seductive scene before him. He couldn't control himself, to the point where his nose started bleeding. He hurriedly tried to stop it, feeling embarrassed in front of her. Cheng Kuxian casually ran a hand over her chest and asked seductively, "What's wrong with you? Aren't you supposed to know medicine? How come you're bleeding from your nose?" By this time, he had stood opposite her, but still responded stubbornly, "Do you need to worry about me?" But inside, he was screaming, "What is going on with this body? Every time I'm in a situation like this, it always turns out like this." Cheng Kuxian straightened herself up. "So, what are your plans next? Any progress on starting your company?" Yi Tian, now sitting beside her, replied, "Let's put that aside for now. For the time being, I need to figure out how to make some money. I'm thinking of going back to the fishing village for a bit." Hearing this, Cheng Kuxian raised her hand in confusion. "What's a fishing village?" Seeing that she truly didn't understand, Yi Tian had no choice but to explain it clearly to her. "This is the moment I disappeared there. In fact, I was being hunted, and by chance, I ended up in a fishing village where I regained consciousness. I met Li Wan Heir and her grandfather, and later her family was forced into debt." At this point, Cheng Kuxian understood everything clearly. "That's how it happened, so let's go together." Yi Tian was quite surprised by her suggestion. He turned and asked, "What? The CEO of a company is going with me? What are you going to do? If you leave, what will happen to your company?" Cheng Kuxian seemed unconcerned. "It's fine, the company is running smoothly now. A temporary absence won't cause any major impact, think of it as a business trip." Yi Tian was still hesitant, but before he could say anything else, her finger pressed against his lips. She waved her hand, signaling that it was nothing like he thought. She simply wanted to go, and her firm attitude showed that this decision was non-negotiable. Her action of placing her hand on Yi Tian's lips made the atmosphere a bit awkward. Both of them fell silent. Suddenly, Cheng Kuxian realized that her behavior might have been a bit inappropriate. She awkwardly withdrew her hand, pulled out a phone from her handbag, and said, "Ha, didn't you say you didn't have a phone? I bought one for you a few days ago." She handed him the phone along with the SIM card. "I've also set up the SIM for you. I'm going to bed now, you can pick any room to sleep in." With that, she stood up and left, leaving Yi Tian staring blankly at the phone in his hand. Yi Tian looked at the phone and then thought to himself, "Hey bro, seems like your fiancé doesn't have a bad impression of me after all. What should I do?" Yi Tian opened his contact list and saw that Cheng Kuxian's phone number was already saved under the striking name ex-fiancé. Yi Tian felt awkward, thinking, using your body, and even your wife, this really doesn't feel right. In the bedroom, Cheng Kuxian lay face down on the bed, covering her head with a pillow, panicking and thinking, "Oh my god, why did I just do that? Could it be that I like him? It's over, he's definitely going to laugh at me." The next morning, at the dining table, breakfast had been carefully prepared, and there was also money and a key that Cheng Kuxian had left behind. Yi Wu-tian ate while thinking, the money and key are all ready. What a meticulous girl. It really feels like I'm being kept. Yi Wu-tian casually scrolled through his phone and then sent a message to Chung Kuxian. At work, Chung Kuxian was focused when suddenly her phone rang twice with a ding-ding. She opened it and saw a message from Yi Wu-tian, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the money and food. The taste isn't bad." Chen Kuxian saw the message and immediately became happy, her heart blooming with joy. Xiaoman, sitting next to her, looked at her and, seeing her so cheerful, gave a confused glance. After finishing breakfast, Yi Wu-tian went to the hospital to treat Mr. Z. Yi Wu-tian applied acupressure to Mr. Z while being observed by Zi Siqi and Wu Kunshang. He was focused, working with great intensity. When Yi Wu-tian finished, Zi Siqi anxiously stepped forward and asked, "How is my grandfather?" Yi Wu-tian wiped his sweat with a towel and replied, "The progress is relatively smooth, we just need to complete one final step, and he should wake up today." Zi Siqi's father, upon hearing this, was overjoyed but also a bit skeptical, and asked again, "What did you say? Today he might wake up?" Zi Siqi, standing beside him, also asked, "Then why hasn't he woken up yet?" Yi Wu-tian, growing impatient with her questions, replied, "Is something wrong with your mind?" He added, "We're almost there. Take this bowl of medicine and give it to your grandfather, but remember, don't be gentle. You need to be a little rough." Zi Siqi took the bowl and approached the bed, slowly feeding the medicine to her grandfather. Yi Wu-tian stood by, observing, and reminded her, "I said be a little rougher." Zi Siqi didn't want to pay attention to his words, snorted dismissively, and turned away. Yi Wu-tian, noticing her disdainful attitude, was irritated and said bluntly, "You idiot, can't you listen to what I'm saying? Don't you want your grandfather to wake up?" Zi Siqi wasn't backing down either, and retorted loudly, "If you want to take revenge for my earlier rudeness, just go ahead and do it. Why force me to be rough with my grandfather? He's sick enough as it is, and you still want me to be rude? Are you even human?" Yi Wu-tian, disgusted, grabbed the bowl from her hands and said, "Get out of the way. What future could someone like you possibly have? I try to teach you something, but you don't listen. When you should be gentle, you're not. What an idiot." Zi Siqi, grinding her teeth in anger, snapped, "You." The two standing behind them, witnessing the tense situation, couldn't help but murmur, "Mr. Wu, what's going on here? Is this some special treatment method?" Wu Kunshang, also confused, replied, "I'm not sure about this either." Meanwhile, Yi Wu-tian used one hand to help DPLO sit up and brought the bowl of medicine directly to his mouth. Zi Siqi was shocked and exclaimed, "Damn it, stop right now." Furious, Zi Siqi grabbed Yi Wu-tian's arm and said, "I told you to stop, are you even listening?" Her father, who was standing behind her, couldn't hold back and was about to step forward, saying, "This is too much." Wu Kunsheng immediately placed a hand on his shoulder to explain, "This kid may have some strange personality traits, but he is certainly not the type to cause trouble." Yi Wu-tian, equally angry at Zi Siqi's attitude, turned to her and gritted his teeth, saying, "If you touch me one more time, I'll make sure your grandfather never wakes up." Hearing Yi Wu-tian's threat, Zi Siqi, furious, turned to her father and shouted, "Are you just going to stand there and talk?" Her father, however, calmly replied, "Stop causing a scene." Yi Wu-tian continued to pour the medicine forcefully into Mr. Z's mouth. After finishing, he threw the bowl aside and dropped Mr. Z back down. By this point, Zi Siqi was absolutely livid. She could no longer control herself and drew her gun, aiming it directly at Yi Wu-tian while yelling, "Damn you, you're asking for death." Her father rushed forward to stop her, shouting, "Stop." But it was too late. Zi Siqi pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew out, leaving a trail of smoke in the air. The moment Yi Wu-tian had just thrown the medicine bowl, the bullet hit his arm, and blood quickly began to pour from the wound, dripping down his palm. Yi Wu-tian, enraged by being treated this way, furrowed his brow and called out, "Zi Siqi." At this moment, Zi Siqi's father stepped forward, snatched the gun from her hand and threw it aside, angrily saying, "Foolish. If he really intended to harm your grandfather, would he still have to charge such a high fee? Wu Kunsheng saw the wound bleeding continuously and quickly brought over the first aid kit, urgently saying, "Hurry, let me perform surgery on your arm." Yi Wu Tian ignored him, calmly took off his shirt, and said, "No need, I'll handle it myself. Give me a clamp and some spare cloth." Wu Kunsheng quickly handed over the items Yi Wu Tian requested, thinking to himself, could it be that he really intends to remove the bullet himself? Yi Wu Tian calmly took the clamp and proceeded to extract the bullet himself. Zixiqi's father, witnessing his smooth movements, secretly admired him, thinking, this kid has exceptional skills, not even a hint of frowning during the whole process. He's a true talent. Yi Wu Tian sensed the worried gaze of the man, and then took a small white packet from his pants pocket, sprinkling its contents onto the wound under the careful observation of the two men. Once the powder touched the wound, it quickly began to close up. Yi Wu Tian wiped away the remaining blood. Both men were horrified. Holy shit, the speed at which the wound heals! What in the world did we just see? In the blink of an eye, Yi Wu Tian's wound had completely healed and stopped bleeding. Zixiqi's father, in disbelief, asked, Master Yi, what kind of medicine is that? Yi Wu Tian did not respond but merely mumbled a few words. Wu Kunsheng thought to himself, such an incredibly fast recovery speed. If this kind of medicine were widely used in the battle zone, applied to the soldiers, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Wu Tian quickly bandaged his wounds and then said, "Sorry, I can't speak about it." He glanced at Zixiqi behind him and then reminded her, "Thanks to Mr. Wu, I am here today. After today, you'd better disappear from my sight." As he spoke, he put his shirt back on. Afterward, Yi Wu Tian went to Mr. Z's bed and said, "From today onward, my family and yours will have no further contact." Once he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and struck Mr. Z's abdomen with force. Mr. Z, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and spat out all the medicine in his mouth. Zixiqi and her father both widened their eyes in surprise. Mr. Z woke up and began coughing intensely. The two of them rushed to him, joyfully supporting the old man. "Grandfather! Father!" Zixiqi cried tears of joy, saying, "Grandfather, you've finally woken up." Mr. Z comforted his granddaughter, "All right, don't cry. Aren't I doing much better now?" He then sat up and asked, "Kunsheng, are you here too? Where is the person who just hit me?" Wu Kunsheng could only tell the truth to Mr. Z, "He's gone." Wu Kunsheng suddenly realized and joyfully clapped his hands, saying, "Hit him, wait a minute, I remember now, he was the one who hit me." Zixiqi's father was still confused and didn't understand what had just happened. Wu Kunsheng was delighted with his discovery, recalling with joy that he had temporarily forgotten just now. This type of technique was something he had heard of a few years ago. Yi Wu Tian, whether it was the rough pouring of the medicine or the punch, did so to stimulate Mr. Z's bodily functions. After being in a coma for so long, Mr. Z's body and nerves were very difficult to respond to normal stimulation. Mr. Z, sitting on the bed, was also aware. "I can fully recover, relying entirely on him. This time, the Z family owes him. I heard your conversation earlier, I could hear it, I just couldn't open my eyes." He turned to Zixiqi, who was standing quietly with a sulking expression, and said, "Granddaughter, find another opportunity to apologize to him." Zixiqi, hearing this, fell silent for a moment. Then, a little annoyed, she said, "I really don't understand why Dad and Grandpa want to protect him like this. No matter what, he's just a doctor, and we pay him for his services, so what's the deal?" Upon hearing this, her father, who was standing beside her, said, "What do you think is the most important thing? Power, money? But once you obtain those things, you'll realize that health is far more valuable than all of that. Being able to become friends with someone who has such medical skills is incredibly rare, not to mention his level is likely far beyond that of most doctors." After the treatment, Yi Wu Tian got on his bicycle and left. As he rode, he was fuming. The Z family's payment for his medical services had long since been burned through. Not only was he working for free, but he was also being treated unfairly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Yi Wu Tian shouted, "This is so frustrating.
As his bicycle stopped in front of his house, he saw a girl waiting there.
As soon as Yi Wu Tian arrived, the girl angrily shouted, "Damn it, will you die if you buy a mobile phone?" Yi Wu Tian looked at the girl, initially a bit surprised, then recognized Chang Xiaomei. He said, "Oh, isn't this Captain Chang?"
He then smiled happily and continued, "It must have been tough for you to find me at the entrance of the neighborhood like this." Seeing him so cheerful, Chang Xiaomei cut him off. "Stop pretending." She stepped forward, pinched Yi Wu Tian's nose, and then said, "Where exactly are you right now? I told you I'd keep a close watch and protect you.
What would happen if you were in danger?"
At that moment, Yi Wu Tian's phone rang. He said, "Sorry, I'll take this call." The phone displayed a call from his fiancée Yi. Seeing this, Yi Wu Tian thought, "I'm almost home anyway.
If there's something, we can talk about it there." With that, he decided to hang up the phone. Chang Xiaomei, noticing the phone, became angry and pointed at his face, saying, "You bastard, I've been squatting here trying to find you, my legs are almost breaking, and you actually have a phone? Give me your number, now."
As she spoke, she reached out to grab Yi Wu Tian's phone, but he quickly raised it high.
"What are you doing? Trying to flirt with me? At least show me some kindness first. Not everyone can just flirt with me, you know."
After a long pause, Yi Wu Tian finally handed the phone to her.
"Let me give it to you."
Chang Xiaomei took his phone and said, "Having a big beauty like me give you my number is a privilege.
Other people want it, but I won't give it." At that moment, a luxury car pulled up and parked next to Yi Wu Tian's bicycle.
The person who stepped out of the car was Lu Fu's father. He looked slightly fatigued, and upon seeing Yi Wu Tian, he said, "Yi Wu Tian, regarding my son's injury, we need to talk." Yi Wu Tian leaned his hand against the car door and smiled as he replied, "If you want treatment, go to the hospital and find a doctor.
Why come to me? Not to mention that we're enemies, what is there to talk about?"
He wasn't angry, continuing in a negotiating tone, "I've been to every hospital, and none of them could handle it.
I've heard about your medical skills, they're exceptional. How much? Just name the price."
Yi Wu Tian, growing impatient, said, "Sorry, I also have my limits.
Anyone I find unpleasant, I won't treat. Go back to wherever you came from."
Seeing this, the man raised one finger and offered 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing the amount, Yi Wu Tian turned back and raised two fingers to counter with 120 million. Yi Wu Tian waved his hand cheerfully as he bid farewell to Lu Fu's father. "Thank you for your attention, Mr. Lu.
Don't forget to bring the money early."
Seeing how easily he agreed to work for money, Chang Xiaomei sarcastically remarked, "So, what's your limit exactly?" Yi Wu Tian casually responded, "Lu Fu has already paid a heavy price for his actions, I don't need to chase him to the ends of the earth."
"How long are you planning to stick around me? What's the status of the fire investigation?"
Chang Xiaomei awkwardly replied, "At the moment, all they've found is that it was caused by an electrical short circuit leading to the explosion.
Nothing else so far."
Hearing this, Yi Wu Tian couldn't help but get angry. "Damn, after such a long investigation, this is all you come up with? What kind of work are your police doing?" Chang Xiaomei could only remain silent in the face of his fury. Yi Wu Tian continued, "At this rate, are you still expecting me to rely on you for protection?
Hurry up and investigate."
Chang Xiaomei, unable to stand still any longer, puffed up her cheeks in frustration and stormed off, muttering, "Fine, I'll go.
Not like I volunteered to protect you. Ha!"
Seeing her silhouette running away, Yi Wu Tian muttered to himself, "Ha, at least I found out that Ouyang Hao is the one in charge, but it seems there's no way to capture him." Upon arriving at Chen Koexayan's house, as soon as the door was opened, Yi Wu Tian saw 4 pairs of shoes neatly placed inside. "I'm back."
As he stepped into the living room, Yi Wu Tian noticed Chen Koexayan's entire family sitting on the sofa.
He immediately greeted them, "Uncle, aunt, everyone, I'm here." Thinking about the phone call earlier, Yi Wu Tian silently thought to himself, Chen Koexayan must have called to talk about this matter.
Seeing the bandaged arm, Chen Koexayan immediately walked over, gently holding his arm and anxiously asked, what happened? How did you get hurt? Yi Wu Tian didn't intend to explain everything right then, so he simply said, it's nothing, just a minor scrape. Seeing Yi Wu Tian's indifference to his own injury, Chang Kuxian became upset. A minor injury? Why is there so much blood then? Chang Kuxian's parents exchanged glances full of doubt. Is our daughter concerned about Yi Wu Tian? Does she like him? Oh Yang Hao, sitting nearby, looked at Chang Kuxian and Yi Wu Tian with a gaze full of resentment. Chang Kuxian's father spoke up, asking, Xiao Yi, didn't you and my daughter break off the engagement? Yi Wu Tian replied straightforwardly, Uncle Chang, I know what you're getting at. Don't worry, I'm just temporarily staying here. My house was burned down, and I have nowhere else to go for now. Oh Yang Hao placed his hand on the table and deliberately asked, Your house was burned down? I could help you rent a place or stay at a hotel, but how is it that you, being from the Yi family, don't even have the money for this? Yi Wu Tian crossed his arms and faced Oh Yang Hao, saying, That's right, I really can't stay in a hotel right now. Young Master Oh Yang is truly a wicked person. Oh Yang Hao paid no attention to his mocking tone and smugly replied, So what? At least it's a good result. Yi Wu Tian, unwilling to back down, immediately retorted, The rumors about the Oh Yang family being so powerful, I see it as nothing special. Seeing this, Oh Yang Hao angrily said, You. At that moment, Chang Kuxian's father spoke up, interrupting their argument, Xiao Yi, if you no longer have a relationship with my daughter, I don't agree with you staying here any longer. You need to leave today. I can lend you money to rent a room. Yi Wu Tian thought for a moment upon hearing this and agreed, all right. Chang Kuxian, seeing how easily Yi Wu Tian agreed, raised her voice, I disagree. She turned to her parents and said, Mother, this is my personal matter. Please don't interfere. Her mother disagreed, saying, What? Your personal matter? Look at what you're doing, casually staying with a man. What will people think when they see you? Oh Yang Hao immediately added, Sister, you should listen to Auntie. Chang Kuxian stubbornly replied, Senior brother, this is a matter for my family. Please don't get involved. She gently pulled Yi Wu Tian's hand and boldly said, No matter what, I will take him in. This is my decision. Seeing her attitude, Yi Wu Tian felt deeply happy. Chang Kuxian's parents, however, were astonished by their daughter's actions. Oh Yang Hao looked at the two of them with increasing disgust. As for Yi Wu Tian, the person involved, he didn't know what to say. Chang Kuxian's mother decided to ask directly, Kuxian, be honest with me, do you like Yi Wu Tian? Faced with such a straightforward question, Chang Kuxian awkwardly stammered, I don't know, maybe a little. But I can say for sure, at least I don't hate him. Standing in front of her parents, Chang Kuxian confirmed, I don't know, maybe a little. But I can say for sure, at least I don't hate him. Her mother stood up angrily, pointing at Yi Wu Tian's face, saying, Don't you know what kind of person he is? How many women has he been with behind your back? Then she turned to point at Oh Yang Hao, who was sitting, and continued, Have you forgotten all that? Xiao Hao is better than him. Upon hearing this, Oh Yang Hao thought to himself, I must seize this opportunity. He then stepped forward, took Chang Kuxian's hand, and sincerely expressed, Sister, I truly like you. Chang Kuxian awkwardly pulled her hand back, lowered her head in apology, and said, Senior, I'm really sorry, I respect you a lot, but I've always just seen you as an older brother. Hearing her words, Oh Yang Hao's face turned pale, his expression became very unpleasant, and even the two parents were left feeling awkward, not knowing what to say next. Chang Kuxian no longer paid attention to Oh Yang Hao but instead pulled on Yi Wu Tian's sleeve, saying, Let's go, I'll help you change the bandages. Yi Wu Tian resignedly allowed her to pull him along, letting out a soft ah. Inside Chang Kuxian's room, she gently removed the old bandages from Yi Wu Tian's hand. At this moment, Yi Wu Tian said, Actually, you don't have to go through all this with your parents because of me. Chang Kuxian didn't want him to worry about this, so she humorously replied, Ha, a little lamb dares to manage my business. Since you've been raised by me, just obediently let me take care of you.
Seeing her say this, Yi Wu-tian happily played along. Yes, Your Majesty, I obey.
On the second day at Tian Xin Company, the employees were busy working. Cheng Xin and Xiao Man were inside the room, concentrating on handling their tasks.
Suddenly, there was a knock on the door.
Cheng Xin immediately said, "Xiao Man, open the door."
As Xiao Man opened the door, Yi Dongxian stormed in angrily and said, "Miss Chang, what do you mean by this? Have you forgotten the contents of the contract?"
Cheng Xin calmly replied, "Miss Yi, I haven't violated the contract, and I'm not sure what you mean."
Yi Dongxian then said, "I remember I made it very clear, as long as we are cooperating, you cannot be in the same place as Yi Wu-tian." Yi Dongxian sat cross-legged on the chair opposite Cheng Xian and continued, "Now you two are living under the same roof, what else is there to discuss?"
Cheng Xian remained composed and asked in return, "Miss Yi, I've been very curious until now, why are you so concerned about my personal affairs? Yi Wu-tian hasn't been living with your family. Why do you continue to attack him? Don't you think this is excessive?" Yi Dongxian did not answer her question but instead said, "Excessive? With your small company, do you think you can secure a contract worth hundreds of millions? If you don't make Yi Wu-tian move out, I will terminate the contract." Cheng Xian firmly responded, "I don't like anyone meddling in my private life. No one has the right to do so."
Yi Dongxian, upon hearing this, angrily slammed the table, stood up, and said, "Just relying on you, the company won't be able to survive. You'd better not regret it." Cheng Xian calmly responded, "Regret? Why should I regret? Don't talk about your company's orders, even if the entire company suffers losses, I won't regret it." Cheng Xian's words caused Yi Dongxian to lose control of her anger and shout, "Cheng Xian, let me tell you. The Yi family can help you hold on, but we can also destroy it. Do you think you can protect that bastard with just yourself?" Upon hearing those offensive words, Cheng Xian calmly closed the laptop on the table and sharply replied, "Whether you admit it or not, Yi Wu-tian is also a member of the Yi family." She stared straight into Yi Dongxian's eyes and asked, "If he's a bastard, then what does that make you?" Yi Dongxian, not expecting her to say such a thing, furiously pointed at her and shouted, "You bastard! You dare insult me? I will make you regret it." Cheng Xian, disgusted by Yi Dongxian's threats, spoke to Xiao Man. "Xiao Man, see the guest out." For hours after the argument between Cheng Xian and Yi Dongxian, the employees at Tian Xin Company were suddenly receiving a series of calls from clients canceling their partnerships. "Hello, good afternoon. What? You want to terminate the cooperation? Mr. Wang, wait a moment. You want to cancel the contract? But it clearly states 3 years, why suddenly terminate? This order amounts to 3 million. Mr. Li, could you reconsider?" The entire company became chaotic as contracts were abruptly cancelled. Xiao Man hurriedly rushed into Cheng Xian's office and urgently reported the situation. "CEO, the situation is extremely unfavorable for us right now," Xiao Man anxiously said. "Some of the suppliers must have heard about the Yi family's cancellation of the contract. Now, one by one, they all want to withdraw." Yi Dongxian took revenge quickly. In the afternoon at the company, the Yi family's conglomerate issued a statement citing Tian Xian's breach of contract as the reason, temporarily suspending cooperation with Tian Xin. Although Cheng Xian had mentally prepared herself early on, it still left her feeling frustrated and exhausted. The suspension of cooperation meant that Tian Xian's company would face significant losses, though it was impossible to calculate how much exactly at the moment. The estimate was at least 20 million or more. After hearing the news, everyone in the company was immediately stunned. If this continued, not only would the year-end bonuses be at risk, but there was even a possibility of layoffs due to cuts. At this point, Xiao Man spoke up, "CEO, the situation is extremely unfavorable for us right now. The suppliers have somehow caught wind of the news and have called to inquire." Xian replied,
we'll do our best to reassure the clients, we'll try everything we can.
Xiaoman, hearing this, could only remain silent.
Kuxian then added, Xiaoman, you don't need to say anything more. Come with me, let's go to work. Suddenly, Kuxian's phone vibrated.
It was a call from Yi Dongxian. She glanced at it, then picked up the phone. After a moment of hesitation, she answered.
On the other end, Dongxian's voice came through, saying, Miss Chang, I wonder what your thoughts are now. Kuxian responded, there's no need to consider anything. I won't change my mind. From the other side, Dongxian's voice screamed, aren't you afraid yet? But quickly, Kuxian hung up the phone.
At that moment, Yi Dongxian was extremely enraged at the Yi family's mansion.
Young Master Yi spoke up, third sister, do you think she will surrender? Dongxian laughed loudly and said, surrender? Unless she doesn't need the company.
At this point, Mr. Yi fell silent. The eldest brother spoke up, sister, we need to be careful with this.
Don't go too far. If Oyanghao gets dissatisfied, we might lose more than we gain.
Dongxian turned to reply, you're right, eldest brother. Don't worry, I'll handle it with restraint.
It's just a little threat to scare her. Hongdong spoke up, aren't you tired of this? Dongxian was surprised and asked, tired? Why would you say that?
Hongdong replied, you all know they can never return to the Yi family.
Then why do you have to push them to the edge? Aren't you afraid of facing consequences? Dongxian raised her voice and said, second brother, what's with the way you're talking? Why have I done all this? Isn't it for our family? Hongdong retorted, you're doing it for yourself, aren't you?
You hope to establish a relationship with Oyanghao.
What I don't understand is, even if you really form a relationship with Oyanghao, Chung Kuxian ends up with him, what will you gain from it?
Dongxian at this moment frowned and said, relying on Oyanghao, you may feel deeply grateful to him.
But don't forget, he comes from a prestigious family, and how can you say such things about the bond between you two? Hongdong replied, if not for him, what could you expect from Oyanghao for you? At this point, the eldest brother pointed at Hongdong and said, little brother, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that we don't value family ties?
Hongdong then left, saying, I still have some matters to attend to.
You all can continue.
At this moment, Mr. Yi shouted loudly, stop right there, Hongdong, do you still acknowledge my existence?
Hongdong turned around and said, Father, haven't I always obeyed you? Whatever you ask me to do, I do.
You told me not to go help them, and I haven't gone.
What else do you want me to do? Mr. Yi, hearing this, immediately became enraged and shouted, you insolent brat.
Fei Chao quickly placed his hand on Mr. Yi's shoulder from behind and said, Grandfather, don't be angry.
It's not good for you to be upset.
Suddenly, the butler bowed to Hongdong and said, young master, Miss Chang Kuxian is here and requests to see you.
At this moment, Dongxian, young Master Yi, and the eldest brother all smirked, thinking the same thing, Chung Kuxian? Ha, she couldn't stand it any longer, could she?
Young Master Yi said to Dongxian, third miss, you're really something.
At this point, Chung Kuxian entered with the butler.
She called out to Hongdong, Uncle Yi.
At that moment, he smiled and asked, Kuxian, what brings you to see me?
She replied, Uncle Yi, I have something to discuss with you today.
At that point,
Dongxian walked over and said, Miss Chang, the matter concerning your company's situation needs to be discussed with me. My brother cannot involve himself in company affairs.
Hongdong, hearing this, was somewhat dissatisfied. Kuxian smiled and responded, there's no need for that. This matter needs to be discussed with Uncle Yi.
She then turned to Hongdong and said, Uncle Yi, please have a look at this.
He asked, what is it? Kuxian handed Hongdong a large envelope and said, just open it and you'll understand. Dongxian, who had been ignored until now, quickly asked, aren't you looking for me? At that moment, Kuxian turned away, her expression showing her disdain for the woman.
Meanwhile, DPTC opened the envelope and began reading the papers inside.
Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Kuxin, what is this? Kuxin replied, I came here today simply to return these items to you. Miss Yi and I have discussed this before. The Tian Xin company exists because of the Yi family, and I do not deny that.
Initially, the money was indeed given to me by Uncle Yi, so today I am returning the company to you. I have already transferred ownership of the company to Uncle Yi. At that moment, Mr. Yi and young Master Yi were both stunned.
Kuxin turned to Hong Dong and said, Uncle Yi, all you need to do is sign above. He asked in surprise, why do it this way?
She replied, things that do not belong to me, no matter how hard I try, will never belong to me.
Hong Dong said, but that's the company you built from scratch. Kuxin responded, that's not me either.
She then said, everyone, your Yi family is powerful, but that doesn't mean everyone will want to flatter the Yi family. At that moment, the entire Yi family fell silent, especially Dong Xian, who was slapped in the face. This was clearly a slap to the Yi family.
Yi Dongxian thought that Cheng Kuxin must be the one who was begging her.
At this point, Kuxin threw the car keys out and said, these cars belong to Yi Wutian, and he told me to return these 3 cars to you.
Dongxian grabbed the keys and loudly said, with an annoyed tone, did he send you here?
Kuxin folded her arms and said, he told me about the cars, but the decision regarding the company was made by me.
Uncle Yi then held up a piece of paper and said, I don't agree. The company is something your nephew worked hard to acquire, we don't need it. Kuxin replied, but from beginning to end, it's been tied to the Yi family. Uncle Yi, I also don't want that. Young Master Yi cursed inwardly, what's all this pretending to be noble, shit.
Upon hearing this, Kuxin placed her hand on her chest and confidently said, in front of young Master Yi, I don't dare pretend to be noble. I just want to return to being myself, all of this is simply the truth.
Hong Dong handed the documents to Dong Xian and scolded, see?
She doesn't care about the wealth of our family.
Dong Xian was also feeling gloomy at that time.
Young Master Yi then approached Hong Dong and said, Uncle, you can't be so extreme in your words. They might be retreating to advance.
At that moment, the older brother said, why are you still speaking up for him? Didn't Cheng Kuxin dislike him so much? Mr. Yi sat in silence at that moment, thinking to himself, is this the right thing to do? Do young people really not want to give money to their mother? At the company, many employees were feeling regretful. Kuxin glanced at the small photo of Tian Xin company before leaving. Shaman, seeing this, asked, CEO, do you really want to leave? Kuxin turned and smiled, saying, Shaman, there's no banquet that doesn't end. You stay here and work, it's fine.
Shaman, feeling down, said, but I want to work with you.
Kuxin smiled and said, but now I'll be unemployed too. If you follow me, there will be nothing for you to do.
Even I don't know where my future is headed. Then, Kuxin raised her finger and said, don't worry, if I need you in the future, I'll find you. At that moment, Shaman's eyes lit up, and she said, it's a promise, you can't deceive me.
After packing her things, Kuxin got into a taxi.
Before entering, she turned and waved one last time.
Shaman, moved, also waved goodbye. When Kuxin turned away, tears streamed down her face.
The next day, at the Tian Xin residential area, she placed the box of goods on the table, then rested her hand on it and said to Wu Tian, from now on, I am unemployed.
Kuxin sighed and complained, I have returned the Tian Xin company to the Yi family. From now on, I have no further connection with it.
Wu Tian, seeing that she looked exhausted, placed his hand on Kuxin's forehead to check her temperature and asked, are you okay?
At this moment, Kuxin began to feel embarrassed.
She blushed and scolded, you're the one who's not normal.
Wu Tian, thinking she was serious, asked, are you really saying that? Kuxin replied, exactly. He then asked, why is that? You're really not normal. A normal person wouldn't do that. The company originally belonged to you, but you just gave it away.
Kuxin said, no matter how hard I tried, the Yi family has always been a part of the company from beginning to end.
Wu Tian continued, so what does that have to do with it?
Koxin, feeling a little awkward, crossed her arms and said, don't talk about that, it's all in the past. Anyway, I've given it back to them, and it has nothing to do with me anymore.
Wu Tian, surprised, said, Your Majesty, without money, how could you support me? Koxin replied, then you support me. Wu Tian quickly retorted with a warm smile, no way. I just had a lot of fun. You have to continue supporting me. This made Koxin feel uncomfortable, but she had no choice. The next day, downstairs at Koxin's place, Your Majesty, have you finished speaking? Wu Tian rode his bike to where Koxin was waiting.
She replied, there's nothing more to say. Then, Koxin got on his bike and wrapped her arms around Wu Tian's waist. She smiled and said, let's go. At that moment, her chest pressed against his back, unintentionally giving him a great source of motivation.
He responded, yes, Your Majesty.
On the quiet street, Wu Tian pedaled his bike, carrying Cheng Koxin on his trusty steed. The peaceful scene unfolded as he rode ahead, with her holding him tightly from behind.
As they entered the Tianxian sub-district, Wu Tian, probably feeling a bit tired, said to Miss Chang, Your Majesty, seeing me work so hard, could you perhaps raise my salary a little? Cheng Koxin happily responded, sure, starting today, you'll get an extra $1 each month. Hearing this, Wu Tian's spirits lifted, and he loudly said, thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward.
The two of them, in a romantic mood, passed by the security station, unaware that the two guards, who were having lunch, turned their heads to look. The two guards were so shocked they couldn't say a word, wondering if this was some kind of miracle.
Could a guy riding an old bike really pull off a beauty like that? Was this kid some rich young master just pretending, or how else could a woman agree to ride with him on such a bike?
Even if she occasionally sat on a bike, it would definitely be a brand new one, not this old rust bucket. The two guards, both speculating and slightly envious, watched Wu Tian from behind.
It was so exhausting from pedaling.
So, the two of them decided to walk their bikes. While they were walking cheerfully, out of nowhere, Zixiqi appeared and blocked their path, not allowing them to pass.
Standing in their way, Zixiqi said, Wu Tian, I want to talk to you. Wu Tian growled, Zixiqi, move aside.
The two didn't care and tried to walk past her.
Miss Cheng curiously asked Wu Tian, who is that girl?
Wu Tian's face darkened as he replied, a crazy person. Feeling both embarrassed and insulted, Zixiqi tightly pressed her lips together and endured it. Not giving up, she stood in front of Wu Tian, raised her hand to block him, signaling that she wouldn't let him go, and said, I came here today to apologize to you, but I can't accept it.
I'm not worthy of the Z family.
Wu Tian disdainfully waved his hand, his face scrunching up, but Zixiqi still insisted, I'm apologizing, what more do you want? She clenched her fist and cursed silently, I've never seen such a man, petty and shameless, it's truly embarrassing for men.
Then, she irritably asked, You, Mr. Yi, what do you want?
Sticking out his tongue, Wu Tian replied, get lost.
He pointed at Zixiqi and, annoyed, asked, Are you done?
After saying that, he stepped aside, as a wise dog doesn't block the path. Furious to the point of nearly spitting blood, Zixiqi still forced herself to close her eyes, tolerating it, and snapped with a curt tone, What do you want for me to forgive you?
Is this really that important? Is it worth going through all this?
What's your purpose?
Wu Tian asked. Zixiqi stubbornly said, What do you want for me to forgive you?
Wu Tian arrogantly raised his middle finger in a legendary gesture and said to her, Crazy woman, listen carefully.
No matter what, I don't want to have any dealings with the Z family. Understand this clearly, any dealings at all. Infuriated, Zixiqi lashed out at Wu Tian, Pervert, are you even a man? Is your tolerance so small? Is there a rule that men must be tolerant?
Wu Tian sneered and responded with disdain.
Cheng Koxin, standing aside, helplessly said, You must forgive me today, otherwise, I won't leave.
Zixiqi arrogantly declared and spread her legs to block Yi Wutian from leaving.
Reluctantly, Yi Wutian waved his hand and said, "Fine, I forgive you. Now go." Zixiqi, with no manners, grabbed Yi Wutian's hand and said, "Then let's go, my grandfather wants to see you."
Feeling disrespected, Yi Wutian shook off her hand and said loudly, "Let go of me.
Don't drag me around. A person like you is beneath my contempt."
Without any hesitation, Zixiqi swung her hand and struck Yi Wutian across the face, angrily scolding him, "You insult me again, don't blame me for not being polite." Though furious, Yi Wutian held back, took a chain off his wrist, and pointed it at Zixiqi's face. He said, "If you lay another hand on me, don't blame me for not being polite."
Miss Chung broke into a sweat with the unfolding situation and asked, "You too, do you have something to say?"
"I have nothing to say to her," Yi Wutian firmly declared. Zixiqi gritted her teeth in fury, her hatred burning intensely. Yi Wutian took his bike and called Miss Cheng to join him. He walked past Zixiqi, indifferent, with the bruise from the slap still visible on his face.
Zixiqi stubbornly stuck to them like glue, blocking their way and asking Yi Wutian, "Can you forgive me?" Yi Wutian, furious, yelled, "Crazy woman, are you even human? How can you be so shameless?"
Noticing that Yi Wutian's right cheek had a bruise but his left cheek did not, Zixiqi slapped him on the left side to even it out. As she slapped him, she cursed, "I told you, you humiliated me.
I won't go easy on you."
Seeing her lover being slapped so cruelly, Chung Kuxian rushed forward to stop it, also shouting, "What gives you the right to hit him?
Who do you think you are?"
Yi Wutian patted Chen Kuxian's shoulder to calm her, then with a smug smile, he said, "I told her if she hit me, I wouldn't hold back either." As he spoke, he used his magic, causing Zixiqi to suddenly collapse, her legs giving way beneath her.
Surprised by the sudden turn of events, she asked Yi Wutian, "What have you done to me?" Yi Wutian smirked and replied, "Crazy woman, do you think just because your last name is Z, I'll treat you politely?"
Zixiqi, feeling uneasy and sweating profusely, nervously asked Yi Wutian what he intended to do. Without warning, Yi Wutian lifted her off the ground with one hand, ignoring her screams of "Let me go." He then slapped her full, plump chest with his other hand. He embarrassed her to the point of making her blush. Then, without any hesitation, he tossed Zixiqi into a trash bin marked with a warning label for harmful waste. Once the task was done, he casually wiped his hands and coldly turned away.
Chen Kuxian, witnessing this, was left speechless.
Zixiqi, enraged beyond measure, sat inside the bin cursing at Yi Wutian, "Yi, you better let me out immediately." Miss Cheng, tense, looked at Yi Wutian. He turned to Zixiqi with an industrial smile and shot her a heart. Seeing this, Zixiqi went berserk and shouted loudly, "You, Yi." The two continued their journey, walking their bikes. Yi Wutian turned back to Chen Kuxian and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?
Do you think I went too far?"
To his surprise, Miss Cheng gave him a thumbs up and praised him, "Well done.
When dealing with women, you must be ruthless." What is this woman saying?
When dealing with women, be ruthless.
Does that mean I should be ruthless with men too?
Yi Wutian wondered aloud, a puzzled expression on his face.
Chen Kuxian then asked, "Aren't you going to ignore her?"
Yi Wutian smiled and replied, "Don't worry, she won't die. At most, she'll just be dizzy from the stench." Hearing this, Miss Cheng smiled slyly and said, "You're really wicked.
She's still a beauty, after all." Is she really that beautiful? Why don't I see it that way? Isn't she even less beautiful than you? Yi Wutian tilted his head absent-mindedly as he thought about Zixiqi. Hearing these words, Shi Kuxian secretly felt pleased and couldn't hide her happiness, offering a small smile. At the Z household, Zixiqi had just finished her shower. She wrapped herself in a towel and walked out. Her face still wore an angry expression as she dried her hair, speaking to her grandfather, "I want to kill him, I absolutely must kill him." Sitting on the bed, her grandfather defended Yi Wutian, "That kid has a bit of style." "Grandfather, I'm your granddaughter." She spoke out of fairness. Her grandfather smiled and said, "Granddaughter, your way of handling things isn't right. I need to give you some advice here." His face grew serious as he looked at her and advised, "He has a debt of gratitude to the Z family. Have you noticed anything?" "Noticed what?" "All I know is that he's extremely perverted." ZCC turned to the side and pouted as she spoke. Her father immediately chimed in, "Why did you suddenly become paralyzed all over? Shouldn't you be thinking carefully about this issue?" Thanks to the mental clarity technique, ZCC suddenly realized. ZCC said, "Also, the injury on my hand that you caused. Seems like it's not a big deal." Her father explained, "Now do you understand why I didn't let you handle him? If you could cooperate with him, we could get those healing medicines to the battlefield." Her grandfather added, "I didn't want you to go and beat him more these past few days. I'll go visit him myself another day." For 3 consecutive days, Yi Wu Tian was extremely busy, purchasing various herbs to process. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 3rd day that Yi Wu Tian finally completed his work. While he was busy, Chang Kuxian was not idle either. Yi Wu Tian waved his fingers, bringing back a pile of items, among which the most abundant was bottled water. 3 days ago, Chang Kuxian had asked him more than once what exactly he was planning to do, but each time, he didn't answer, only replying with a cryptic phrase about hidden secrets. Chang Kuxian was watching a TV show, smiling with squinted eyes. Yi Wu Tian glanced at the clock, saw that it was the right time, and then handed Chang Kuxian a pill. He told her, "Open your mouth and take it." Curious, Chang Kuxian asked, "What is this?" Yi Wu Tian straightforwardly replied, "Poison." She looked closely at the pill in his hand before swallowing it. Yi Wu Tian, with a concerned expression, asked, "Aren't you afraid it's really poison?" Chang Kuxian chewed the pill and replied, "If it kills me, what do you gain?" Sweat forming on his forehead, Yi Wu Tian asked, "So, you're not afraid that it's? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Chang Kuxian asked in return. Yi Wu Tian looked at her chest with a lustful gaze before shifting his attention to her thighs and answered, "Of course, any man would think about it when facing someone as beautiful as you." Hearing this, Chang Kuxian blushed and turned her face away. Yi Wu Tian smiled confidently and said, "In a moment, your body might feel a little uncomfortable, but it's a normal reaction. Don't panic. I'm the one who's dirty. I've already showered. Smell me if you don't believe it." While speaking, Chang Kuxian pointed at Yi Wu Tian's chest. Yi Wu Tian did not hesitate to get closer and smell, causing Miss Chang to blush and scold, "You naughty man, are you really doing this?" While scolding, she backed away and hugged her own delicate body. Yi Wu Tian replied, "You're the one who let me smell." In the bathroom, there was a large wooden tub filled with water. Yi Wu Tian poured several bottles of medicine into it. Upon seeing this, Chang Kuxian asked, "Why are you doing this? What effect does it have?" Yi Wu Tian answered seriously, "Wait for a moment, and you'll notice some impurities will flow out of your body. You usually shower with tap water, but after you rinse yourself clean, soak in this tub for half an hour." Still puzzled, Miss Chang asked why. Yi Wu Tian replied, "Don't ask yet, you'll understand when the time comes. Consider it a token of gratitude for supporting me, a great gift for you." At this moment, strange green marks appeared on Chang Kuxian's body. She screamed, "Ah, why are my hands so dirty?" As expected, Yi Wu Tian remained calm and thought to himself, "It's happening, scattered marks. Looks like my abilities are still intact, but the medicinal herbs are somewhat inferior. They're slower than I expected. It seems I'll need to grow some herbs myself in the future. Without focused care, medicinal herbs will always be of poor quality. Hurry up and get ready to bathe, and remember, no shower gel. Also, bring a few bottles of mineral water in, drink plenty of water," Yi Wu Tian said as he opened the door and gave instructions. Chang Kuxian took off all her clothes and started showering. Yi Wu Tian stood outside, laughing and saying, "Take your time, no need to hurry. I won't barge into the bathroom. Don't bother me. Ah, how could it be this dirty? Chang Kuxian called out from the bathroom. Yi Wu Tian responded, Your Majesty, don't be anxious.
All of that is just toxins being expelled from your body.
It's actually good for you. Chang Kuxian, while showering, shouted back, But what's going on? Yi Wu Tian then put on a lecherous expression and leaned against the door, saying, I don't know. Why not let me in and have a look? Don't even think about it. Chang Kuxian yelled in frustration. Women these days are not so easy to fool. Yi Wu Tian said, disappointed, as he sat down on the sofa, adopting the posture of an arrogant CEO, one leg crossed, hands resting behind him. Yi Wu Tian stared at the bathroom door, where the silhouette of Miss Cheng appeared, her figure so perfectly shaped that Yi Wu Tian was mesmerized, to the point of having a nosebleed. He gazed blankly and thought to himself, Brother, this situation doesn't seem quite right. If this continues, I might end up liking your fiancée. What should I do then? Don't blame me for being heartless when that happens. After stopping the bleeding from his nose, Yi Wu Tian became more serious and muttered to himself, But she's no longer your fiancée now. I'm with her, and you have no objections, right? The convenience of others is never as good as one's own convenience. Time passed, the clock kept ticking, yet Chang Kuxian still hadn't finished her shower. Yi Wu Tian wondered to himself, It's been 40 minutes, why isn't she done yet? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Chang Kuxian suddenly screamed loudly. Hearing her terrified scream, Wu Tian rushed to the bathroom, slammed the door open, and shouted, What happened? What's going on? But right in front of him stood a stunningly beautiful and visibly flustered Kuxian. Once again, blood began to gush from Wu Tian's nose, this time even more fiercely, causing the tissue in his hand to fly out. Wu Tian stood there, watching Kuxian joyfully admire herself in the mirror. She praised wholeheartedly, How is this possible? My skin has changed? So much. It's soft and white like a baby's. He gave her a thumbs up, smiling as he said, Your Majesty the Queen, you were already so beautiful. But now. This is truly divine beauty, like a fairy descending to earth. At that moment, he thought to himself, This is the first time I've seriously given it my all. I didn't expect the results to be this impressive. Used by such a beauty, no wonder it's breathtaking. Kuxian, now overjoyed, held her face in shyness and asked, Is it really that beautiful? Wu Tian nodded. After a brief moment of thought, she leaned in and kissed Wu Tian on the cheek. Her action left him completely frozen. After pulling away, Kuxian softly said thank you. He calmed himself, stuffed the paper back into his nose, and said, No, that doesn't count. I wasn't prepared yet. One more time, make it deeper. Very quickly after that, he pouted and walked toward her. Come on, reward me one more time. Kuxian stopped him, not a chance. Then she walked to the door and said, Come with me outside. I'll treat you to a nice meal as a reward, is that okay? The two quickly left the dormitory, but as soon as they stepped out of the elevator, Yang Hao was already waiting for them below. He called out, Sis. With a serious expression, but the sight of her at that moment left him stunned. He then said in a voice full of admiration, Sis, you've changed. Yang Hao thought, how could Chang Kuxian have changed so much? She looks so soft, like a drop of water. Kuxian asked, Senior, is there something you need? Yang Hao replied, Tomorrow is my grandfather's birthday. Are you free? The next day, at the Ouyang estate, Wu Tian brought her there by bicycle. Upon arrival, he pushed the bike along with her. As they walked, Kuxian turned her head and asked, Are you sure you're not coming in? I'll say you're my friend. Wu Tian answered, Don't joke around. I really want to go in, but Yang Hao wouldn't even let me live if I did. He then said, There's no need to be afraid. We have prepared the offering to the highest standard. It's a small wooden box, and inside it, we don't yet know what it contains, but we do know that it's some kind of medicinal herb. At that moment, she hesitated and said, But. He reassured her, Don't worry, just go in. I'll be here waiting for you. Inside, the guests were numerous. Oh Yang Hao turned to Kuxian and asked, "Are you nervous?"
He continued, "I'm quite nervous myself.
Today is very important to me."
Far away, the Yi family had gathered.
Young Master Yi glanced over and noticed Kuxian chatting happily with Oh Yang Hao. At that moment, young Master Yi widened his eyes in surprise, thinking, has Chung Kuxian really become so beautiful now?
He turned his face back. Hong Kai spoke to him, saying, "From now on, be more polite to her.
Don't let any conflicts arise unless absolutely necessary."
Jun Yuanli, Yi Hong Kai's wife, chimed in, "She's really lucky to be liked by young Master Ouyang."
Hong Kai then asked, "What's going on with you and Xingyu? Any progress?" Young Master Yi responded in confusion, "Father, you wouldn't believe it." Hong Kai could only sigh.
Just then, the MC's loud voice made all the guests turn their attention toward the stage.
"Ladies and gentlemen, I now officially declare that the banquet has begun." At that moment, the head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Nan, sat on a chair where he was greeted by Ouyang Hao. He knelt down and said, "Grandfather, Xiao Hao wishes you happiness like the East Sea, longevity like the South Mountain, and a life of 100 years. At that moment, the old man said, "Get up. I heard that you brought your girlfriend back. Where is she?" Immediately, Ouyang Hao extended his hand to introduce Kuxian, saying, "Grandfather, this is Chung Kuxian, a junior from my school when I was studying in the US." Everyone around was surprised, wondering what background this woman had, as if they had met her somewhere before. At that time, Ouyang Xiangwu, Ouyang Hao's younger brother, furrowed his brows and thought, "I know her. What kind of woman has my brother brought back?" Cheng Kuxian then stepped forward to the head of the Ouyang family, bowed her head in greeting, and said, "Mr. Ouyang, how are you?" "I am Cheng Kuxian.
I apologize for being so unpolite today, and I hope the Ouyang family can forgive me.
I wish you longevity and good health." The old man then asked, "Xiao Chang, where is your family from? Who are your parents?"
She replied, "My father is Cheng Pei Dong, and my mother is Kukai Yun.
My family is just a regular business family." Ouyang Nan, at that moment, smiled and said, "Thank you for coming to my banquet today."
But inside, he thought, a regular family, maybe not worthy of my grandson.
Ouyang Hao then approached and said, "Grandfather, Kuxian has prepared a gift for you."
She took out a small wooden box from her bag and said, "Mr. Ouyang, this is a gift I have prepared for your birthday.
Please make sure to accept it. It will be of great value to you in the future." Xiangwu then walked over to Ouyang Nan and whispered in his ear, "Grandfather, should we open it and see what the gift is? I wonder if it could be a marriage contract.
I heard the woman my older brother is pursuing had once been engaged."
At that moment, Ouyang Nan spoke up and asked, "Miss Chang, have you ever been engaged?" The atmosphere in the room became tense. Ouyang Hao quickly interjected, "Grandfather, it's a misunderstanding." Ouyang Nan then replied, "I wasn't asking you." Kuxian then answered, "Yes, I have been engaged."
"Mr. Ouyang, I know what you're thinking, but please don't worry. Today, I'm simply here to offer my congratulations to the elder.
Please don't pay attention to this."
At this point, many eyes were watching her as she spoke.
Xiangwu asked, "Miss Chang, may we open the gift to see what it is?"
She then touched the lid of the box and opened it, revealing a pill inside.
Everyone thought the same thing. On someone else's birthday, she gave a pill?
They all wondered if she intended to curse the person being congratulated.
At that moment, Ouyang Nan's expression turned serious. Kuxian explained that this pill had a very special function and could save a life in crucial moments.
She gazed at the pill, thinking this part of the gift was something Wu Tian had painstakingly prepared.
Ouyang Nan replied, "Thank you for your kindness. I don't need these things for now. I humbly accept your goodwill, Miss Chang." At that moment, Kuxian suddenly realized that she had been rejected.
Ouyang Nan had once again turned down the gift.
For Chun Kuxian, this was undoubtedly a slap in the face.
Ouyang Zheng, the father of Ouyang Hao, spoke up, "Xiao Hao, quickly take Miss Chung downstairs to rest. At that moment, she put the gift back into her bag and said, Mr. Ouyang, I'm terribly sorry for disturbing you again today. After that, Ouyang Hao led Koexien away. Ouyang Zhang then pointed at Ouyang Hao, angrily shouting, What are you doing? What exactly do you want to do? I always thought you were sensible, but today, you have truly disappointed everyone. Ouyang Hao retorted, Father, I'm serious about Koexien. I want to marry her. Ouyang Zhang yelled, Dream on. I'm telling you, that will never happen. You should abandon that thought now. He continued, Have you forgotten who you are? With your status and position, how could she be worthy of you? Besides, she is already engaged. Now, everyone's eyes are on her. Chang Kuexien felt completely unsupported. The strange stares from the people around her made her feel as if she was about to lose her mind. This place is not suitable for her either. No matter how hard she tries, she is just a Cinderella, and moreover, a girl who has once been engaged. Suddenly, an old man called out, Little girl. Kuexien turned to him, and the old man smiled, saying, May I have a look at the box in your hand? She smiled back and said, Old sir, if you like it, take it. Then, Koexien handed the box to him. He was surprised, Really? She replied, Absolutely no trickery. The old man laughed and said, Oh, then I thank you in advance. The servant behind him handed him a card. The old man gave it to her, saying, I can't just take this from you. Little girl, if you ever need any help, you can find me. Consider today as me owing you a favor. Koexien took it and examined it while the old man walked away. He said, Sorry, but I can't continue the conversation now. She watched him leave, but then, the old man suddenly stopped, as if he remembered something. He turned back and smiled, saying, Little girl, could you wait for me a bit longer? I have something I would like to discuss with you soon. At this moment, the sound of high heels approaching was heard, and she said, Miss Chang, I must apologize for earlier. It was Xingyu. She smiled and said, I'm here to apologize on behalf of my grandfather. Xingyu extended her hand, offering a handshake, but Koexien froze in place. Xingyu began to introduce herself, I am Ouyang Xingyu. I'm truly sorry for what happened earlier. Koexien shook her hand and said, It's a pleasure to meet you. Xingyu then asked, Miss Chang, may I ask you a bold question? What was that pill you gave earlier? Does it really work? Koexien answered, That pill was made by a friend of mine. Its effect can be life-saving, even capable of bringing someone back from the brink of death. Xingyu asked in surprise, Can it really bring someone back to life? Koexien responded, I can't make any guarantees, but my friend said it can at least keep someone alive for a year. At that moment, Xingyu thought this was already insane. Could a seemingly ordinary pill really have such powerful effects? Seeing Xingyu silent, Koexien added, Miss Ouyang, please don't take my words too seriously. Just consider it as me talking nonsense. Think of it as a joke.